Yo, yo, yo. Give it a minute. Get some people in here. Say hello. Get everybody say their hellos. We got Tommy V in the building. Shout outs to Tommy V. She'll slip your punches. How you doing? Shout outs to you. Thank you for your recent activity on my channel. Appreciate it. LVA, what's up? 421 BB, what's going on? Keon, how you doing? Corvette girl, love you. How you doing? Frank Pants, my brother, what's up? Yeah, I was watching the Browns game too. Messed up what happened to Nick Chubb. He was having a good game too, from what I seen. Sean Little, what up? Mitchell, what up? What do you mean, Sean Little? Easy, what up? Charles, what up? Sean Little, hit me up on Messenger. X Boo, what up? Angel K, how you doing? We are based. Much respect. David, what up? Luis Garcia, what up? I didn't realize how close I was to the camera. James Boyd, what's up? Our guy, what up? How's everybody doing? So tonight we're gonna have a special guest. Um, I met this man actually in the middle of auditing. I don't know if you guys seen it, but most of you that frequent my channel have seen the video when we ran into the retired police detective. He has a very good head on his shoulders. A spiritual man, and he's open and honest, and he can talk about his experience in the on the force. So um, we're gonna bring him up tonight. He's joining in, so hopefully you guys, So the first thing is we're gonna introduce him, then we're gonna ask some questions, have a conversation, and then we're gonna end this with our closing statements and just an open panel for anybody that has any questions or wants to come up and share their concern. So at the end, I will open the panel up for anybody that wants to come on. But for now, I'm gonna bring up um, my brother Bahir. Bahir, how you doing, my brother?
David, how are you?
Thanks for coming on. I appreciate you.
My pleasure.
So if you just want to introduce yourself to
How
the
you doing? Yeah, sure. My name is Bahir Mustafa. I'm a retired NYPD detective. I did 20 years in the New York City Police Department, and I did 16 years in narcotics, 8 years uh, as an undercover, 8 years as an investigator. I worked 4 years in Harlem in the 2A precinct. Prior to that, I used to work as an EMT in New Jersey and two one of the biggest cities in New Jersey, Paterson, New Jersey, and also I was an EMT in Passaic, New Jersey. I did that for approximately like 4 years. Um, you know, I've been in public service since 1997 when I started as a volunteer in the city of Passaic and eventually got hired as a active excuse me as a paid EMT. And then I took a job in 2001. I was in the class of 9/11 in the NYPD. Uh, and the year when we first came in, they informed us, listen, guys, nothing's. Don't worry about it. We'll never experience no big threat, big incident. When they told us where to respond, if there was a big incident in September 11, 2001, the planes hit the towers, and that's when reality hit the fan. when the reality really became true. Uh, and from there, my career began in the New York City Police Department.
Wow. Thanks for that. So, I guess my first question would be, why did you join the force?
Well, since a young child, I've always had a fascination with police officers. I admired them. I looked up to police officers. I thought they did an admirable job to help people, and that's something that I that's something that I wanted to do, to join the police department, to help people and help society. You know, in my young days, where I thought things were, that was my reality, and so that's what I wanted to do, and I pursued it. And at some point, I decided to take the NYPD test, and eventually they hired me.
Nice. So, do you want to talk about any memorable moments during your
Sure.
time on the force?
Oh, absolutely. There's so many. When I was on patrol in the two-way precinct, I was driving with the sergeant one night, and there was a couple of kids, and this is in the overnight. So the overnight starts around 11:15 in the evening, and it takes you up to like around 8 o'clock. That's when your shift ends. So we were driving around on Saint Nick and about one Saint Nicholas Avenue, about 114th Street, and we see kids, about four kids playing, about 3 or 4 kids playing football, uh, U.S. football in the street. So he said, "Hey, Sarge, we're gonna pull this car over. We're gonna play with them." So we blocked the street ourselves, and and we st- and my the sergeant was much taller than I was, and much more athletic. And he was on one team, and I was in the other. And we said, "Guys, you want to play?" And we joined the game. You know, unfortunately for me, the sergeant's team won. Um, but that was part of something that I enjoy doing, playing a role not only in uniform, that this uniform, the uniform that I was wearing, can make an impact in the perception of young people and the community, despite what they thought of me as a police officer. That's just one. I'll give you another one. We responded to, again, in the two-way precinct in the midnights, to a DOA, dead upon arrival. Basically, an elderly lady passed away, and so it wasn't our job. It was we got there first, but we were assisting in this job. And there was a little girl there. She was, I would say, about 7 years old. She just saw her grandmother was in the other room, deceased. But this young girl was, she was she was so scared. She was shaking like a rock. So when the team, the sector car responded, that was supposed to take the job, they responded, and they arrived. So then, my partner and I were leaving, and I looked back at the girl, and she was shaking like a leaf, literally shaking like a leaf, and things like that I don't forget. So then I turned around. I was like, I'm not leaving this house yet. And I went to the room, and I went to the room to speak to the girl. I lowered myself to her, eye to eye contact. I held her and I spoke to her gently and calmly. I told her everything is gonna be okay, and and eventually she stopped shaking. And once I saw she wasn't shaking anymore. She wasn't as shaking like a leaf. uh, I stood up and I told her, her family, God bless them, and I left the apartment. So things like that really stays with me. Is gonna stay with me for the rest of my life. I mean, I have another one, the Polo Grounds. I don't know if you know about the Polo Grounds on
Okay.
8th Avenue. And yes, one of the roughest. Maybe I'm understating it, but one of the toughest projects that
It's
I've
one.
ever had to do. Yeah.
Amen.
So there was I was doing a lot of overtime in the midnight. So the lieutenant decided to punish me. So he temporarily assigned me to to the 3-2 precinct, to do the Rutgers, the basketball tournament,
Mm-hmm.
which I was a little upset, but I didn't tell them. So it was a 4 to 12. It was a 4 to 12 shift. So during that shift, I bumped into young kids. That was one of the, especially one kid. He had a little mouth on him, and he wanted to be slick. So I had to push him back a little bit. He was young. He was like 15, maybe 14 years old. So what I did, eventually he ran his mouth, and eventually I went to and he disappeared. Maybe like a week later, it was a lot of rain, and they canceled the tournament for that day. So they put me on the corner 155 and 8th Avenue. The
Mm-hmm.
the Kennedy Fried Chicken. I believe that's a Kennedy Fried Chicken over there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm standing there and hanging out, enjoying my life. One gentleman comes to me and goes, "Wow, officer, this is the cleanest I've seen this corner in years." And this was like 3 years after I've been on. So I was like, so I said, no problem. Then guess who came along is four young kids. One was about 12, between 12 and 7 years old, four kids. And then we started to talking. And one of those kids was the troublemaker, the big mouth, right? But we started talking about real things, you know, about society. I try to talk to them about how things are real out here, and these this corner right here of this projects is not where you want to stay. This is where you're growing up. This is just a beginning of a bigger goal for you as a person or as people. And one kid goes to me after we started talking. He goes, Mustafa, please, can you come back? Ah, I was like, man, I wish I could, brother. I wish I could stay in this corner my whole career, but I'm not gonna be here forever. This is temporary for me. So and that in itself right there, and I think about these kids every day. I think about where are these kids today? Did they make it? Did they get caught up in the system? Did they get locked up? Or did the words that I spoke to them about reality and about how drugs and how the system is designed to put them in prison and use them as a number? This is the way I was speaking to them, as young as they were, but uh,
Right.
I still wanted to hit them with reality and the truth. And I still to this day I'm hoping one day that at least one of those young lads will I'll see them one day and they say thank you or whatever. I don't need a thank you, or I made it. I made it out of the system that's consistent, the system that's designed to keep me down. I remember what you told me, and I kept my head clean. I avoided issues as much as I could, and I made it out. And that was my goal. My hope is to one day see one of those four young lads, if not all of them, have succeeded in life, and not been part of a system that uses human beings to 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 keep the ball moving, because that's what it is, right? If you don't have humans that are willing to be sacrificial lambs, then the system will kind of fall apart.
I agree.
The prison industrial complex is one of them, amongst other things. It's a big industry that without this industry, really, people will be out in the streets, they'll be conscious, and they'll be demanding what belongs to them, and they're not waiting for some handout from the government, like the government is doing them a favor.
Well, that's how
No,
it's supposed
government.
to. I think it all starts with guidance from the parents. Like breaking the cycle and teaching about like economics and civics and how to invest your money,
Right.
um, generational wealth, stuff like that.
Sure.
Also street smarts. You know, but I guess
But
from
but but when you say it starts from the family, but a lot of those
yeah,
family are broken.
that's true.
Sometimes if throughout my career in 20 years, these kids grow up in 161st Street in the courthouse, going seeing their father being arraigned for whatever crime they committed, like selling drugs or committing burglaries or robberies. This is what these kids have come accustomed to. as a norm. Oh, we're gonna go to the courthouse. We're gonna go see Daddy at Central Booking. We're gonna go see Daddy at Rikers Island. We're gonna go see Daddy upstate. We're gonna go see. That's if that becomes the norm for you, then it's not abnormal to behave the same way.
Yeah,
You
that's
know,
right.
and that's the reality. So if it's normal for you to see your father going out working or making money or working the stock market, building wealth, then it's normal for you to do the same thing.
I agree.
So,
Um, so like that's one of the things that I like to hear about police officers. Some of the stuff that you shared about, like, like interacting with the youth and interacting with the community and building relationships and bridging the gap. I
yeah.
I think that that's essential. I don't really see it as much. I see it sporadically, sometimes
Mm,
here and there, but
uh,
I see a lot of the opposite. Um,
I,
but I
I,
always
I,
hope for it. You know what I mean?
yeah, I push back just a little bit, David. I'm gonna push back just a little bit. That there's a lot more guys doing stuff, little things here and there that the average person in the public will never see,
No,
right?
I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying
No,
I
it
don't.
happens, but no, but it happens a lot more than what we believe. And I'm
Yeah,
watching your videos.
and I would hope so too. Yeah.
I'm watching your videos. I'm seeing some of the things you're doing. Um, you're challenging some of the norms in society, which I'm not against. you know, uh, but um, but when you see the way some of the officers react to you, I think the reaction is uh, more so not that they're opposed to you recording them. I think that they're in the uniform and they're put in positions where they feel like they have to react based on how what society tells them to do. Right? If you're a police officer, for me, I welcomed recording all the time. I'm like, just record, give me distance, give me space, I'm good. Yeah, don't interfere in what I'm doing. I'm good.
Right.
Please make sure you let me know what page you're putting me on so I can go watch it back. I can go back and watch me work.
I
But
think a lot of it comes from like the supervisor level, and give me a second. The supervisor level, and like just telling them, like, like, look out for these certain types of people. Like they group us into that, and then like you see it too, and you hear it, like, oh, you're one of those people. You know what I mean?
yeah, and remember the first day we bumped into each other?
Yeah, I remember.
I think that's the first thing I told you, wasn't it?
Yeah,
You
but
know,
I wanted to ask you, when when did you first hear about First Amendment orders, or like the First Amendment ordering movement?
I think I saw it on YouTube with the Long Island auditor. That's the
Did you
first,
hear
yeah.
about it when you was on the force, or did you hear about it afterwards?
I think I was still on the force. Yeah, but I never encountered any of those. Any of you guys. Yeah, I never encountered. Remember, I was in narco. I wasn't in the precinct. You weren't gonna roll up into our location because it's not something that that's open to the public.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
not something that Joe no no victims or nobody's gonna walk. There's no reason for anybody to be there outside
Right.
of us.
I've
You know
seen
what I'm saying?
like that.
Yeah, but for as far as being in a precinct, I mean, perhaps I'll be dealing with you in a different way. I mean, I have a different way of thinking of things based on my experiences. Remember, I also when I was a cop, even when I was an undercover, I used to go out in the street on my own time, and I used to go to Occupy Wall Street on my own time and record and interview people in Occupy Wall Street at Zugatti Park. Um, and I had video and footage of that. I never posted it, but interviewing and talking to people about why they're there. There were some interesting fellows in there and ladies that were complete, irrelevant to what to change. There were some trust fund babies in there that was there for their own egos, just to say that they were part of something. You know what I mean? And there were people there genuinely there because they understood that the system or Wall Street itself drains the average person, right? And they understood that and they're working for that. Um, you know, that's one part. I was part of the New York Civic Participation Project, was an offshoot of 32BJ, one of the biggest unions in the city, which we worked and advocated for immigration rights and things like that. I was interviewed for on local news channels. Um, and one story on that one was we were at a meeting and I was chatting with a gentleman there, and we were talking and bouncing ideas off one another. And then his question to me was, "What do I do for a living?" Because I didn't go out there walking around like promoting what I do, you know.
Mm.
And so I told him, "Listen, I didn't, you know, I told him I'm a cop." He goes, he didn't believe me that I was a cop. He could not believe that I was a cop and I was sitting next to him talking and bouncing ideas off one another, just you know, and we had the same way of thinking. So I had to take out my wallet and show him my ID. So his response to me was, "Wow, you know what you did right now? You changed my perspective of police officers." Because he never sat down with a real. I mean, to me, it was no big deal. It's like, who am I? I'm just I'm a regular guy, just like you, and I'm participating in a movement that I believe in, and that's it. But to him, he saw it a whole in a different light because he never had that one to one, no one to one conversation with somebody like in my position. So,
I wanted to ask you, what does the First Amendment activism movement mean to you, and like, what is the import? What do you think? What do you believe the importance of the movement is, or like, what do you think? What do you think the importance of the movement is? What is it to you? And yeah, like, what do you think it is to you? Like, why do you think it exists? And
well, look,
important in that
uh, look. The reality is, a government that's too big is a government that's gonna take over the people and take our rights away, right? So there needs to be checks and balances. So if we step back and just and if everybody is so nonchalant and just worrying about their day to day and worrying about what's going on social media, who's posting about their clothing and the distraction about fads, Cardi B, Jay Z, and all these distractions that we have in our society, then it's goodbye to the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, and all the amendments in the Constitution, because they will slowly but surely. If you think they won't, then you're part of. Then you sit back and watch, right? Because in New Mexico, the governor of New Mexico just passed uh,
yeah,
I believe
she's
it was a resolution that to strip away the Second Amendment.
she says she's going to renew it as many times as she needs to.
Yeah, but guess what the police did? The police responded. They said, "Nope, we're not arresting anybody." And the people with the guns came out and said, "No, come get our guns." There's a big difference. It's not like Canada. The U.S. people in the U.S. are loaded and ready to go. I'm not advocating wars or fighting or anything like that, but like you have your camera and you're stepping, you know, executing your right to the First Amendment, then they're doing the same thing with the Second Amendment. And I think you continue doing what you're doing. I mean, I don't advocate like screaming. And that's what I like about you. You don't go into people's faces screaming and yelling and try to antagonize these public workers because I don't think that's the right way to go. If you're doing that, then to me, I'm not. You're kind of like trying to pull them a certain way. You should just you let it flow, and that's what I like about you. You let it flow. You know what I mean? And letting it flow makes it natural. Going into these people's faces and screaming and yelling at them, cursing them out, calling them a kind of name. Now you're trying to pull. You try. It's not natural. Of course, if you come to a man and you curse them out, you start screaming at him, it's going to be a natural reaction for the man to respond to you, public worker, police officer, or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just natural for them to do such a thing. I mean, I'm not, you know, I won't be shocked if he does, if they respond that way. But that's why I like your style, and actually spoke to a couple of people about you already, retired guys, and they on your page.
I appreciate that.
So yeah.
I agree with the checks and balances. I agree with the transparency and
Hmm.
accountability.
Hmm.
Uh, that's one of the main important. Those are like the important reasons why the movement exists. You
Right.
know, keep some of the power in the people's hands, and checks and balances like we spoke about. There's some topics that I also have written down here that I want to
Sure.
talk. Um, and the three topics mainly, and a lot of it. This is where a lot of my questions come from. And if you see my interactions with police officers, I always try to ask them this.
Yeah.
I try to pick their brain on their knowledge about the Constitution, and I also try to encourage them to read case law. I try to encourage them to read the Constitution and study up on law, so that they won't violate people's rights. And I also encourage the officers to have a mind of their own. You know what I mean? And like live up to their morals. Like if you feel like, that's if they have any, but if you feel like something's goes against your character or goes against your morals or order that you received, then don't follow it. You know what I mean? Like a lot of these, I feel like a lot of these rookies just do what their sergeants tell them to do, or the lieutenants tell them to do, or they follow their lead, and I feel like they're scared to speak up for what's right. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? So a lot of the three topics that I want to talk about was police disdain towards the public exercising their rights, and we kind of touched that a little bit. Um, I also want to talk about training,
Yeah.
how do they receive training, and just like accountability, and how can the New Yorkers, right, get some accountability on the NYPD, and just
How can
like
the what? Say how can what?
how can New Yorkers get some more accountability within the NYPD, because a lot of people and some people have written in the chat that the NYPD is unhinged. A lot of people feel like the NYPD is like running amok. Like there's no accountability, especially with what just happened with the undercover officer killing that gentleman on the motorbike.
Oh, he wasn't undercover. He was a supervisor, not undercover. There's a
He was,
difference.
he was in plain clothes though,
Plain
right?
clothes. Plain clothes. Yes.
Yeah, and he just got suspended for what, a week, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that.
Well, there's a process when something like that happens, but we could talk about it.
So I guess the first thing, let's talk about training. Like, do the officers, do the NYPD officers get trained on the Constitution? Do they get trained on the citizens' rights, the escalation, stuff like that? Because a lot of my interactions, it's like the escalation is out the window and the
Hmm.
ego is over,
Yeah.
and there's no de-escalation.
Yeah.
There's no law. They're right now they're putting a policy over the law.
Yeah.
You
No
know,
recording in the precinct. Yes.
and they're putting that over. Not only are they putting the policy over the law, they're putting it over our rights,
Hmm.
forcing it as if it's law.
Yeah.
We're fighting that right now.
Yeah.
But like, would you mind talking about
Yeah. Yeah.
training?
Let's talk about the first one was the training and how officers. First, there's two things we got to break it down, right? There's the officer who who was raised in a society, right? He was raised or she was raised somewhere and built his or her perception of and molded who they are, right? Before they became police officers. And you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening to you.
All right. There are some the police officers come from different walks of life. So just because they put on the uniform and they went through some sort of training on how to deal with like verbal judo or CPR, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be, they're going to be they're going to respond in that way, like through the training. You know,
Point does the training kick in? Like, do they teach
well,
them?
when you're in the police academy,
Do
you
they teach
know, you go.
situational awareness?
I'm sorry.
Do they teach them situational awareness?
Yeah, they put you through some situational. Like, let me give you an example. You know, when I was in training, they put you like in a tack house. You know, and in this tack house, you're in the tack house, and there's officers playing as bad guys, officers playing as and then you're the officer, you're the responding officer, and they give you scenarios, and they give you the scenario to how would you react in these scenarios. Sometimes it's recorded as well, so you could then go back and watch what happened. I mean, now I'm sure there's more technology than in 2001 when I was in the police academy. um, but there's definitely situational awareness and situational scenarios, but again, those are very limited amount of training, uh, as opposed to reality and life when you get put out in the street, and now you have to apply that limited amount of knowledge that you received, as opposed to your let's say you I got on a job when I was 24 years old. All right, that's 6 months or 9 months in the academy that I had. The average cop is 6 months, but I had 9 months. We were in there for 9 months. uh is not going to supersede my 24 years of life, right?
Right.
So over the years, though, over the years, uh, if you have an open mind, and an open mind and not an arrogant, prideful person, if you're not a prideful person and you have your own little perception and you don't want to change it, then you can change, you know,
Get how can
as an individual.
I know there's some officers watching right now, right?
Yeah,
How can we get how can an officer get his ego out the way in situations where they run into, let's say, me
yeah,
or First Amendment auditor, right? Because I'm polite, I'm calm, I'm respectful. At least I do my
right.
best to be,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, 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 yeah. I see you.
And I still run into a lot of ego.
Yeah,
Just came like the other day, prime example, I went to the 90th precinct, and this was
in
my first
Brooklyn.
time there, right? And as soon as I got there, I'm standing on the steps, not inside the precinct, filming from the steps inside the precinct. And the sergeant comes out and says, "You're inside the precinct technically," which is a lie.
Hmm.
And then that if you don't leave, I'm going to arrest you for trespassing. That I can't record inside the precinct.
Right.
So recording into and recording inside are two different things. I try
Of
to
course.
explain to him,
That's yes, that is true.
but he said I was recording
That
inside, right?
yeah.
That if I don't leave, he's going to arrest me for trespassing.
Mm.
So as I don't know if you know, but I've been arrested 6 times since January for filming
Okay.
the
Uh
sidewalk.
huh.
That night I didn't want to make it 7. So like to me, that interaction rather than just talking to me and like bridging the gap, that was to me that was pure ego.
Hmm. Well, look,
Turns
a
into
lot,
tear.
a lot of cop. First of all, there's a policy where officers are not really technically supposed to speak to the media,
And
right?
they're not allowed. First of all, they're not allowed to stop us from recording. They're not allowed.
No, but
They, I record.
I think one of the policies that we have to look at is recording in the precinct, right? Right. I mean, you have I agree with you, recording in the area where it's in the precinct, but also from the police's perspective, you look at it. There's victims of crimes, sometimes victims that were raped, um, people that are involved that were robbed, witnesses that are willing to testify in very serious crimes and don't want to be identified in a video, because you'll cause them harm when they hit the streets. They're going to be considered snitches, even though the truth is, without their help, these thieves, the burglars and robbers and killers and dealers in the street that are causing terror to the community will never be stopped. So
I
if
I guess my counter to that would be that there's no way that we know who's a victim,
yeah,
who's
we don't.
There's no
Um,
way we know that. Somebody could be reporting a stolen wallet. Like, yo, I
yeah,
lost my wallet. I just want to file a police report. And there's multiple entrances and exits. Exits is not a word. Uh,
ex.
exits in the
Uh-huh.
police station. You know what I
That's
mean?
true.
Take them to the back. If you see, oh, we got some people recording on the front steps, let's take them out to the side entrance. If you do want to protect that person's identity, you know what I mean?
Right. No, that's true. There is a back door, but sometimes these back doors, uh,
Do you
depending on the style of the precinct,
do you
it's
think
not
that
feasible. It's not feasible. It's not
do
feasible to protect their identities.
you think that that policy is constitutional? I believe it's unconstitutional because it directly goes against our right to record in public buildings.
Right.
Granted, it's a limited public forum, but if we're in a publicly accessible lobby, then it shouldn't be a problem. It's not like we're going back to the jail cells and interviewing the inmates, you know what I mean, or like the
Sure.
prisoners.
Sure. No, but there are some precincts where as soon as you walk in, you see the cells. You understand? You see the cells.
Yeah, but
Yeah, yeah. I
that's
worked
not.
in the two. You've been to the 2-8, right? The 2-8 precinct in Harlem.
Yeah, anything that's meant to be private, the onus is on the public workers to keep it private, not the public to keep it private.
Well, that's true, but
You know, so
see
you
that's where
so would
that,
you rather? So they rather violate our rights
yeah.
rather than do their job correctly. You know
Well,
what I
that
mean?
well that's
Whatever
true.
I
Well,
walk, I can zoom in. Whatever I can see, I still can see it. So you're still gonna have to hide it. You know what I
right.
mean?
The problem is what we see. This is the whole systemic problem here. Is right. Is that you you know you have your rights, and then law enforcement is expected to do their duties irrespective of your rights. And in the meantime, the system hasn't updated their buildings. They haven't given the police officers or law enforcement a situation where they can allow you to, yes, walk into the precinct, record, right, within reason, right,
Mm-hmm.
and also be able to uh, have the cells be or an area where people can walk in discreetly, or the prisons can be put in somewhere where they're not seen by everybody.
I don't think any New York auditor that has went inside to record inside a precinct has ever meant to go and record cells or record any
Yeah, I
private.
know. Yeah, I understand. I understand.
And
It's not for that. It's
they
not
make it
for that.
we go in there to catch victims and to catch snitches and to catch people in the cells. Like we, that's not why we're going in there. We're going in there to test the knowledge of our public workers and to see if you respect our rights. Because everyone in that building, besides maybe the volunteers, the citizen workers, took an oath to protect our rights.
Right.
And on multiple occasions,
Or civilians as well, because there are civilians that work in the precincts.
they take the oath?
They're not law enforcement. No,
Yeah.
they do administrative work.
No, that's what I mean. I'm saying everyone besides them took an
Yeah.
oath to protect our rights.
Right. Right.
I guess the question, and I guess I'll rephrase the question: how can an officer, in those situations when they encounter First Amendment activists, get their ego out of the way? Like, do you have any pointers for them to get?
I would say first take a deep breath, right? Take a deep breath, relax. Well, you don't know who they are, right? You don't know they don't know who you are, right? Let's just say you, for example. Remember, we spoke about this before. Your intentions may not be to record, but to harm, right? So relax, take it easy, engage you. Like we had that brief engagement, right? We talked, and it's on your page.
You
Um,
feel out that brings me back to situational awareness. Like,
right,
if I
right.
have, and most of the times I got a vape or something to drink or a cigarette in my hand, so both my hands are full. You can see I'm wearing loose fitting clothes. You can see if I have a weapon or if I'm there to harm you. And I tell you my intentions is to film. My
Yeah,
intention
yeah,
is to make sure you respect my rights. So
right.
I'm letting it be known why I'm here, who I am, basically. And I
Yeah.
still get the hostility. I still get the ego. I still get
You're
the
not gonna.
retaliation.
Yeah,
You know,
but David, you gotta you want. you want to talk reality, that's reality, because these officers are human beings like everybody else, and they react on based on what they understand
I
and what
think
they're seeing in
I think
front of you.
part of it is the culture of the NYPD.
Was it culture of the NYPD or culture of law enforcement in general?
No, not all law enforcement is like that. I
No,
mean,
not all departments are like this.
there is a culture to law enforcement, right? The
Yes.
ego, the power hungry, violating people's rights. We've seen that over and over. Then you got, there's two sides to every coin. You got some, like you said, there's officers that help build a community, bridge gaps. But a lot of it in the mainstream media is cops violating people's rights, cops killing people unjustifiably. But I mean, like, the culture of the NYPD to where, like, they're above us. They expect us not to know our rights. That's
Everybody, you think in general you're talking about.
I think the law enforcement expects the citizens not to know our rights. They expect us not to know our rights. That's why they're able to lie to us and get us to incriminate ourselves. That's their main thing.
I mean, you could, the police can lie.
Yeah, they
It's
can lie.
constitution. Yeah,
Yeah, we can lie too. You know. Um,
but you
but
understand, right? Legally, they could.
no, I know Supreme Court has already
Yeah.
ruled. But yeah, that's the culture. Like they feel like they're above us because they got the uniform on. They don't expect us to know our rights. They expect us not to know our rights, honestly. And you could tell when a citizen knows his rights and they stand on their rights, then their whole mood changes, and it happens a lot.
You see it. You see it.
You see it. Their whole mood changes. Or I can't bully this guy out. And then sometimes the retaliation happens after that, where they arrest you and then put you through the system, even if it's a bullshit charge like jaywalking or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You
Oh,
because you fucked with them. You know what I mean? Like the other day, he arrested me at the 83rd. I got arrested at the 83rd, standing on a sidewalk. He asked me to leave. I went inside filming. I said, "Are you asking me to leave?" He said, "Yes." I left. I made sure I wasn't blocking the door. I actually took like 5, 6 steps back away from the door, and he comes out and arrests me for trespassing, disorderly conduct, and then he added obstruction on top of that. Like all
disorderly conduct. And what else?
disorderly conduct, trespassing, and obstruction. I'm surprised he didn't put resisting or
Mm-hmm.
assault officer, or like, you know what I mean? Like just throw on whatever
And
he could.
the DA's office kept the charges.
The DA, no, everything was dismissed. Yeah, they kept it. They spoke to the DA. He threw obstruction in there
They
because,
kept the charges.
huh?
They kept the charges.
Like
They kept the trespassing charges.
they kept trespassing and they kept obstruction
Oh my! This
because
DA's this is the whole problem right here. See, this is
there was no obstruction until they spoke to the DA.
yeah, yeah. No, I'm just saying is this is the problem with this New York City system, is that the I use the district attorneys in the Bronx, District Attorney Darcel Clark, who refuses to charge trespassing as a charge, right? When kids or guys are hanging out in the lobby, and the cops are going in, they use that as a way to to try to address crimes in the neighborhood. And if you're hanging out in the lobby and you don't live there, right, and you get arrested for trespassing, the DA's office will decline to prosecute. They'll DP it, right? But but when guys are slinging crack in the lobby, they're they have their guns in their waistband, and cops are not going in there anymore and doing their due diligence, utilizing the penal law, right?
Well, I could see a lot of the older community that live in that building might be scared to come out or
They
go to
are scared.
the
No, not
store and stuff
older,
like
younger too.
that.
Younger too, brother. You
Yeah,
understand? I rolled in. I used to roll up into buildings, and guys didn't know I was a cop. They was 10 deep in the lobby, smoking weed and doing all kinds of crazy stuff, slinging crack. They didn't know I was a cop. You understand? Who wants to be in a building like that? And now the district attorney's office in the Bronx, Darcel Clark, right? If you try to get her on your show, right, and refuse just off the trespassing alone, they will decline to prosecute it. There's reasons. I mean,
but if you You record in a precinct.
they'll push it. You see the BS, and this
And
is
then
what you call
obstruct.
and these are what you call progressives and Democrats and those who are fighting for justice for Black African Americans and Hispanics who've been violated throughout the years by law enforcement. They don't know how to balance that out, brother, and they think they're doing service for the people, and they're not. They're
Do you
not
think
being balanced.
Mayor Adams has heard about the First Amendment movement and his policy about the no recording in the precinct? Do you think he's aware of it?
I'm I'm sure he is. I mean, he's the mayor of New York City. He gets debriefed on these things, on everything that goes on in the city. I'm pretty
I think,
sure
I think there's
he
been
knows
enough.
about it, but I'm
There's
pretty
been
sure he can care less. But I'm pretty sure he can care less about it.
enough- right.
Frankly, that's my opinion.
I can agree with you on that.
Yeah, if I'm wrong, I apologize to him. But
How would you know, right? I mean, you
but
could
how
tell.
would I know? I would if this video goes viral. If this video goes viral, and it gets 10 million views, I'm sure somebody in the media will ask him about it.
Right. I mean, he has to know about it with the lawsuit that Long Island Order has against the city
Hmm.
that have been made, multiple arrests. People filming in the supposedly 1,000 people a year get arrested for recording in New York.
1,000 people get arrested a year for doing what you do
Yeah.
in the precincts.
Well, not in the precinct, but just while recording the cops.
Oh, okay. I don't understand. I see videos like that all the time. And I'm like, what's happening here? Who cares if they're recording? Who cares? That's my question to
That goes
the
back to the
officers. To me, who cares? If I'm in the street, I'm doing my job, and you're giving me my space, right? And you're not interfering in my job, record me.
actually John John DeNicola brings up a good point that Mayor Adams spoke about people recording the police
He
and
did.
said that yes, he said that you need to back up. He said you need to back up from our officers, let
In
them work,
Yeah.
and your iPhone, right? If your iPhone can't see from across the street, then you need a new iPhone.
Oh, I remember him saying that, but that's
He
not
said
relating to
not
recording in
confident.
the
Like
but
what?
that's not related to cops to
Not,
recording in the precinct. No,
no.
that's relating to like the because you sometimes there's mayhems out there, brother. There's
Yeah, and
it's
I
hitting the fan, and people think you can get in there and you want to be Mister 10-10 wins in the middle of hitting the fan. You got to back up.
I feel
That's
like a
no
lot
disrespect.
of situations are heated. They're probably unjustifiably arresting somebody's son or somebody's father.
Well, we don't know
And
that, brother. We
well,
can't assume that.
from a lot of it, you could tell like the tensions is high. A lot like
Yeah,
the because the community gets involved, and that's when
yeah, but
everybody's recording and the mother's recording, and they feel like the police are. And then you see the police roughhousing the arrest, and it's like 15 officers on one person. So when they record it, I feel like when people get that close to record, it's because they're so upset about what's going on.
of
You know?
course the emotional gets high. But
Yeah.
um, take it from. I mean, look, I tell her what it is. You know what I mean? I say what it is. You get pissed off on this side. You get pissed off on this side. That's for me to. That's not. It's not for me to say. But when things are hitting the fan, look, I've been told to me, "Oh, you're a racist." I've been called a racist. Whatever. I've been told that I use excessive force. Um, but you're resisting. I'm telling you, you're under arrest. End of story. You start resisting, I'm going to use force, right?
Well,
The
they
force necessary, the
they tr-
force net wait, the
go ahead.
force necessary to get you handcuffed.
So you
Necessary.
got 15 officers using necessary, what they declared to be necessary force
15.
on one person. A guy
Yeah.
that weighs 110 pounds, you got 15 officers that hit the weight room every day trying to get this guy's hand.
I don't know if 15 officers are hitting their weight room, brother.
Not in NY, at least.
Okay, maybe two. No,
No,
but
there's no standards for health in the NYPD. They don't retest them to see if
Nah. Once you pass and once you get in, it's a wrap.
I see that.
Stop,
No,
man.
I've seen it. I've
Yeah,
seen.
so yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm like,
So,
oh, bro, pull up your pants, button up your shirt. You
oh
look
no,
your
no, no. The appearance is no. The appearance is a standard. The
yeah.
appearance as far as being sharp like that, but as far as
That I
being
don't
in
know,
shape
but
or
I'm
hitting
talking
the
about
gym, no,
playing
there's no standard.
shape and like being able to chase people.
But yeah,
You don't have to be in shape to be an officer.
you know what I was like, listen, I told the other guys, you chase, I'll chase. I used me. I'm driving the car. You chase on foot,
Right.
right? Because I was
Blame you.
towards the end of my career. In the beginning of my career, I was chasing. I was,
There's a lot of officers out there that ain't chasing nobody. And they probably feel like I ain't gotta chase. All I gotta do is this. As long as good.
come on. Is that fair?
I'm not saying they all think like that. I'm saying there might be some officers that that's how they feel. As long as
They
my
might feel.
I would hope I always hope that cops use non-lethal
Yeah,
if if possible.
yeah.
Please use non-lethal first, right? I've seen a lot of videos online where they should have used non-lethal and they didn't.
Like an example, like what? When somebody took out a knife.
Yeah, and they're like 15 feet away or 20, like 30 feet
We
away,
spoke. Didn't we speak about this?
and they shoot them. No, I'm not talking. They teach you that 20-foot law. I'm saying where they can't. There's no way that they could get them,
There's no way.
and you still shoot them. Like you know what I mean?
Mm.
Or like they're
Well,
unarmed. They're unarmed.
well, that's
Not
different. I mean,
shooting them because they're
yeah,
unarmed. You shoot
yeah.
them. You know,
Well, it happens.
it
It
does.
happens, and it's not justified, and it's really un well, it's immoral. How about that?
I believe so too.
Yeah.
But you know
If
that
that,
they train the officers
I'm
to
sorry.
repeat. They train officers to repeatedly say, "Stop resisting, stop resisting."
Yeah.
They train them to
Yes.
continue, even if they're not
Yes.
resisting. Say it.
Uh.
Say stop
Well.
resisting.
Well. Well.
It
Now
justifies.
that these guys have body cameras now,
Yeah, but
right?
it does it not justify you using force because they're resisting.
Well, what does resisting mean, right? If I tell you put your hands behind your back and you say no, that's resisting.
If I'm saying there's so many cases where people aren't
Oh,
resisting,
that's different. That's different.
and
Yes.
the officers are trained to say stop resisting,
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. Stop resisting, and when you see the guy stops resisting, you don't have to say stop resisting.
but they continuously say it. That way, if they in when they're in court, they're gonna be like, "What happened?" All we can hear on the tape is the officers continuously say, "Stop resisting, stop resisting." So he must have been resisting. Well, like you said, thank God for body cameras.
Yeah, I like body cams myself.
Yeah,
I
me
mean, I
too.
never had one. You
That's
understand?
a topic somebody had wanted me to. There's a lot of body camera footage that have gone missing. A lot,
I never
and
heard of that such a thing. I know you said that before.
they
You have examples?
the CCRB. I okay. I got arrested on Martin Luther King Day this year. I believe
Mm.
January, February. I requested that body camera footage. They told me I'd get it in August. We're in September, and I haven't got that body camera footage yet.
It's not because they got rid of it, but there
I
has
don't,
to be. Who did you request it under? Under what?
through the online portal, through my
The
email.
Freedom of Information Act?
Hmm.
And how do they're supposed to send it to you through
And it's
what? Through an email.
yeah, through email.
And they send you a link, right?
Yeah, they'll send me
And then
send me a link. But the CCRB has said it as well that they have requested body cam footage on multiple occasions. I don't know the numbers per se, but a lot of body cam footage has gone missing from these CCRB investigations that they're
right.
conducting.
Look, CCRB, they have a lot of power in this city now.
I don't,
Um,
don't think
I-
I think
they do. They have
they
a
have
lot more power than they want. They can
final
jam
say,
cops up so fast. They can open up their own investigations
but
without having to complain it.
they don't have the final say though.
No, no, they don't have the final say, but they can initiate an investigation, right?
Yeah, I
And
mean,
and 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 um, you
can't
know,
we Can't all of us initiate an investigation?
No, but they have listen, they have more power than they might want to admit to. We could look up the stories, and I could send you some links about like articles and where CCRB has gotten um, much more power than they've ever had in the
Well,
past,
well, they're
right?
able to request more. They have more act. They have access to stuff more than the
Yeah.
action
Look,
does.
I, I
But
I
they,
think it's okay. I think it's good. Remember, talk about checks and balances. I think it's okay to have uh, uh, independent investigators looking out over the law enforcement, but not to be vindictive or to manipulate the numbers to show that, oh, you we're getting these dirty filthy cops. And the fact is not, you're not getting dirty cops, you're not getting guys that are really doing things that are inappropriate. You're just initiating investigations just so you could up your numbers and you could justify your existence, right? It's just like CompStat, right? You know CompStat with the NYPD, right? Where
Mhm.
they bring out CompStat every month. Oh, crime, robberies are up, robberies are down, crime is up, crime is down, right? It's the same thing. With It's the same concept.
I feel like, and I forgot what I was gonna say. Um, yeah, I totally forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, now I remember. There's a
CCRB.
lot. There's a lot of officers that I've ran into, and I've seen in other auditors' videos where we pull up their rap sheet, 17 complaints, and and it's a lot of the same stuff, and they're still on the job. You got 17 complaints, $80,000 in lawsuits, and this gentleman is still on the force on camera, still trying to violate our rights now.
Right.
And like, what are
Well,
they? How
uh,
do we get those officers off the force? Where's the accountability?
just because there's a high number of complaints doesn't mean the officer is doing anything wrong. Let's be fair, right?
I mean,
I mean, can I tell you why?
where there's
Can I
smoke,
tell you? Oh,
if it's
wait,
like a duck, walks like a duck.
yeah.
It feels like a duck.
Let me give you examples. I've met officers that are very active in law enforcement. Very active. They're out on the street. They're taking guns off the streets. They're making a lot of arrests. And the more people you arrest, or the more people you engage with, and somebody's gonna get upset because they got locked up and they make a complaint,
Mm,
um, and you had a justified arrest. So that goes into their records. Let me give you an example. I had a CCRB when I was in the 2-8 for for telling
you
somebody to go back to
you
their
won't
country.
pull up his bat. You won't be able to pull up his record because he's retired.
Who, me?
Yeah, they want to
Yeah,
see your
yeah. I mean, I have over lawsuit wise. They probably paid off about 180,000 on me, two
why
hundred thousand,
why so much?
because the city always pays out. That's the problem. So there are lawyers out in the streets, right? There are lawyers out there, right?
Where?
The,
Because I can't
the
find these motherfuckers.
brother, there are lawyers out there. Their main objective is to sue the city, and they'll
Yeah,
find guys
they
that.
look for they look for damages. You got to get your ass beat.
No, brother, no, you don't have to. No, that's not true.
Everyone
The
I came
city,
across, they
I'm telling. Let me tell you, I seen guys take a plea of guilty, sue, and the city pays out.
mm,
Well, this is the problem with this city, and in general, is that the city doesn't want to pursue the trial, so it's cheaper to pay out.
mm,
So in my record, it's gonna show that I did something wrong, which I didn't do nothing wrong, but the city pays out.
mm.
You understand? So just because they paid out on my case, I had probable cause to make the arrest, right? And let's just say the DA's officer said, you know what? Nah, we're not gonna prosecute this, and they throw the case out. Now I got a lawsuit.
I'm gonna need some of those lawyers, man. Every lawyer I came across, they say you need damages. You got to get your ass beat. How long was you in jail? Oh, 2 hours, 3 hours. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna be able to take your case. And then one of them said that I look like a professional antagonizer.
The lawyer said this.
That
Wow,
I look like a professional antagonizer.
just by looking at you.
I said I didn't know by looking at my videos.
Oh, he looked at your videos. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Videos where my rights violated. I'm like, and half of those videos, I don't even make contact with the officers. I'm just recording, and I get arrested over ego. You know what I mean? So
Wow, wow. And you know, I'm surprised. I'm surprised you don't have that lawyer. You know, but these lawyers, man, they're out there, and their main objective. I mean, God, look, I was in narcotics. You sold me drugs, right? I sold you sold me drugs, right? You got arrested, right? And now you sue, and you get some money. How is that justified?
I'm here.
Yeah, I got you.
So I think it's a good time. I don't know if you want to say your closing statements.
I
I want
think there's another topic that you mentioned about.
we
There was
spoke
something
about.
else that you mentioned in the beginning.
Oh, how do you think? I guess this would be the last. This is the last note that I have down. It says, "How will the movement or policing evolve in the future? Like, where do
Right.
you see First Amendment ordering or activism movement going from here? And do you think, how do you think policing in America will evolve? What do you think it'll get better or worse or in the future?
I think
Maybe
I think given the circumstances of now we have COVID back, you know, I think that I think there's a push from the bigger government to limit people's rights. Not necessarily even from the NYPD. I think it's bigger than the NYPD. I think it's bigger. You understand? Because all of a sudden now people are getting sick from COVID again. Now COVID disappeared. Now COVID's back. Where is this coming from? You know, they want us to be divided. You know, they want us to fight with each other individually. Oh, this guy doesn't have the COVID vaccine. Ah, he's gonna kill us. Don't talk to him and alienate us. You alienate. You know what I mean? And divide us and separate us so we don't communicate.
we
And
never
unfortunately,
stand divided we fall. So
exactly. And unfortunately, people are sheeps. They're not conscious. They're not conscious. They're not thinking deep on what's going on. And I feel like this is what's happening right now. And the only way for us to really work this is to is to is to open our minds and stop being so divided on divisiveness and allowing politicians to manipulate the average person.
I agree.
And that's unfortunately not something that I see happening because we're so stuck on this Democrat Republican nonsense. And these two parties, the truth is, the two parties don't really care about us. You know what I mean? The Democrats sure hell don't care about no black people. I'm sorry to say that. They can care less about black America as long as they keep getting elected, you know, and that's the truth. And
Hey, man,
Republicans,
what's
they're,
up?
they support some sort of family structure, but the truth is, they're in the pockets of the institutions, the pharmaceuticals, they both are, but the prison or industrial complex, the whatever big corporations that's around the industries, they're paid, they're lobbied, you know, so as individuals, we got to stay more together.
Did you hear about what's happening upstate New York, where they're
In
if
regards to,
if they suspect that you have COVID? This is shout out to News Now Ninja. He was telling me about this. I believe he sent me the story. I just got distracted. I didn't click on the link. But basically, what he's saying is that if they suspect you to have symptoms or to be sick, that they can take you out of your home and put you in a concentration camp, and they can force medicine on you.
I heard something like that. I'm not sure what's this is in New York State.
Upstate,
Oh yes, I heard somebody was
I think
telling
it
me
might
about this. I'm not going to mention the
be
person that told me,
like
but
Chester or
Kathy Hochul wants to put that as a policy. Yes, that's that's crazy.
that.
And you know what? There are going to be idiots out there. They are. You're an idiot if you fall into that trap and say, "Oh yeah, yeah, let's do that because yeah, our health is more important." Or you're an idiot. Or you're a fool. You're a clown, and you're going to be 10 years from now. You're going to be paying the price, or we are all going to pay the price because you or a group of you just went along with it. You can't go along with stuff like that.
Take you out of your home and
Yeah.
force you to take vaccines. What is this? Is this Nazi Germany?
Yes, it is.
Is this North Korea?
No, yeah, it's worse than Nazi Germany because in at least they told you in Nazi Germany this is we're Nazis. Here that they're pushing this is a democracy, right? Under the umbrella of democracy or we have our rights and constitution.
You know how
No,
many people have seasonal allergies?
they'd be like, "No, I don't have COVID." No, you do now, and jab them and keep them in that camp, keep them in institutionalized for as long as they want, as long as they feel like they want to.
What are some trigger words that I can't say? You know, certain letters starts with an N, ends with an O. You know what I mean? That I can't say on here because you know
Uh-huh.
YouTube will block conspiracies. But we all, for those of us, most of us here are awake. So we already know. But if do you want to say any closing statements? I kind of want to open up. Are you
Sure.
open?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to the. Let's go to the. Let's go to. Oh, you know what? Let me say something. Let me say the closing statement after we're done with everything, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna share the link. So this portion is for anybody that I see it. Ed Santana, how you doing?
Ed.
Ed, your boy Ed is here. So if anybody wants to come up, please be respectful. Yeah, I know that's like my catchphrase. Be respectful. Uh, and yeah, that's the link right there for everybody. But here, I appreciate you. Um,
No, it's my pleasure, man. We talked about coming on and talking about this. Uh, I think we need more dialogue. Um,
I do too.
and
That's
and
what
the
I'm.
only way for us to really push this forward is to be put in uncomfortable situations. And if you're not uncomfortable, then
How you gonna change?
then you're not being put in the position where where you're challenged by your ideas, right? So if you're always hanging around with people that agree with you, how you gonna learn,
If everybody's agreeing, right? Usually that means that nobody's thinking.
right? They're not thinking about something bigger, something
Right?
better.
Everybody, there's so many comments. Oh, we have our first guest, my boy Eli, the people's guy. What's up, Eli?
Eli, oh,
What's
Eli's
good?
on.
What's going on? What's going on? How you doing? How you doing, Mr. Mustafa?
Eli, I see your videos, Eli.
What's going on? Good guy. All that.
How you doing, my brother?
Not bad, not bad. I've been watching the panel, and I had just one question for Mustafa.
Sure, Eli.
Okay. You said that you did had multiple lawsuits and a
Who,
couple of complaints, and that
who me?
yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
said yeah, and the majority of them, I don't know if all of them, you didn't do nothing. They were just complaining. The city just pays off. My question.
Of
With that
course,
being said,
yes.
my question is, which one of them do you think was a fair payoff?
Fair payoff, none, because I didn't violate nobody's rights. The truth is, if any of those cases went to trial, right, I would go in front of a jury, right, and I'll testify into exactly what step by step what led me to make those arrests, right? So none of those cases uh, was arrests that I made that I did not have probable cause to make the arrest. Now, whether the district attorney's office whether it was I think it was mostly in Manhattan, um, chose not to prosecute the case because they felt like they didn't want to pursue it. That's not something that I can control. But from
Understood.
the street, from the level and from the arrest processing, from the from the beginning to the end, uh, I was justified in making those arrests, and none of them, in my opinion, should have been paid off. But the city, they look at it from they look at it from a financial from the financial perspective, whether it's going to cost us, let's say, $1 million to take this to trial, but this guy wants 200,000. Let's pay him 200,000.
Yeah, yeah, I understand that, but like you said, but you had probable cause, and the DA decided to pay off.
No, 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 no. The
But
DEA, the district attorney determines whether or not they're gonna they're gonna pursue the case and try to get a conviction out of it, or they're gonna decline to prosecute from the criminal perspective,
yes, but I'm
in the
assuming that
criminal
all of
matter.
them. I understood. But I'm assuming that all of them are not just for unlawful arrest, because you could have probable cause for an arrest and then break his bones, or
I didn't break.
violate his rights, even though
I
no,
didn't
no. I'm
break.
just putting an
I
example.
didn't. Well, no, no, no. Listen, if first
No, but
I
I'm
never
saying
broke anybody's
my
bone.
example is that even though that you have a lawful arrest, you can still violate rights and you can still be held accountable for your actions after you have the
Yes. Yeah,
lawful
oh, yeah.
arrest for certain
You
things
could have. What you're saying is you could have probable cause to make the arrest,
and still
but
violate.
use excessive force
Hmm.
to make the arrest, right? Yeah, yes,
Exactly,
yes.
exactly.
That could happen. Yeah, absolutely. That can happen.
Exactly. Yeah, and so
Yeah.
according what I let me get this right. All of them, none of them, never you never made a mistake. You never violated
No,
nobody. All of them, you was right, and
no,
all
I
of
don't.
them,
What when you say violate, what does that mean? Did I yell at
you had
somebody?
no. You had multiple lawsuits, and we don't want to go into details because I'm assuming $180,000 from the people's pockets. It's a lot of different actions. It wasn't just one people. But
I
what I'm
don't
saying
remember.
is,
I don't remember the exact.
in neither one of them, you would say, "Damn, I didn't make a mistake. I won't do this again." None of
No,
them.
no.
So all of them were just payoff.
Payoffs, man. Payoffs, man.
All right,
This
all
is what
right.
listen to me. This is why this is what I mean when I see these things and I go to I think it's the city lawyers. We have to go in and talk like we have to bring in our paperwork to the city lawyers and we have to explain to them and what happened and hand it over to them and they would say, listen, they will tell me, listen, I'm sorry. Well, we're getting rid of this case. We're gonna settle. I said, okay, whatever. What do you want me to do? Argue with you? They settle the cases, man. They settle cases. This happens
Well,
every single day. My cases, many cases happen this way. Are there cases where it's justifiable for them to sue? Absolutely, 100%. Oh yeah, oh 100%. Some of these lawsuits are legit, but some of
gotcha,
them
gotcha.
are not legit.
Yours, like perhaps yours.
Not mine. There's nothing in my recollection focusing on me
Understood,
that I
understood,
have to.
understood.
No, no.
Understood. That was the only question I have. Yo, guys, it's a great panel, bro, and it's very
Thanks,
educated.
Eli.
And Mustafa,
You
thank you
go.
for sharing the words, bro. A
No
lot, bro.
problem, brother. You going
E-
away, Eli?
Eli,
It's
thanks for
been a
stopping.
pleasure. Yeah, yeah. I got things to do. It's been a pleasure, my guys.
Thank you, brother. God bless.
Take care.
So this is another up and coming activist. This is a dear friend.
David,
His name is David, like me.
New York,
This is a
and
dear friend.
David. How are you?
You're muted, D.
There he is.
How's it going tonight, gentlemen?
How you feeling?
David, how are you, David?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right.
Good,
Um,
good.
I like your demeanor. You seem obviously, if you're attached to something for a amount of years, there might be a slight bias, but you also seem pretty fit. You do seem pretty fit. I'll say that about you, sir.
You seem pretty what? I'm sorry.
Pretty fair, like
Oh yeah,
you.
thank you. I do my best.
Yeah. So One of the things I had wanted to ask while I saw you guys, having the earlier conversation was just on a general basis when it comes to the Constitution in the United States. One of the things that actually got me into auditing was that I was walking down a block, completely minded my business, and I was during the whole George Floyd situation that transpired. So what happened, unbeknownst to me, is police didn't want civilians walking down any street with police stations on it. So I'm walking down this block. Two cops jump out of nowhere. They're like, "Hey, what are you doing?"
Is
I'm
this New York City?
Yeah, yeah. This was during the, I don't want to say the word, but the whole
Protest.
yeah, the George Floyd mixed with the C word that was going on. You know,
Okay.
you have to mask up all of that.
Yeah.
2020.
Oh, okay. You can say that. Okay. Can I
That's a
say
Okay.
the word? Can I say the word, David?
that's a key word too, but we said it already multiple times, so it's okay.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I'm walking down the street. Had no idea what was going on. They tell me
Oh,
you can't walk down the block unless you have ID that says you live here or you go into one of the businesses. So I'm immediately like, well, how would you know if I live here if I go to one of the businesses? They said, well, you would have to show us your email if you're going to the post office to do something, or if you're going to your house, you're gonna have to show your ID. So from that point on, I kind of started getting into auditing. I went home, did my 311 research. Long story short, part of the oath, I'm not sure if it is that way with the NYPD, but aren't we as Americans, and I would say police officers too, you have a duty to protect America from all threats, foreign and domestic. And it doesn't have to be a threat of violence per se, but just the direction we're going as a country. So my question to you would be, when you see these kind of things that are like, especially with auditors, sometimes blatant violations of the Constitution, how does that make you feel as a police officer? Do you feel like it makes you look in a bad light because some people are handled a certain way? If you had the chance to come in, if they called you back and say, "Hey, Mustafa, could you talk to the police officers? Give them your insight on how they're dealing with the situations." What would you say to that?
so so let's go back to 2020. I got COVID. I was out for 5 weeks, right? So once I got back, that's the incident that happened in the Bronx where all the stores were getting raided. They were breaking into stores. They were doing like stealing everything. So then they called out. They start
Block,
mobilizing everybody.
blocks were on fire,
Yeah,
literally on Fordham Road.
yeah.
Setting the
So once I came back, I mean, guys were already going out. Once I came back, I joined that mobilization, and I got put on. We got put out on Fordham Road, and you see guys driving around, 5, 6 deep, right? Just scoping out the spot and cursing us out, saying also trying to antagonize us, right? Trying to bait us into trying to do something stupid. We were seasoned. Guys in narcotics, they put us they put the right people on Fordham Road to try to address this because guys these uh, clowns they were trying to take advantage of the situation and destroyed businesses, destroyed property, destroyed so many things, and now it created a situation now where where the public felt unsafe. They really did. Older, younger, middle aged, they felt unsafe. So as a result of that, uh, uh, they put officers in certain neighborhoods, in certain blocks, to try to prevent these individuals who weren't the majority of society, they were a minority of society, causing majority of the problems, right? To try to stop them from doing that. Unfortunately, there are times during that process where there may be some individuals that might be a casualty of that incident. Um, I don't condone it, but sometimes it happens that way
Yeah.
because we have to try to stop those. Uh, I don't want to say any bad words. These clowns from terrorizing the neighborhood. Now,
You know that
as far as recording, is that what you're going with? Is that what you're going to ask, David?
I was saying, did you know that during those riots on certain blocks on Fordham, the day before there were no nothing. The block was clear. And then the very next day there was a pile of bricks out of nowhere.
I didn't know about that.
Yep. A
And where did
whole
the bricks come from? Nobody knows.
nobody
Like,
knows.
you mean it was they just dropped it off in a truck and they dumped it, or it was like airmail coming from the roof?
I guess the
Oh, I see what you. Wait a minute. I see what you're saying. Here's some bricks, guys. Go
yeah,
throw it at the police.
no. Throw
What?
it at the stores. Riot.
Oh,
They was breaking down the businesses. They was destroying businesses. They was,
somebody dropped off bricks just so that they could.
yeah.
You see, this is the problem. You see,
I'm
it's
not gonna
like,
hold I was like, yo, I should run in there. I was like, nah. With my new way of life, I was like, this I've been restored to sanity, so I don't live
uh-huh.
like. But I
Yeah.
I witnessed it. I ran a couple red lights. That was
Hold on.
my
Yeah, give me a second.
that was my you
Yeah.
know
He came. He ran.
that was my addition to the riot. I ran a few red lights. I was like, fuck, that's my way of rioting.
Okay.
I probably pay a red light ticket after that though. But
Yeah, David. Did I? I don't know if I answered your question or not. You're muted. I'm sorry
I
if I. If,
two
please.
part question. I think the second part was like, do you feel like when
Oh,
ego
if I'll go back.
yeah, and when ego driven officers violate people's rights, does that cast the good officers or the other officers that wouldn't do that in a bad light? And how,
Well,
Of course it does.
as a
well, I wanted to make it clear it wasn't. I get what you're saying about certain blocks. So, for instance, you guys both familiar with the Diamond District. They
Hmm.
had a very heavy police presence. Obviously, we can't just have people running through the Diamond District snatching diamonds. It would be complete madness. So I get that. But specifically, the blocks that they did not allow people on were police precincts. So essentially, what they were
Oh,
saying was
like the
the
4-6, for
public,
example.
yeah, the public was so dangerous to the police force that regular civilians without a reason able to show proof that they live there, if they don't have a DMV appointment, that they would the all type of things like this. It was the 30th Street precinct, and they said, well, if you're going to the DMV, you would have to have an appointment and show us. And I'm saying, guys, if it's this dangerous in New York for police, then what about citizens? Like, it's
Yeah.
so dangerous that I can't come on the block because you suspect I might do something to you guys. But meanwhile, behind these barricades, I'm out here with the rest of the concrete jungle. It was just pure insanity.
I
Yeah.
guess what
But
I guess what David is referring to is police safety versus public safety, and we run into that a lot where like, oh, like there's no threat, there's no reason for them to be scared or take us as a threat, and they're still talking about police
dur-
safety.
yeah, during COVID, for sure, I do remember that many of the precincts, if you had like a crosswalk, like a sidewalk or something, they did barricade it because there was a lot of threats. There were a lot of threats being made towards targeting the police precincts, that they wanted to cause serious physical damage, not only to the physical, not only to the location, but also to the police officers. Now, when you have a society that uh, has um, a sense of like uh, justification, not in general, but targeting cops and thinking that it's okay to hurt police officers, and people are going to celebrate that, that's going to be a trickle down to the rest of society, because those people that are targeting the cops eventually are going to turn their frustration out on everybody else. So we cannot ever, like, I get it. I get what you're saying. You're saying, why can't I just walk down my block without having my ID? You know what I mean? And unfortunately, uh, unfortunately, like we said, it's like it's a snowball effect, right? Unfortunately, you got caught up in it because because of the um, of the behaviors of the few. The majority had to pay the price of not being able to walk down the block where there was a police precinct, because the block had to be secured. Just like One Police Plaza, you know about One Police Plaza, where there's actual residential buildings within the perimeter of One Police Plaza, and they shut that whole place down where you
Yeah,
can't just drive in there. I don't know if you know about One Police Plaza and the way the
yeah,
barricades.
I'm familiar with it, but my concern is you remember the conversation you guys just had before about now they would like to start. Well, it's funny because they've tried to do this to good guy activism. They will EDP people. So
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
aggravate police, they'll EDP you. As
Well,
the
they have to
conversation,
have they have to have a reason to EDP. If they
Not,
EDP you just
not when it comes
because,
to PGA. They don't motherfuckers don't need a
wait,
reason.
they EDP you. Wait. They
they
EDP
tried.
you.
They tried.
They sent you to the hospital.
The 40th precinct.
They
That's
sent you to the hospital.
But wait, let's not. We could
Yeah,
revisit that. But where I want to go with that is now they're trying to institute this thing with the C word, where if you have symptoms, we could come in your house and take you out. So
yeah,
for me, all of these things, the cumulation of you can't walk down this block because a precinct is on it. We could come and take you out your house if you have symptoms. If we don't like the way you're behaving at this moment, we can EDP you. These are all like a fascist state that we're going towards. What do you think about that?
agree.
I agree with you. So it's like a snowball effect that they're using now as like it's like discount, like just discount them, right? Right? Or
They
yeah,
use
that's true.
every
You're right.
they use,
Like it's having bigger government, being too big, and that's why I said to David, and I'll say to you, David, that i- irrespective of perhaps if I disagree or agree with you, I think what you guys are doing is something that needs to be done just to have some level of checks and balances and making the government feel as though somebody's watching, even though the bigger government is watching all of us.
I guess the question would be how do the people put the power back in their hands? And a lot of it is where we gotta vote on these issues
Well,
and
you got to first
we
of
got
all, we have how do we get this going? You got to we got
how
to get off this social media as far as like listening to nonsense.
hmm
This whole like trend of if every like there's this new trend with potato chips, the hot chips, where people you know uh
the
put
hot
the chips in it. Yeah,
that
yeah, like you're brain dead. Like, what are you doing? Right? Everybody follows trends. It's like the pods. The pods. They put pods in their mouths that belong in the the pod
the Tide Pod
challenge. The pod challenge. People would actually put pod in their mouth, and they would put it in their mouth and pop it.
the
That's
Tide Pod
that was the pod challenge.
Tide Pods.
Tide pod challenge.
People were turning into zombies. Remember a guy ripped
This
the
is what I'm saying. This is what
water?
if people are so stupid enough to do stupid things like that, how do we think we're going to organize as the masses, right, to push back against essentially a system that wants to eliminate our rights and take us and put us into that, if they could, into concentration camps and stab us all with the COVID vaccine.
You know what I think? And I'm just gonna say this about people on social media all day and people that are like asleep or people that are sheep. A lot of these people they don't, they're just existing. You
Right.
know, they have no religion, they have no spirituality, they have no higher power. So a lot of people stay the same way. They don't
Yeah.
grow. People don't grow in this life.
Right.
You know what I mean? A lot of people
You're
don't
right.
grow. And for me, as you know, we spoke, Mustafa. I'm on a spiritual journey, so I'm always trying to grow spiritually. I'm always trying to improve my conscious contact with my higher power, and that's how I'm able to grow through my life experiences.
Right.
Don't do that. So when they get on social media, it's just so that they can, escape. You know what I mean, or stay numb, and they don't have to worry about things. So rather than meditating and waking up and seeing the world around them for what it is, they want to, you know, numb themselves with social media and the dumb shit and the cocoa melons and all that other crazy shit. You know what I mean? And that's what they want. They don't want us to be awake. They don't want us to unite. They don't want us to, you
No.
know, have the power. So they put the cocoa melons, they put the love and hip hops, they put
Yeah.
all crazy shit out there so that we can focus on the wrong things and that we can stay blind. We could keep our blinders on.
Of course.
You know what I mean? So like
Yep.
that's why I love this movement as well, because it does bring a lot of transparency. It does bring a lot of exposure to the things that us as Americans may not agree with, like police corruption. You know what I
Oh
mean?
no, no. Police corruption is bad, brother.
Right.
You understand? We said that already. And not just police corruption, government corruption. You
Government.
understand?
Right.
The sending us into wars, spending gazillions of dollars on stealing resources from other countries. Uh, and look at the situation now with the migrants coming to the United States, coming to New York City, right? Now they want to shake in their boots, talking about, oh, what are we going to put these people, right? They didn't talk about that in the 80s when Ronald Reagan was going into South America, right? And violating people's rights with Noriega, right?
Just to add to that, 12 billion dollars. The mayor just said we're gonna have to foot the bill. Just wanted to add that he said we might have to foot the bill if the federal government doesn't get involved. Just
Well,
wanted to add.
and funny thing is that
What's it,
$12 billion, right? And the
Jeremy?
federal government, the Biden administration is the one that initiated this whole thing because he says Trump wants to close the border. You know what? If I'm the president, everybody's welcomed here. Uh-huh. Now you don't want to flip the bill, guy, Mr. President? And this is the problem, right? We have guys, people out here talking, just to get the vote, and then now there's a snowball effect. And what are you gonna do about it? Nothing. They just now they're gonna leave us here in New York to suck it up and deal with it.
Yeah, I completely agree, and it's funny that you talk about Trump because I'm listening today, and some short video comes across my feed, and the mayor is saying that this is all Trump's fault. I'm looking like, what's going on here? Like, oh, you think we're morons? The guy was doing the opposite of what you guys are doing now.
Yeah. So that the problem is that's the way to go, right? Just say it's Trump's fault. Everything's it's Trump's fault. And I'm
Lemon.
not saying I
Right.
didn't even vote for Trump, by the way. I didn't even vote for Hillary Clinton either. That's for sure. Uh, but uh, but now everything is Trump's fault. The Democratic Party said that this is what they wanted, right? They wanted. They said Trump wants to close the borders. God, he hates immigrants. I know he said some inappropriate things. I would say that, but he said he wants to close the borders. He wants to build a wall. Now all of a sudden it's Trump's fault.
Yeah, it's again. I think there needs to be a happy medium in life.
Of course, I agree
You
with you.
know, um,
Balance.
I think it's amazing that you're on this platform having this conversation with good guy because people need to realize, like, again, at the end of the day, the NYPD has a job to do. People need to understand that and realize that. I for sure realize that, but a lot of times when you see people piling on, you got to dig a little deeper in that pile. When everybody's saying, "Oh, every cop is a bad guy," you got to dig through the pile and see, hey, why are they just force feeding me this? Why are they force feeding me that Democrats love me, Republicans hate me? Why are they force feeding me that
Right.
Trump is the worst person ever? Trying to put him in jail, 10 million charges. Never heard of this. Never heard of this in my life. This guy's like bigger than every drug cartel ever, mafia ever. Like the
But right now
racketeering
he's
he's
the man.
involved
Right
in.
now he could run for the president of the world, and everybody would know who he is.
It's sad. Like you by trying to kill your enemy, you put him on a pedestal.
That's right.
But again, man, it's I tell everybody I got a local bar I go to, and there's two cops that frequent it. And whenever it's an amazing bar, man. Like everybody who
It's
walks in
probably
there, we leave.
a fucking Eagles bar.
Nah, it's not an Eagles bar. But the beautiful thing is, they try to tell us this thing: don't talk religion, politics. There's
Yep.
another thing they put in there: religion, politics, something else. In any event, that's all we talk about. And in the beginning, when we first all started hanging out, we were looking at each other funny. Oh, this black guy's coming in here with his chains on. These two guys are cops. This guy, oh, he only likes listening to country music. We didn't talk to each other really for about a year. Once we had that conversation with what's going on with New York and who's footing this bill, bro, we realized we're all close. We're closer than we all thought.
Yeah, we're on the same. You're on the same page.
Yeah, and I think a lot of even a lot of police officers I speak to, they say, you seem like a man. You've been from New York. There's a chain of command. I get that. I've worked security. I've worked in for the Department of Education, so I do get it. There is a chain of command. You can't just go against your command and orders. But at the same time, there's got to be some point where you look and say, okay, enough is enough. I gotta make a stand somewhere somehow.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you how that's done, David. I'm gonna give you an example. When I was a young on the job, they uh they were pushing for what's that word I'm looking for? The 250s. You know the 250s. Stop, question, and frisks. Stop five guys a shift, a tour. You understand? And I'm like, what? I told my partner, we're not doing that. But I'm not saying that out loud. It's just me and my partner in the car, and in front of the top dogs. I'll be like, yeah, yeah, sure, yeah, we're gonna do that. 10-4. When we get in the car, we do what we have to do. And if there's an opportunity for us to stop somebody lawfully, that's when we're gonna do the 250. In the meantime, we're not doing it, and we didn't do it. But a lot of guys did it because they were afraid to get their tours to be changed. They were afraid to have to be benched, not to get the overtime. So they felt it, so they did it. And some of them were just sheeps, just went along with it to because
A-
they wanted a pat on the back. Great
And
job, Bobby.
that's respectable because I listened to the story you told about earlier. I used to live on 147th and 8th Avenue. I heard
Yes,
the story that you told about 155th.
yeah,
That's the reason those kids could stop and tell you, "Hey, can't you just can't you work this corner every day?"
yeah,
Because people could see it, whether you're in a uniform or whether you're supposedly allegedly on the other side. You're the ops, as the young kids like to say.
yeah.
You could
For the
see a
house,
good
yeah,
person. It doesn't matter if you're on the other side of the army. You could relate. You could see this person has a kid, a family, a mother, a father, just like you. So they
yep.
could see through all the nonsense and say, "Hey, can't you be here? Can't we have you here?" So I respect that, and I respect you coming on here and having a conversation, and hopefully other police officers are looking and saying, "Wow, maybe we should have a conversation with these guys."
I'm
When
definitely
I
trying to.
go,
That's in the works. I'm definitely trying to get more officers on here. So you guys continue to stay tuned. Cliff, how you doing, my man?
Outstanding, fantastic, red hot, ready to roll. Thanks for having me on here.
Thanks for coming
Um, Going back to politics and religion, we were taught, by our parents, the baby boomer generation, to don't discuss those things because all it leads to is an argument.
Hmm.
Well, I say let's take on that argument. If you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything.
Thank
So
you.
I
I,
have that
I
tattooed
think
right
that's
here.
a good subject there. But politics isn't going to solve the situation that we're in with our government. It's just not. Doesn't matter who you vote for, either side, Republican or Democrat.
Agreed.
It doesn't solve the problem with government corruption because they're all corrupt. So
Right.
that's why I appreciate the First Amendment auditors out here trying to make change and good guy activism. I think you're on the right track in making change,
I
and I
appreciate
appreciate you.
appreciate you as well. Thank you. So did you have
So,
any? You had any
yeah,
questions?
let me add to that one. As a cop, they also encourage you not to talk about politics and religion. But of course, I always talked about politics and religion. Politics, I used to be a staunch Democrat, Cliff. I used to vote Democrat down the line. And no matter what, Democrats, Democrats, Democrats. And um, unfortunately for me, I've seen the light, and they're not they're not our friends. They just want you to go along to get along, so they can do what they want to do and how they want to do it. And if you ever go against a little bit of what they believe in, then you're the bad guy. So that's why I'm not a I'm a registered Democrat, but I don't vote Democrat unless I know you or I see that you're really about that. Unfortunately now, if a Republican comes along, and I'm going to vote for the Republican, even though I agree with you, Cliff, that they're all the same. You know what I mean? In some way, shape, or form, it's politics, and they're in the bigger machine has them in their pockets.
Yeah, it's all about the money, and that's corruption, and it's all forms of government are going to end up corrupt. They just
Right,
are. It's
right,
the nature of man, you know.
right.
So I'm an anarchist. I believe
You're,
in
you're an
I believe
anarchist.
in rules, but I just don't want rulers. Does that make sense?
Okay, but so you're an anarchist in a sense that you don't believe like in police. You don't believe in having some level of regulations which involve the police, or
No, I don't. I think people can police themselves in a lot of cases.
uh-huh.
I believe that there should be rules and somebody has to enforce the rules,
Right,
but I don't believe in rulers. So governments basically.
right. So you don't believe in having a government.
Not at all. I think as people as a society, I think we can get along. I think we can police ourselves. If somebody attacks you, that's why we have the Second Amendment. I believe in the Constitution, so I'm more of a constitutionalist
Okay,
than
got it.
Republican or Democrat or any other party per se.
Right, right. And because I think in some of our rallies or protests that I've been involved in, from the law enforcement side, I believe I've seen anarchists in the protests. They come to New York City to protest certain things, and sometimes they join along. Like I think even when it came to uh, in 2020, when Trump was running, I think we had a lot of protests. I don't know if you remember that or not, and some of them are anarchists.
Yeah, like I said, I don't. I'm not for either one of the parties. I'm just anti-corruption
Oh,
and
me. Well, I agree.
basically anti-government for that reason because every government becomes corrupt. It's
I'm
Yeah,
just
I'm
it's just the
anti.
way it is.
absolute power absolutely corrupts.
Absolutely.
And the problem with that is, and how that happens is, the people become um, too laid back, right?
Complacent.
Complacent, and they don't regulate the regulators.
Exactly.
So if
You
the
know, when you
people
go back
and
to
the people are at fault for that, the truthful is
yes, yes, our duty is to shame our government officials into acting with nobility. That's the reason why we have freedom of press.
right.
Freedom to petition as well. So I wanted to say,
Absolutely. All five elements of
oh,
the First Amendment are very, very, very important.
Right.
Um, they're
say hello to Charlie
they're
Brown.
freedoms, they're natural rights that our Constitution put in there to protect us against the government,
That's true. It's there.
limit the government.
I wanted to say hello to Charlie Bronson. Thanks for coming on.
Yo, yo, good guy. What's going on, brother?
How are you?
Mr. Mustafa, Mr. Williams, how y'all doing?
Charlie, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Yeah, I hear you guys talking about corruption. I don't know if you guys have been tuned in to the news lately, but one of Eric Adams' top advisors, well, he was a former advisor, Eric Ulrich. He was also a councilman for District 32 in Queens. So he just got indicted on, I think it was 4 or 5 separate indictments on corruption charges. He also used to be a Department of, he was a commissioner of the Department of Buildings. And what he was doing is that he was taking bribes from real estate investors, and he was facilitating permits. And he took like $150,000 in bribery, and he was just indicted a few days ago.
Hmm?
And it's crazy how like
Um,
I look through social media, nobody's talking about it, and I'm like,
Well, the
And that
problem,
didn't know about it.
Charlie, is that it's happening in every city and every county in the country. Every politician out there is taking bribes, and it's just not being as exposed like it should be.
Mm.
yeah, but then they want to make something viral about Beyonce, and
Well,
and
Beyonce's no. Well, hey, Charlie, Beyonce's no angel.
Distractions,
uh-huh,
all
of course,
distractions.
yeah.
She's a
I mean,
distraction. She's part of the distraction. Her and her husband, they're
yeah,
distractions,
Jay-Z,
brother.
yeah, yeah.
so
And
Okay?
they're they're
speaking of
pawns of
distractions, like it's crazy how our people, like, we see entertainers as heroes, right? We always talk about, yo, Beyonce's the queen. Yes, we always talk about that. But if you think about what an entertainer is literally their job is just to distract you. Like if you're robbing a bank, you tell your co-defendant, you say, yo, entertain them while I go in the safe. So entertainment, like it's literally a distraction. And we always like look up to these people, you know what I mean? And it's crazy. I mean, we all have idols in the celebrity world, I guess, you know what I mean? But
well, we all know what island they was on, so
oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
That Epstein, what is it? Epstein?
Epstein.
How you say his name?
Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, yeah.
we
It's
all know
crazy.
we all know what it's about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but see,
All
this is
my
the thing.
heroes are dead.
Yeah, word, right?
75th Ranger Regiment. All my heroes are dead.
You're in the military?
I was 75th Ranger Regiment from 79 to 85.
Hmm. So did you go to active? Where'd you go? Where did you serve? Where were you deployed to?
I was all over. I was the youngest member of Operation Eagle Claw, and you can just Google that, look it up. You'll know what it's about.
Operation Eagle what?
Operation Eagle Claw.
Law. Oh, it came up right away. Oh, Operation Eagle Claw. I'll check it out. Woo. They have a whole documentary on it. Oh, wow.
April
Iran.
24th, 1980 was the worst day of my life.
That's Iran. Ronald Reagan, the greatest Republican ever. Allah, Allah, Allah.
Actually, Operation Eagle Claw happened during the Carter administration. It was a
Did it did
failure.
it, did it did it roll into the Reagan administration or no?
Well, the whole situation was the American hostages in Iran. We tried to
Hmm.
rescue them, and they weren't released until the very day that Reagan was inaugurated.
Mm,
That's when they left Iranian airspace.
I'm gonna check this out for sure. And you're a part of this operation, huh? Wow,
I
people,
was the youngest member, 17.
God bless you, brother.
And like I said, all my heroes are dead. There was 8 guys that lost their lives that night.
You see how he spoke about the sheep and people being asleep? Why would somebody want to come up and porn bomb this panel?
That's right.
I think this panel is very. I think this is crucial to like bridging the gap and understanding each other's side. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Mustafa,
But
I didn't.
wasn't that dude just having like a
No,
serious conversation?
that wasn't him.
I guess. Oh, that wasn't him.
They just used his name to get on panel because they knew
Oh,
that was him trying to return, but it wasn't him trying to return. It was a troll or hater or sheep. Mustafa, I didn't ask you if you had any questions
oh.
about First Amendment auditing, about auditors and stuff like that. Do you
Let me
have
ask
any?
you. Let's ask a question because I know I get this question a lot from other people. Uh, and I say I don't know. I'll ask. The question is: some people would say to me, people doing the auditing, First Amendment auditing, they go to police precincts, they go to locations where they know, or to like sanitation or anything like that, where they know that people are not gonna physically like physically damage them, right? Even though sometimes you get arrested, sometimes you may get hurt during the arrest. Somebody asked me, oh, well, these guys go to, let's say, example, 241 and White Plains Road,
What's that?
where guys are selling the last stop on
Oh,
the
241.
on the one
I thought you
on the
meant like
one in the Bronx,
two two forty
right?
first.
Yeah, that's where the dudes are rocking, uh,
The
obstructing.
only thing I see out there is cab drivers trying to pick up people coming from.
Not they're just not picking up people. There's stuff interesting people. There's interesting things going on. There's a lot of drug dealing going on there. There's guys carrying guns out there. So these guys ask me, would they're obstructing the sidewalks. Old people want to go in and out. If you go in there and just park your car and just watch, just an example. Would these auditors also audit those individuals who are violating or terrorizing the community? That's the question.
Would
That's what
we
the question I've been asked.
would we record drug
Would you
dealers?
go over to the drug? Say, yo, what's up, man? Yo, you listen. How you doing? What First Amendment orders? We're here to expose the criminal element of society.
Well, we're First Amendment, and this is just my understanding of First Amendment orders, and this is why, or the type of activist that I am. I'm about government transparency and government accountability.
Got it.
You know what I mean? I'm not about drug dealer transparency and drug dealer accountability.
Got it.
That's what we have the NYPD for. We also have community policing as well. It's happened before where the community gets fed up. It might not happen nowadays so much, but I know back in the days it used to happen. Like where the community would get together and force the drug dealers out, stuff like that. But I'm more about government transparency and government
Got it.
accountability, and
That's what you're focused on.
that's what a lot of auditors are. But then you got auditors that you got activists that walk around and record. They don't care who it is. If you're in public and I'm recording, if you just so happen to get on my camera, you just so happen to get on my camera. Like my boy Eli. Shout out to Eli. He's one of the predecessors in New York. He's paved the way for a lot of us coming behind him. And he don't give a fuck. If you don't like to be recorded, Keep it moving. Like he says, hide under the bed. You're in public. Feel me? So I'm sure if Eli was walking down 241st and he just so happened to catch one of those drug dealers, or
Uh,
it's like we walk in the streets. We're recording in the streets. We record people, and then we do run into people that don't like it, and that's where we educate, and that's where we stand our grounds,
got
and
it.
that's just that. Do we make it a habit to go to drug dealers and record them? No. Our main focus is the government.
Got it. Question
Um,
asked,
well,
question answered.
Mr. Mustafa, I have a question for
Yes,
you,
sir.
right? Yeah, so it's my understanding that you're an ex-police officer or retired.
Yes, sir. Charles.
Yeah, okay. So, I noticed that every time auditors go into the precincts, it's the same pattern. Officers kicking them out. The auditor basically addresses that the fact that it's a legal right that they have, and the officers still continue on to push them out. How come I've never seen at least one officer just say, "Hey, Sarge, you know what? I think he's right. I think this is legal." Why? How come there's not just that one police officer, that just goes against the grain with the brotherhood and all that, and just says, "Oh, yo, hold on, Sarge, we kicking him out, but he has a point. He does have a First Amendment right to record in here, and that sign is unlawful."
Right. Well,
Because then if they take action on him and they retaliate because he's trying to uphold the Constitution, maybe that officer could even sue because it's an employment discrimination. You understand what I'm saying? So,
yeah. So, so there are guys out there and gals out there that probably agree with you. That not that probably that do agree with you, but most people, 99.9%, 99.95% of the population, whether they're in law enforcement or not, they're not willing to put their necks out there because they have a family, they have a lot of things going on in life, and they don't want to be exposed or put in a bad situation where it's very uncomfortable, where they for themselves and their families. So they're not willing to take that chance. Number two, like I told good guy activists in the past, uh, the truth is, the only way for this to change is to continue doing what you're doing, and at some point, this this issue would be brought forth to the Supreme Court, the highest court of the land, and that's when you challenge it through the Supreme
Mustafa,
Court.
I,
and
I want to go back to your number one.
Yes, sir.
When you become a police officer, you
Yes,
swear
sir.
an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. And
Yes,
if
sir.
you don't have the balls to do it, don't take the oath in the first place and don't become a police officer.
my perspective,
Agree. Go ahead.
my perspective on that, to answer your question, Charlie, and I might be wrong, is that there's no accountability. There's really no, and this is just my opinion. You guys might disagree with me. There's no accountability. So whether they violate our rights, whether they honor that policy over the law, what can we do? You know what I mean? They don't, and I've seen this a lot. They don't care about CCRBs. Elizabeth, thank you. Um, and yeah, because why not? There's many people. The other video, I posted a video the other day with a lady at the 19th precinct, I believe it is. She's like, "Oh, I'm gonna look up the law. I studied the law in the academy," and I said, "Looking up that law for a long time because it's not a law; it's a policy." She went inside the precinct and never came back out. And the
oh,
next,
she claimed that the sign in the precinct was a law.
she claimed that the
Yeah.
sign was a
No.
law and studied the law. And I told her that if you could please print up the law for me, I'd greatly appreciate that. And she was looking the whole rest of the video. She was looking on her phone for the law. She never found it. She never came back out. But the next time I went there, I asked to speak to her, and I told the officer, I said, "Can you ask if she ever found that law?" Officer came out and told me, "Oh, she said that it's just a policy."
Yeah.
Oh, that's why she didn't come back out.
But she didn't come back.
Yeah.
They know.
But check this out. Check this out, right? See how we'll always see the low level guys are always taking the hit, right? It's always taking the
Mhm.
hit. The low level guys are always taking the hit. They're going out, and it's always you don't see the captains out there, you don't see the chiefs out there. that
Mm.
you have the cameras. They always send out the officers, right? So let's say you go to one police plaza.
The highest you'll see is maybe a sergeant. I spoke to
Yeah,
an inspector. I spoke to an inspector at Fort Apache, the
right.
44th, and I had a good conversation with him.
This is
He
what I'm
said
saying. What I'm
he's like
trying to say.
he's French or he's from France.
Uh-huh.
He has
You
like,
have it on video?
yeah, actually, yeah, I have it on video. I don't know if I posted it or if it was live. I think it was a live,
Okay, I'll try to find it on your page.
but
But see, like for example, if you try to roll up onto one police plaza,
it's all
right?
it's gated. You can't even go in.
No, well, you
Yeah, they
could
got
go in.
the
So
metal
You can't
detectors.
drive in, but you could go in as a civilian.
yeah, you can't drive in, but you could like pick up your
Walk in. You
property.
can go in. Yeah, say you have and see if you say you roll up, put the cameras in there and say, oh, I want to speak to the chief of department. I want to speak to the police commissioner. You understand? And guess what? Those guys are not going to be in the front line. They're not going to come out to speak to you. They always put the low level guys out there and put them out, and they're the ones in the
Mm.
videos. Why aren't the big dogs talking about this? Why isn't the department the commissioner talking about this? Why isn't the police chief, the deputy commissioner
Because
of
they're
the
the ones that have something to hide. That's why they don't want you recording in there.
right? Well,
I wonder once we get those signs removed, what is their next excuse going to be?
the signs removed. They can't. There's no other excuse. That's a department policy. If you have a if the constitute if the policy through the courts is to say remove those signs and allows you to record, there's no other excuse.
There's a state law that allows us to record from public property.
Yeah,
In
and the
public
city law, and the state law,
City law and the state law
and the federal law, the Constitution.
called the Right to Record Act.
Yeah.
right to record act. Yes, I did hear you talk about that in the past. Yes,
Hmm.
Why aren't they honoring that law?
good question.
But they're claiming that that policy is a law, and like
That's not a law; it's a
We
policy.
already know the answer as to why they're doing it. They're corrupt. They don't want us to see
it seems,
what they're really doing behind the scenes.
Cliff, we're trying to get another reason. We don't want to be biased and think, oh, because they are corrupt. Which I mean, maybe I don't want to say
Well,
we,
what other reason could there be?
Cliff. I don't want to say I can't speak for everybody. I can only speak for myself. I believe in hope. I have it tattooed on my fingers. So I'm hoping that maybe there's another reason. Maybe the rookies are scared to lose their job and their livelihood, and they
See,
and they
yo, if
they're following blind orders and they're taught the wrong way
bro,
from
if
sergeant.
I was a rookie, man, yo, I'll tell you right now, I'll be like, yo, Sarge, he's actually allowed to record, and have him retaliate on me, and boom, there goes a hostile and what is it? Hostile
Work.
employment, hostile
Yeah.
workplace lawsuit, and
So
I'll be on ABC 7, CNN, all that.
I think I was at Midtown South or Midtown North, and this officer was trying to trespass me from the sidewalk, saying that I can't cars. I don't know if you guys seen this video. I think he was of Indian descent. And he was like, there's a lot of breaking into the cars, and I don't want to tie you into that. I'm like, that has nothing to do with me, anyways. But the other kid comes out and he goes, "You can record all you want, just don't." Da, da, da. Like every cop that I run into, it's like they're like a fucking robot, and they all say the same thing. You can record all you want, just don't this, or you can record all you want, just don't that, because they know we can record. So the first thing they have to say is that you can record, just don't look at me the wrong way or something. There's always some type of directive. Like, why can't you just say you can record all you want, period? You know what I mean?
What's going on, guys? Let me jump in
What's
there.
up? What's up?
Yo,
They,
white boy, what up, man?
What's up, white boy?
what's going on, Charles?
What's
That
going on,
that
brother?
that right there is what nobody says, but to me is that's them being antagonizing to us, and
Mhm.
nobody says anything. Listen, I got mad shit to say about all the comments before. I've been listening the whole time. Uh, Mustafa, you said about the 250s.
Hmm.
So the 250s, from what I know of, didn't come out till when? Maybe the 2000s.
Well, I think that's when what's his name, Giuliani became the mayor. Um, he pulled a full press on this on crime, and let the open up the floodgates for cops just to go out there and handle their business, and it kind
Okay,
of pushed the crime down,
yeah,
but
that's why people say there's a quota, and the cops say no, there's no, we don't have a quota. But those two
there was
fifties are your quotas, because if you
that
didn't
that was
come in, like you said, if you didn't come in with that amount you needed
that's
every
a
month
quota.
or so, you got reprimanded, you got
Yeah,
put in the bad neighborhoods. You So these cops don't want to be retaliated. So if they needed two or three more to make their quota, they were doing whatever they had to just to make that quota.
that's true.
Yeah,
There was a quota. There was a
there's
quota,
And
a
not just one.
this
Not
goes for every cop.
there's a
yeah.
documentary on that. I think it's called Pride and Glory, and they follow like four Hispanic and black police officers, and they were basically not bringing in the quotas, and the higher ups started the supervisors, they started retaliating on them, and they would write them up for like any little thing. Like I remember this one officer, they put him on foot patrol, and he wasn't, trying to meet their quotas, and the white shirt, I think the lieutenant, he would just pull up on him and say, "Hey, why are you wearing a hat?" The patrol guy says that you could only wear a hat if it's like below 40 degrees or something like that. And he's like, "Well, when I left this morning, it was it was 39, and now it's 45 degrees." And he's like, "Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to write you up. You're breaking uniform code." And they would write him up for like little petty things, and it's just because he wasn't bringing in the quote. He was trying to be defiant in the department, and they were retaliating against him.
So
Um, I think one of those officers is now like he like got into politics and all that stuff. Yeah, I think the documentary is called Pride and Glory. It came out
yeah,
like in 2016 around there.
my take of it is any person wearing that uniform and badge is a bad cop. I'm not saying they're a bad person or a bad human being, but when they put on that uniform and that badge and they are active in the on duty in the streets, they are bad cops because they're just following orders. They're not actually doing their job. They're just following orders. And majority of them don't know the laws. They arrest the people, and then when they get to the precinct, they decide what law and come up with what they're gonna charge them with.
That's happened to me before.
Yeah.
My
You know,
favorite, my
and what?
favorite is when they charge you for resisting arrest, but that's the only charge.
No, but
That's not enough. That's not enough.
what's also sad is that I was arrested for uh possession of a weapon, which it was a little knife. It was in the back of my car, in my tool bag. When the case got dismissed because the DA had there was no evidence, they dropped the charge. They dismissed the case. When I got my deposition, I had 5 charges. So they can even add on, even after you get that one charge, the DA can add on whatever they other charges they want.
They could.
I
Well,
ended
let me
I
go.
ended up having 5 charges after I was just told I was arrested for possession of a weapon. When
Yeah,
the case got dismissed and I got the deposition letter, it was 5 charges dismissed.
yeah. Let me go back to what you said. Uh, white boy.
Yes, white
That's what.
boy Hatcher.
White boy Hatch. I'm sorry.
You call me
So
WB, whatever.
no, I don't want to disrespect you. That's all.
No, I said WB for short. WB.
WB. All right,
People call me
WB.
WB. Yeah.
All right, WB. Check this out. You said not all the cops when they put their all these cops when they put their uniforms, they're bad.
Yes, sir.
Um, so you see a lot of guys are given certain orders, but it doesn't mean they're fulfilling those orders. We
Then they
spoke.
wouldn't be on the street, sir.
No, you don't understand.
Yes,
You
they
can
wouldn't
do
be on the
you can
street.
do things. I gave an example. I gave an example of when I was a rookie and I was told to go out there and stop every tour, every roll call. We need 5 250s from everybody. And when my partner and I got into the car, we said, "No, we're not doing that." So and we said, yeah, yeah, sure, 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 boss, yeah, sure, Sarge, yeah, sure. What do you want?
I think that's a rare occasion. I
It
think he's
happened.
speaking like for the
It happened,
majority.
but people are afraid of a couple of things, right? Because let me give you an example of something that stories that I've heard, like when
I, I, I,
supervisors,
I'll give you a couple too, but go ahead.
like let me give you an example when supervisors use their positions to try to like with male supervisors try to get females, right? And they'll, because as soon as they go up in rank they become more handsome and they become much more funnier, and the higher the rank you go you become much more handsome. So then when I saw when I hear stories of an officer stepping to the supervisor for not wanting to preventing the male supervisor from violating a female, and that officer then gets retaliated against and getting a low evaluation, right?
What
That's super.
officer? The female officer?
No, the officer that defended the female officer, right,
Yeah,
gets
yeah, yeah.
retaliated.
Yeah.
So and then other officers, when they step up and they speak up, they give them highway therapy, right? So they live in Staten Island, they live in, let's say, in Orange County, they send them to the tip end of Queens. One way trip is like 2.5 to 3 hours,
Yeah, and
right?
that
These are
and
things that the department does to punish, and these are things that happen. You just got to give you the reality, you
no, no,
know?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, um, you know, when I was walking in the beat, when I was walking in the street, I love being on foot posts. I love being on the roughest corner, not because I could arrest them or not because I could arrest the drug dealers, but I used to engage them in conversation that would, instead of me having to arrest them, they just go away. You talk to them in a certain way, you build a rapport, you build a reputation or a relationship. At some point, they just disappear while you're there. But not all officers wearing the uniform are bad. I'm gonna
I
So
feel
WP.
like
I'm gonna disagree, respectfully disagree with you on
so
that
let's
one.
so
say a
so
rookie. Look, that rookie that I caught the other day, that he was sharing a Gatorade with the other girl, right at the 23rd precinct in Harlem.
Uh huh. The one that had a smile
The one that I said forgot his gun in the precinct, but he was a
in the
lefty.
on the corner.
Yeah, on the corner.
Did he really forget his gun?
No, he was just a lefty, so it was on the other.
Oh, okay, okay. I
He
was gonna.
forgot his he forgot his taser. He didn't forget his
Oh,
gun.
taser.
He
That's
forgot
right. It was
his
a
taser.
taser. Yes, 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 yes.
I seen him at the Yankee game after that.
While he
Him
was off duty.
while he's off duty, him and a few other officers, right? And they was like, "Yo, good guy orders." They shouted me out. I said, "What's up?" And he was like, "Yo, I made you put me on your channel, and it was my first day."
He had no
I,
idea what to do.
he said, "You made it seem like me and her was together because we was drinking the same Gatorade." I was like, "Listen, the people are gonna. It's the court of public opinion." But just to use him as an example, right? It was his first day, and
Right.
when they was violating my rights and when they unlawfully threatened me with arrest, did he speak up? And this is no shade at him. This is just to use an example as a
Example.
rookie cop that comes in. I feel
yeah,
like this is my personal belief that when a good cop sees a bad cop do something bad and they don't stand up for what's right, that makes them a bad cop as well. You know
yes,
what I
Mm,
mean?
and this is where I say from the get, and this is where the fear came from, and it started back then, and they made a movie about it.
I
The
do feel
offer
like
Mustafa, let me ask you this: how many years were you a police officer,
20.
and did you ever arrest a fellow officer
I was never in a position to have to arrest a fellow officer.
in 20 years?
I find that pretty hard to believe, Mustafa. In
What?
New York
Give
City,
me give me an example where you thought that where you think a fellow officer was selling drugs in front of me.
no, no, never once did you see a cop violate somebody's rights and you just stand there and watch it.
No, I want you to go back. I'm going to answer the question, but Go back to the first video that I did with when I first met good guy activism, and I answered that question with him too. Is that when you join the force, you set a standard for yourself, right? And certain guys will do certain things in front of certain people, but not do it in front of other guys, right? Because they know there's guys that carry themselves with subjective morality, and the others have objective morality. And I set a standard for myself as having objective morality because of a foundation of my faith of Islam. So some guys, when they see me, when I would be in their presence, think certain things wouldn't go down because they didn't think that I could keep my mouth shut. And I always talked about my faith. I always talked about my religion, and I always I always made it a known that I was a Muslim and I believed in my faith, and that comes first before anything else.
You said
So
that you wasn't Muslim.
I was,
Oh, okay.
and it
So
irritated some people certain times, but that's where my objective morality come in. But a lot of
Mr.
people,
I think it's
Mr. Mustafa,
and I think it's great. I think it's great that you have morality and um, the five elements of the First Amendment. Do you know what they are?
the freedom of press, freedom of religion, freedom of oh man, I just blanked out right now. Freedom of press, freedom of religion, freedom of assembly, freedom of the other two,
you're doing it right now. Speech.
freedom of speech,
Yeah.
right? And one more,
To redress the government.
freedom of. Go
Petition.
ahead, go for it.
Freedom to redress your grievances with your government.
Thank you.
And all five of those are probably the most important rights that we all have. The
Right.
Second Amendment actually was put in to make sure that those first five elements are are adhered to by our government. And whenever you see a cop violate anyone's rights, especially First Amendment rights, and I know that you had to have seen another officer do it, you are supposed to protect and defend that Constitution over and above all laws and everything. And if you didn't, that makes you a bad cop.
Okay, that's your um
Not a bad person,
I
that's
told
your
just a bad
perspective.
cop.
I totally forgot.
Mr. Mustafa, a quick question. So even when you were like a rookie, right?
Sure,
How long did you do? 20 years, was it?
I did 20.
Yeah. So in those 20 years, in those 2 decades, there's never been a time where you said, whoa, that was not supposed to happen. Let me just, forget about it, or I can't wait to go home. You know what I mean? Without getting into details, anything like that, even in the early 2000s or whatever, there's never been that one, even if it's petty, there's never been that one time that you've seen cops, your colleagues do something where you're like, okay, that's definitely off the book.
As a rookie, well, as a rookie, when I first came on.
Ah, see?
Well, now you pull now you're making me go back in life.
I totally
No,
Um,
but yeah, we meant your whole career,
no,
not
no, no,
just
no, no. You're right. You're right. You're right. I mean, look, you can go back in, but when you say corruption, man, I think about big things. I'm not
no. Little things lead to big
like
things. Like all those little things
give me a
added up.
scenario. WP, give me a scenario of a little thing.
Uh, Cops just running up on you asking for ID.
Without any suspicion
That
that
was
they
that
could
was
articulate
that
that
was
that person
that,
can
was-
committed
that
a
was.
we talk,
crime.
By the
can
way,
we talk,
that was a regular practice in the NYPD.
can we
I don't
talk
know as much
and
if it's the same
and
way
it was
now.
And it's a
and it was
violation of the Fourth Amendment.
unlawful.
That is a violation of the Constitution. Yes.
can we talk about the
Yes.
The what?
The what?
gun boys in New York?
Oh,
What gun
you're
boy?
talking about street crime?
I don't know what the division is called. We all just call them gun boys.
You're talking
Yeah,
about right now or in the past?
ATF for firearms.
No,
No,
ATF.
ATF is the feds. ATF is
New
the feds.
York. I'm talking about the
ATF
NYP,
ain't the feds. ATF is alcohol, tobacco, and firearms.
Yeah,
That's not the
that's a
Yeah,
feds.
yeah, yeah.
that's a
That's the
federal
feds.
agency.
That's the
That's a
federal.
federal
That's
agency.
a federal agency. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Those
federal.
cops that are out here looking, the jump out boys that are looking just for
Yeah,
guns, if you got drugs on you, they let you go. And
yeah, jump
that's
out.
what kills me too, is that
Yeah, the jump out boys. Yeah, the
I
gun.
I, I I seen a video the other day. They pulled over these kids. They had illegal plate. They had two of the numbers covered on the plate. The cops found a knife in the car. Somebody started recording them. The cops put the knife, told the kids, all right, you could get back in the car, pop your trunk. Mind you, it was a kitchen knife like this in the passenger door that the cop found after he had them out in the rain and searched the car. Put the knife back in the trunk and told him, all right, have a good night. And I'm like, how they just let him leave with that big ass knife
Because they looking
with
for guns.
with a
Because they're looking
Texas.
for guns.
Yeah, but
They,
still, it's illegal. So now, if he just went and stabbed somebody with that knife in
mm-hmm.
that car, probably with those illegal Texas plates where the two digits were covered, were
Yep.
like white out.
It's
Yep.
discretion. It's discretion.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because if they brought in that collar, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you the system. These guys are there just for guns. They say, oh, you bought paper plates in. We're not here for you to bring paper plates in. We're here for you to bring in guns. Were those guys in plain clothes? I don't know how the uniform is now for these guys. The video is
Um,
current. Is a current video or is it an old video?
it's a current video, and it was they were in uniform. They were in a jeep. They were in uniform in a
Cargo
regular.
pants, brown cargo pants.
How can these?
No
My,
cargo.
my question was, how can these jump out boys, right? These detectives, I believe they might not even be detectives. They might just be plain clothes. They might just
Yeah.
be.
I think they're just police officers.
How can they hop out, pat you down for no reason, right? With no probable cause, and just hop back in the car and leave? They just hop out, violate your Fourth Amendment, and then leave.
And no accountability. If you report them, there's nothing happens.
Yes.
Well, if
Look,
you get first of all, back when I first started, the street crime would jump out on you, toss you real quick. No guns, they're out, right?
They still do that.
Oh, they still do that
I seen them strip. I
with
seen them
body
strip
cams and
somebody
everything.
to their. I seen them strip somebody
Yeah.
to their pull their
Wait, wait,
pants
wait,
down.
wait. With
They
body
don't.
cams and everything.
They don't
They
dig.
They don't wear body cams.
They don't dig
they
in your pocket. They
You know
don't.
they
why they don't
stopped
wear
for a
body
minute.
cams? You
They
know why
stopped
they
for a
don't wear
minute.
body cams?
Eric Adams reinstated them
You know, no,
when
no. You know why they don't wear body cams?
No, I don't.
These undercovers, and
No,
the jump
are they
out.
undercovers or they plain clothes?
They're just
They're
plain.
plain
plain
clothes.
clothes. They're
Yeah,
regular clothes,
yeah,
and
plain
they
clothes.
and they, they don't wear body cams because they deal with informants and confidential informants, so they can't wear body cams.
So these are not. Then that's a different unit.
That
You're
might
talking
be.
about the gun guys. The gun guys, they're wearing. Maybe I'm mistaken. I believe
The
they're wearing body cams.
the
Nowadays,
anti
nowadays.
crime.
I think they wear body cams too, if I'm not mistaken. I
Because
think they do.
GGA, you talking about those beige pants guys? That's
No,
only
some of
yeah.
them, some of them wear beige pants. A lot of them, they all wear plain clothes with their bulletproof vest on the outside.
I
Mhm.
don't. We don't have those beige pants cops. That's only in the Bronx up there. That we don't have that down here in Queens. They not like that yet out here.
But
I seen plain clothes
what?
cops in Far Rock.
No, yeah, but not the brown
Not the.
pant units. The brown pant
Mm,
unit is the one that's been wilding out, getting caught on camera doing some crazy shit lately.
That reminds me
yeah.
of brown shirts. Order takers are like the Nazis. We were just following orders,
Yo,
and I
David,
think a lot of police officers follow orders uh, mindlessly without thinking about what they're doing. And it's history is repeating itself.
most guys are just following orders. Go out there and do your job
where's
and
That's
the
the
come back. You have
problem.
to
accountability?
That's
Let
the
me see
problem.
your
They're just
papers.
following. They're following unlawful orders from their lieutenant, who's following orders from his captain, who's following orders from this guy, who's
Mhm.
following orders from the police chief, and the police
Can
chief
we
is
talk about?
following orders from the mayor.
from
And,
the
and we,
commissioner. The commissioner.
And
we
the subordinates don't want to disappoint their superior.
and we
I
get
can't.
and we get screwed. And
I
this is
keep
what I
hearing
say.
about. Wait, but I keep hearing about police unions. Can you
Man,
speak on the police unions?
listen, who Mustafa?
Anybody in general, because I just keep hearing about.
I don't know nothing about it, but to me, any union, like Mustafa said, if you try to go against, they will turn against you. Look, from what I know right now, like I said, back in I don't know if it was the 70s or the early 80s, the movie they made I know the movie was in the 80s, I think, with Al Pacino,
Oh,
uh,
Serpico.
Serpico.
Serpico, yeah.
That was the cop who he went against the cops. He recorded them all this.
Hmm.
He wound up going on a domestic violence call. He got shot in the back of his head. He said his fellow officers, because they figured saw him as a rat, they left him there for dead. They didn't even help him. He's still alive to this day. I believe he lives upstate New York, and he still talks about it. There's another cop, uh, Adrian Schoolcraft, who
Yeah,
Mm.
blew the whistle. His lieutenant sent
ESU. They sent
ESU to
ESU.
Yeah.
his house
Yeah,
and locked him up and
the
put him
ED.
in Jamaica Hospital psychiatrist ward and
Yeah,
made him look crazy, so
Yeah.
his word don't is not valid in court.
How do you feel about that, Mustafa?
that was the most disgusting thing I've ever. One of the most despicable.
Okay. Now
That was
listen to
horrible.
this. There's another cop out here from where I am. I'm in Far Rockaway, Queens. There's only two precincts: the
Which
101 and
And
the
the
100.
100. Yep.
yes,
The 100th precinct was, and this is why I don't believe none of the stats on TV, because they were altering the charges. There
I'm
was
gonna
a
I'm
guy.
gonna I'm gonna quote.
There was a guy who got arrested for robbing a taxi driver at gunpoint, and instead of charging him with possession of a weapon and this and
They
that,
lowered the charge.
they charged him with a lesser crime so
Hmm.
that the stats in the neighborhood don't look like crime is bad.
that's
And
called that's
somebody
in the
blew the
book.
whistle on
It's in the book.
that, and that guy right now is working somewhere in the basement of City Hall in a freaking room by himself with a file cabinet and a computer because they retaliated against him.
Wait, is this recently?
This was like 6 7 years ago. That guy
Who
from
was
the
the?
100th precinct.
This is
Mm.
when what's his name was the mayor, right? When
De Blasio.
De Blasio was the mayor.
I believe so.
Well,
Yeah, it wasn't when
Com,
Eric Madden was. Yeah,
listen, Eric, Comstat is a big thing in the NYPD, right?
and
This happened during Giuliani. So when they say crime is down, it always keeps going down. You went down to like 500 homicides in New York City, and they still kept going on and on. So let's say I did a report
The
for,
crime was actually up. It was the police
I
officers
know,
committing the crimes by
but
violating people's
But
Fourth Amendment
but
rights.
do they change do they downgrade the murder charges? Because that's a little difficult to
no,
downgrade, right?
when
instead
it's
of
something like that, they can't.
Nah, because
no, they
there's a
can't.
body.
But what they do is this: they have the seven majors like burglary, robberies, assault, the assault two. Instead of having it as a burglary, right? They'll
Hmm.
put in the report as a petty larceny. So
Mm.
it would make it seem like burglary is down. So now, guess who benefits off of that? Now the commanding officer of the precinct, hey, great job, man. Your crime is down.
Hmm.
Now from captain he goes to DI. From DI he goes to full bird. From full bird he becomes a one-star chief. If he keeps
So
playing that game, so that pressure was on for the cops as well. Because when I did a report, I put in robbery. They were like, Mustafa, what is this? It's a robbery. They did that to a lot of cops, and they would try to grill us,
So
right?
there's no that's why
and this
that's
is
why
what
they
I
took off
mean.
the integrity from the cars, the courtesy professional. Oh no, wait, it didn't have integrity. It was CPR. My bad.
No,
But that's a lack of integrity anyway.
It
that
is.
don't mean nothing. That don't mean nothing. What that right there tells you is that you know that these guys were doing some dirty shit. Instead of doing the proper charge, they were lessening the charge,
They were lowering the
and
numbers. They were lowering the
Mhm.
numbers.
and that's wrong because now people's taxes are going up, this and that, and the crime is still there. But you're not saying, you're changing the stats is what you're doing.
Right.
I heard the other day on the news, oh yeah, the crime is down, this, that, and then all of a sudden I see the numbers. It's
Mhm.
not. Everything's up like 17%.
But I
Well,
think that's also so that the mayor can brag about it too, right?
but every
Like
politician wants to say, every mayor wants to say crime
It's
is
all
down
about
because
the
he has
crime
a
is
money and
down.
it's all about the
he has
power.
a
Yeah.
re-election coming up. He has a re-election coming up. He wants to get re-elected. You know what I mean? And that's what
He,
it's
Listen,
he
politics. It's
wants to stay in power, and power does what it wants.
listen. GGA, was you at? I believe you was, because I don't know if I was watching your live or if I was watching Faga's live. But what you was at that hip hop shit, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
Remember that the mayor's brother was in the back there.
Oh
The man
yeah,
brother's the one that got
I saw that.
passes.
Listen. The mayor and his brother is from the hood, from the 70s and 80s. His brother is a gangster.
His
These
brother.
rappers are
Mm.
scared of him. That's why he is the hip hop mayor. The mayor of hip hop,
Yo, he made KRS One spit a freestyle about how he's the best mayor.
bro.
KRS One had
He's from
went
the
on the
hood.
podium and started
Look,
freestyle.
I'm born and raised in Brooklyn, East New York. I know a lot of people. I hear a lot of shit. He's from the hood, bro. His brother is a straight gangster. These rappers are
Hmm.
scared of him. They are corrupt, bro. And you know what? As long as people's making money,
Nobody cares.
nobody's saying nothing until, like everybody says, back to blue. Until it happens to you, when something comes down, and that's why I feel that lady. I forgot who it was. The police, whatever. She stepped down. She didn't want to be it no
The
more.
commissioner.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. What's your take on that, Mustafa? The commissioner, I think, Keisha, I forgot her name.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
think that she, she made it. She made her bed by accepting that position because she had zero power. Right? They
Yeah, that's
have
what I heard.
what's his name? They have the former chief. What's his name? They created a position for him. Um,
And that's the thing. Whoever
and
takes
then
that
he
position
and
is
then,
not gonna have power.
yeah, no,
So
he
if
took
if
yeah.
you take
Can you
that
guys
position, you know
can you
you're the
guys see
puppet.
the screen? You guys can see the screen?
I can see the screen. Oh yeah, we see comments.
Because I forgot that I can highlight people's comments.
So now every comment's coming up there.
I'm highlighting like, like questions and stuff like that.
What about law enforcement shooting people for no reason? Richard Ward, Eddie
Oh,
Irizarry,
sorry,
Christian
yeah.
Black, etc. Well, I don't know the individuals' names, but shooting people for no reason is a crime, and if you shoot somebody for no reason, you belong in prison. That's my position on that. Um,
Hey guys, I just want to thank Good Guy Activism for having me on the panel. Great conversation here, guys. I think you're all great. And you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening.
oh, thank you, brother.
You do the same.
And thank you
I've
God
for
been
your
bless.
service, my good guy.
I've been good this year, okay? Don't forget about me.
So back to this another thing, like you were saying about, I had a friend of mine who
Thanks, Ed.
his girlfriend became a cop, and she was getting sexually harassed at work
Of
by
course.
male officers. And
Yeah.
when she went to her sergeant about it, he was like, "What you want me to do about it?" Like
Right.
she wound up quitting because she was like, "I can't even go to my higher ups and get support." And I'm like, that it's messed up. You know, who wants to become
Thank
a
you,
cop
Bob.
with the reputation that they have?
How about
I,
this one? You ready for this one? You ready for
To
this
me,
one?
that the cops that are becoming cops know that they're gonna get this bad rep, and
Yeah.
they don't care, and
Well,
they run in these streets
hold on.
reckless.
How about this? Because this is a male-dominated job, right? It's a male-dominated job. I mean, I'm not against females being cops, but it's a male-dominated jobs, and these guys are thirsty. So as a female, because there are certain females that get on this job and they use their femaleness to try
yeah,
to get over.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Okay, they use their femaleness to get over, and then and for example, right? We have let's use an example because you said retaliation, right? The current commissioner right now, his cousin was a supervisor, right? And he sent pictures of his genital to a female officer back in the days, and nothing happened to him. I mean, I think he got fired for it. And I hear stories of cops harassing females. I told you the story about the supervisor harassing the female, and the male officer stepping up, and he got retaliated against, right? And if you think you're gonna call internal affairs and you're gonna make a call, guess what? That's corrupted too, because as soon as you pick up the phone and you call IAB, somebody in IAB is probably gonna call somebody and let them know that somebody made this call.
Okay, so listen.
Yeah.
I try to tell people, and well, when I mention IAB or CCRB, me, I, I don't like it. I
You
don't
don't
I
like
don't
what?
even I don't even bother to make the complaints
Oh, you don't
because
make TRB complaints?
I used to,
Okay.
but
What used to happen?
I've made 17 since January.
well, I've probably
17
made I've
And
probably made
TRB.
I've probably made 30 in my lifetime, maybe in the last, just say the last 15 years, 30
How
of them.
about no? How about the last 3 years?
Okay, the last 3 years I probably made about four, and
O-
every time, three times was with CCRB, one time was with IAB. The last one was IAB, and I get a call back from IAB. They ask me what happened. I talk to them. 2 weeks later, a week later, I get a call back from the officer's sergeant, and he's basically trying to talk me out of the complaint and tell me how he watched whatever footage and didn't see any wrongdoing. I'm like, dude, I I'm the one that dealt with it. I'm the one that felt this shit. What do you mean you didn't see nothing wrong with it? Like, this dude violated my, he's put his hands on me. The cop, he supposedly cop safety. He got scared. He said he wanted to search me, and I said, "What are you trying to search?" And I lifted up my T-shirt, and when I lifted, and I had a basketball shorts and a T-shirt, I lifted up my T-shirt, and he shoved, like with both hands full force. He just shoved me in my face front into my car. And when he did that, he had my driver's license in his hand, and the driver's license basically pierced my skin and caused a thick red line. Like, he almost cut me with my through my T-shirt when he shoved. That's how hard he shoved
What was
me.
the reason for the stop?
We we drove by opposite directions like this.
Okay.
He locked eyes with me because I have I had a sports car, Infinity 2-door coupe stick shift,
Okay.
bright blue.
Okay.
As soon as he saw that car and he locked eyes with me, he busted the crazy illegal U-turn.
Uh
I
huh.
seen it in my rear view. I automatically pulled over,
You knew it.
and because I pulled over, he they jumped out with their guns crazy, thinking I was gonna run. He said nobody automatically pulls over on their own. I said, bro, I'm tired of this shit. Every time I drove that Infinity, I got harassed because it was a sports car.
Was it a marked car or unmarked car?
It was an unmarked. This was in Nassau County, that last incident.
Oh, Nassau. Nassau. I
Yep.
thought this was. Yeah.
No, that one right there. That was with IAB. That was in Nassau County. And all of them, they tell me and they try to convince me, and I wind up getting so irritated and pissed off that I just end up cursing the sergeant out on the phone and telling them, now I know where your officers get it from. You're as worse as them, and just hang up the phone because it never goes anywhere.
Right. I
Never.
wonder what.
Mustafa, the people in IAB, those are cops too, right? That
Yeah.
that do the
Yeah.
investigation.
Not they
So
do, the no the ones that make the arrest.
mhm,
Uh, Detectives are in IAB, but the ones that physically make the arrest are supervisors,
those are supervisors. But who
sergeants,
does
lieutenants.
so? So the
You know,
people that take the reports on in IAB, those are what, detectives?
if over the phone, I think they are detectives. Yeah.
So
So
I call. Yeah.
I feel like the IAB should be like lawyers. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, like
So,
No,
civilians you're talking
I,
about, or
I
cops that are
no,
lawyers?
the CCRB is civilians, right? But
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
talking about like the
no.
IAB.
Listen. It
I
never
think
gets
that should
to.
be lawyers.
It never gets to the civilians, bro, of the CCRB. I even dealt with this upstate New York in Schenectady. I
That's
had an
different
issue
though.
out. What was that?
I said those small departments are different than the NYPD, man.
But
Those,
they're the same. It's the same with CCRB. It never gets to them.
they
I
have
ended up.
CCRB
Look, you know
in
what?
Schenectady. They have CCRB in Schenectady.
What was that?
They have CCRB in Schenectady.
Yes, sir. And you know what? I ended up finding them every second Tuesday of the month. They have a meeting where these 9 people of the Civilian Complaint Review Board hold the meeting in the town hall. And I had to go there. I don't even the issues with my daughter. I made the complaint from the city, and I got a cop who called me. Check this out. I got a cop who called me, a sergeant, and he basically told me, all right, so my daughter had an issue. They rewrote my daughter's police report 3 times. The first, she made a police report on her landlord,
Uh huh.
and and the cop told her at the scene, "This is what I'm gonna write." Blah 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 blah. And the next day when she went to pick it up, it was totally different. It was written in her landlord's favor, and she's like, "Wait, what's going on?" And she asked to speak to the cop, and they said he'll be in at 4. She went back at 4 o'clock, and she caught him before he even put his uniform on. And he said, "Wait, let me change. I'll come back down." He came back down, and she's like, "What is this? This is in the landlord's favor." He said, "Miss, I did not write that. The report that I wrote with you at the scene got thrown away. When I came back to the precinct, the landlord was here. And unfortunately, I guess he knew who my sergeant was, and he spoke to my sergeant, and the sergeant rewrote the report in the landlord's favor." So now my daughter's like, "What? Let me talk to your sergeant." The sergeant comes out, and the sergeant says, "I didn't write that. He wrote that." The cop looked at him, looked at my daughter. My daughter said, "You're full of shit. He just told me he didn't write that." So now I call up and make a complaint
And that's why
about.
we gotta record.
I call up and make a complaint about both reports, and the cop who calls me back is a sergeant, and he has a totally different report from the first two. And I'm like, "Buddy, I have copies of the first two. You know what? I think I'm gonna have to go out there and deal with this because on the phone it's not looking good." He said, "Look, give me a couple days. I just got the complaint. Let me get to it. This, that. No problem, sir." It was like a Tuesday. Friday night, I'm watching YouTube and I see Upstate Audit go live. And he's dealing with this tyrant cop who's kicking him out public building. And who's with the tyrant cop? The same sergeant who's calling me trying to help me out with my daughter's incident. And I'm like, he just watched this officer violate rights.
Maybe his
And
phone
he's
died.
supposed to be helping me with my daughter? No, 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 no. So he called me back a couple of days later and I said, "Sir, I'm sorry to say, but after you called me, I was watching YouTube and I happened to see you on YouTube. And the way you handled yourself and violated upstate audit's rights, I don't have no confidence that you can help me. I'm gonna go up there and see how can I deal with this for myself." And I went up there and I found out that the CCRB on every Tuesday, second Tuesday of the month, they hold a meeting up there in the town hall, and I got the situation dealt with. But no, nobody got in trouble, nothing for changing the report, nothing. You know, it just nobody. There's no accountability whatsoever, and that's why, like GGA said, you need to record. I don't know if people heard. I played it a couple times. I have a video where somebody stole my car recently, back in July, and I went to the precinct and I was trying to get help, and I was explaining to the cop that I had to speak to Mustafa. You would know auto crime because they're the car cops. The people who stole my car sold it to the scrap yard, and the scrap yard told me that they would only deal with auto crime. So I went to the precinct and I'm talking to the cop and I'm telling him that I need to get auto crimes number or speak to them. And he's like, no, you can speak to me. You can speak to any cop. And I said, listen, from what the scrap owner told me, he would only deal with auto crime. He caught a fit and I was recording with my phone down. He didn't know. He caught a fit and he said, no, no, that's not how it works. When we start flipping our fucking badges and telling people what the fuck to do, they do it. And I said, whoa, 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 buddy, take it easy. You're turning red over here. What are you doing? Like, calm down. He's like, no, I don't like when people don't follow what I say. Don't listen to what I say. And I'm like,
Oh
I
boy.
can see that. I ran your jacket. I see you got complaints. And he's like, I don't got complaints. I'm like, buddy, I'm looking at it right here. Look. Because I was recording with one phone. I had another phone. And I'm like, the things you catch them saying and doing off camera,
Yeah.
when they see you with a camera, they act
Well,
proper.
then that's fine. Then that's why you whip out that camera. Let me give you advice on that
You
one, right?
shouldn't have to. You shouldn't
You
have
should
to whip out the
listen, but you
camera.
know what? It's human nature.
Human
Mustafa,
nature.
Mustafa,
Yeah.
let me read
People lose their
guys.
minds. It's human nature. People they don't know how to control themselves when they get a little bit of power. They lose it a little bit.
Can you guys you
You-
can hear?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you.
I just want to read the super chat real fast. Cliff Williams for $5 says, "Good guy activism, doing great work. Thanks for what you do." Thanks a lot, Cliff Williams. I
Yes,
appreciate it.
Cliff,
sir.
good job, Cliff.
Thanks for coming up.
I'm gonna have to
Mustafa, I wanted to
when we get a
add
chance. I'm gonna
to
have
it.
to wrap it because I gotta go to work in the morning.
If you want to say your
Uh,
closing statements now, you can.
Mustafa, I just wanted to add to that. I heard you said that it's like human nature. I know, I understand that sometimes,
It
I
doesn't make it
guess,
right. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it
yeah,
right.
yeah, no, but like I understand that it's human nature, and a lot of us do flip out. But I can't help to think about other professions where they hardly, even though it's new human nature, they hardly like flip out on people. Like if you look at pilots, right? You walk into a plane and they're like very, hey, how you doing? How you doing? Or like sometimes you'll go to like a nice hospital and you'll see like like or even Starbucks, right? Even Starbucks, like you go through the drive-through. I know some of them be having attitudes, but a lot of them are very nice. You know what I mean? And that's just Starbucks. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see why officers can't do the same thing. I don't
You
know.
know,
I don't
you
know. I don't know
know
why they
what?
can't just program their brain to just be
Yeah,
like, yo, you know what? Let me just be courteous.
you're right.
Even if I am making an arrest
You're,
on
you're
this
right. You're right.
suspected shooter, you know what I mean?
No, you're
You,
right. You're
you
absolutely right. That's something that should happen, but we're living in
Mm,
reality. People
yeah,
forget. People forget, and they need to be checked. And when you
I,
come in with a
yeah.
camera,
I
The
want
NYPD standards needs
Good
to
God, we can
change.
hardly hear you.
I want to
I
say
remember I used to work at Best Buy, and if a customer was to tell my manager that I would give them an attitude, which I hardly did, even at Best Buy, and customers were very annoying. But yo, if a customer tells my manager, "Hey, that guy was rude," I'll get written up. So I guess my standards as a Best Buy employee is higher than what I mean than police, because I'll get written up
wanna,
at the
We're
job for
privately
giving
owned.
somebody a attitude.
I just want to say two things. Right? I just want to welcome G Rummy on the panel. I'm so sorry I didn't welcome you earlier. Did you
yeah,
have any before Mustafa leaves, or you just wanted to join to listen?
Well, the reason why I wanted to come on was, we were talking about earlier, um, when is it going to be some kind of end to all of this? And my whole thing is, when these cops violate civil rights, like going into a precinct, not being able to record your interaction with your government without getting arrested, and it has to go to the federal court and go to the Supreme Court to get ruled on before, um, like you said, Mustafa, that they're going to pay attention until cops start going to freaking jail for violating civil rights, which is wrote into the law that they should be held accountable for violating your rights. It's in
Yeah.
there, but they never get charged.
Nope.
You know, millions of dollars each year get handed out for people's rights being violated, whether it's first, fourth, whatever. It doesn't matter. Millions, billions of dollars. But do you ever see the damn cop that violated their rights ever be held accountable? No, you never see that. They're never charged. They're never, you know,
They lose their qualified immunity though sometimes.
even if they lose their qualified immunity, even if they lose it, and some states don't even have qualified immunity,
Mm-hmm.
they're never held accountable.
Or even if they get fired or they get held some accountability, they should not be allowed to go to another state or another another
They
town and
shouldn't be
become
able
a
to be a
cop.
gypsy and float from one precinct or one jurisdiction to another, or go from the police station to the sheriff's department. They do
Yeah.
that shit all the time.
No.
The
Yeah. Yeah.
corruption. What? I'm sorry. What's your name? I didn't see her. What, young lady?
Rummy.
Rami. The reality is this, right? The corruption doesn't.
The reality.
The
Wow.
corruption
Yeah,
is not. The corruption is not bottom up. The corruption is top
top
down.
down.
Okay. So we got to focus on the top, right? Because there was
Do
and
you
then I got it. And then I'm
have
going to give the closing statement. There was
a name?
these guys that were going around. I forgot what state it was. It was like six guys, and they called them They were doing it to people.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
were
They just
violating
they
people.
just got charged. They just
Yeah.
got sentenced.
What's I forgot what they called them.
I
Anyway.
forgot what the
Yeah.
something boys. The something
Yeah.
boys. It was.
Yeah. They were going around doing it to people. Like
Yeah.
what?
Boys,
The
Which is
what?
100%
Proud Boys.
despicable.
The,
The
no,
what?
no, no. It was those cops that were going around, right? You talk about the cops. They were going around harassing people,
Not
and
harassing, but more than harassing, man.
no,
More
I
than
know, but that they got caught with that one guy who put it on video, and no, no,
exposure.
who he's talking about. He's talking about the one where they beat the kid so bad.
Yes.
And you know
But
why they beat him? But you know what was the true story behind that? That kid worked for UPS.
okay.
He was that cop's girlfriend. One of the cop's girlfriends worked in ex-girlfriend worked in UPS too, and now he was dating her, messing with her. So when
Oh,
the
you mean?
cop pulled him over and saw it was him, they beat the shit out of him.
Oh
They,
yeah, I remember that in Louisiana. Was that Louisiana or something like that?
and then it came out where everybody was like, "Wait, those cops did the same shit to me last week, and me last week too, and me the other day." And there was a certain squad that was going around, like he said, they had a name, and they were
The Goon Boys or something like that.
something like that. Yeah,
Mm.
and, yeah, but
Was
they just
that's where they beat that black guy to death, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
nobody really know and said it. It was all because he worked in UPS with that cop's ex-girlfriend,
That's what I heard. I heard he
and
was
Now
he
let me
wound
ask.
up
with his
yeah,
wife.
Yeah,
Now
because
let
Said
me.
he
that
sent her pictures.
what
Now
they
let me.
said
And
This
he
is
was
NYPD or
like
another
practicing
no, in
Daytona.
no,
another state.
Now let me.
oh
yeah.
Now let me ask you this question though. You think the upper echelon to the job didn't know about these guys doing it to people? Of
The
course they did.
mayor, the police
Of
chief,
course they did.
actually, the police chief was like, she was like pleading the fifth in a
Of
press
course, he
conference.
pleaded the fifth. Of
They
course,
sent them
they
out there to
knew.
do that.
They knew. They ignored it. You know why? Because these guys were doing the dirty work, so
Look,
they didn't care.
you had the I think they were called the something 11. There was like 11 cops. There was Chinese, Dominican, Black, Indian. There was 11 cops who basically was on like 60 minutes or something. This was like
Yeah,
2000.
they were on some kind of special thing where they
Yeah,
were
and they
pulling
said they had
over
they
drivers.
most of them I believe quit the force because they said they were tired of being told to go out there and harass their own community, their own kind,
yeah. I think you're
their
talking
own
about
race.
what I was talking about earlier with the documentary, the Pride and Glory.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
What
yeah,
happened
that's
to all that?
related to that. I think it's 11 of them.
The Law
Yeah,
and Audit. Slip and
Yeah,
slide.
I wanted to tell you about good Long Island audit too, real quick, because he went into the Department of Human Services
Yes.
in that county the other,
Oh,
Yes.
in
and he
Nassau
wore the
County.
glasses. Yeah, he wore
Uh-huh.
the glasses, and now he has to appear in court for the other thing. You know, when they arrested him
Yes.
for filming in public in the building. Well, he went back and he filmed with the glasses, right?
Yes.
So he got an insider gave him a heads up that when he goes to appear for the first charge, they're going to charge him with a
Yeah,
felony
like spying
for
or something like that.
yeah, for
I forgot the term that they use.
They
yeah,
can't though.
unauthorized recording or something because
I
he
don't
had
think
his
like
spy glasses on.
They can't though because it's a one party state. So as long as he knows he's recording,
It
it don't
doesn't
matter.
matter.
He's just recording his transaction. He's allowed to record in a public building. They
un,
cannot
un,
well, they
unlawful.
listen.
arrested him
It,
the week before. They
yeah,
arrested him.
but listen. They only did that on spite because if they didn't arrest him the first day he went back, and the cop told him that day, as of
Yeah,
tomorrow, if you come back, you're not gonna be allowed to record here. How you just passed this
right,
rule in one, and actually, like I said, it's a rule, it's not a law. In one
right,
day, just because of he went there, and then when he went back the next day, they arrested him.
I
right.
just looked it up. The charge that they charging him for is unlawful surveillance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mustafa, maybe you
unlawful
could
surveillance.
elaborate on that charge.
I gotta look that up.
Yeah,
Is it a
unlawful
penal?
surveillance.
That's like when
Is
you
it a
like
It's
penal law?
recording. That's like
it,
when you like. Isn't that like when you're recording up people's dresses and shit like that, or like in
Or
a
in the
Unlawful
bathroom,
recording
or
is where you're recording where you're not supposed to be, where you're not
mm,
allowed to record.
yeah, like in
mm.
a bathroom and shit like that.
Yeah, you could say that, I believe.
I
I'm
think
not.
I
yeah,
was
but
reading that it's a
so
class A felony or something like that.
yeah, they just butt hurt.
He didn't even have to.
Yeah,
He didn't even have to record like that.
Well,
But White Boy Hatchet is right. It is a one party state. He was in Long Island.
it's a two
Right,
party. Oh no, yeah,
Mustafa,
one party. Yeah,
also, yeah, that's why people told me, oh, don't put that video out where you got that cop saying in the precinct where he went crazy, and I'm like, it's a one party state. It's not illegal for me to record in the
yeah.
precinct. So
Wiretapping.
And
not
that's really for wiretapping, bro. That's like for phone calls, not in
yeah,
public.
not
right.
only yeah, but you know what? They trying to charge people camera too. But not only Mustafa, I'm sorry to cut you off. Not only oh shit, yeah, Mustafa, I forgot. I lost my
Do it. I need to hit the sack, brother. My
yeah,
people.
man.
No
It's good.
disrespect,
It's
man.
good talking to you.
Yeah.
Good talk.
So I mean, I
I wish you could
appreciate.
stay a little longer, but
I'm gonna put you on. I'm gonna put you on the big screen so
All
you
right.
can say what you want to say.
All right. Thank you, guys. David, I appreciate what you do. Yes, I am from law enforcement. I
All
do
right,
have
thank you
a.
guys. David, I appreciate what you do.
I've been in. I did
Yes, I
20
am
years in
from
the
law
NYPD.
enforcement.
That's not my.
I do have
Cliff,
thank you
I got.
guys.
I
Cliff,
don't think that's Cliff. I think you should mute it and make him.
hold on a second, Cliff. Let Mustafa
Oh, it
say.
is Cliff.
Yeah,
No, it might not be.
go ahead, Mustafa.
Yeah, I did 20 years in the police department, the NYPD. That in itself did not make me who I am. I am who I am despite being a police officer. Um, and it did build some character. I learned a lot. I met many people. I've interacted with many people, countless amount of people that gave me a better perspective of the world and of society. And I appreciate that. I'm always looking to learn and expand on what I know, and through perhaps through other people's experiences, and perhaps through my experiences. And I'm gonna leave. I just want to tell people that despite all the negativities that we have in society, don't allow these negativities to suppress your ability to bring the bigger society together, because that's what we need and that's what they don't want to happen. We need to work together, not because we're blacks or whites or Hispanics or Muslims or Christians or atheists or whatever you want to be, or an anarchist, whatever, but we work together to make sure that we have checks and balances against the government, and that the government knows that a united people cannot be defeated so easily. And it doesn't mean you have to pick up your guns and start shooting. It means that we have the ability to organize and shut down whatever type of scams they have going for us. I believe in God. I'm a Muslim, and I'm going to always stick to that, no matter what anybody tells me, and no matter what anybody tries to push against me or my family. They have to know that, and that's the bottom line. I want to thank everybody. God bless everybody, and I hope everybody has a great night.
You too.
You do the same. Mustafa, I want to say one thing before. I just remember what I was going to say. Long Island Audit is not the only guy who made a so far put a federal lawsuit to change that law. Like GGA say, we have the 14.189, the Right to Record Act. The guy who made that law is, I believe, Jermaine Williams. He also filed lawsuits against the state and NYPD for violating his law with those signs. And he filed that way before Long Island Order did his federal lawsuit recently. So we'll see what's gonna happen with those signs pretty soon, hopefully.
We'll see. We'll see.
But you have a good night.
Good night.
Mustafa, appreciate you.
Mustafa, peace, brother.
Peace. Peace. I'll
Salam
talk to you.
alaikum.
Wa alaikum
Peace be.
salam. Likewise. Peace be upon it to you as well.
Thank you, brother. Good night, man.
Good night.
Good guy audits.
Yeah.
Would you turn up your mic, please?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's hard to hear you when you're trying to say something.
Oh.
Your mic was low. I
Uh,
just wanted to let you know because I like listening to your sexy ass voice.
You know, they could charge Long Island audits whatever he wants, put him through the system, but is it gonna stick? That's the whole thing, you know.
Right.
Because technically they can do whatever they want, charge anybody with whatever they want, run you through the system. They could put you as a John Doe, make you sit there for 72 hours until your prints come back. You
Mm-hmm.
know, even though
he
it
didn't
comes
even
back way before it.
he, he didn't even have to secretly record.
What was that?
He didn't even have to secretly record.
Well,
Right.
if he didn't, they weren't gonna let him process his paperwork. So he secretly recorded to do his FOIA request, and he was at the window. He did it like he didn't go in those special rooms and record no documents
Right. He
and
was still in the lobby area.
yeah.
He's gonna be arraigned tomorrow, in the Nassau County District Court. I believe
Oh yeah,
that's
Yeah.
the one in
April
Hempstead.
19th.
Do you
That
guys know? Do you
that's
guys?
like 20 minutes from me.
Do you
I
guys
should
know?
I should head over there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you guys?
Barely.
Do you guys know how I can edit that porn thing out?
Nah, I don't know nothing about none of this.
You'll have to drop your live stream and start it back over.
Oh,
Somebody's porn bombing you.
they did earlier for like.
I saw that shit a while ago,
Yeah, was
but
that
I'm
was
not.
that was that last one Cliff too? Cause I don't know if that was his. No, right? You see that picture? I know. That's what I said. It didn't look like Cliff. It looked like a still shot of his face. I'm like, wait,
Yeah.
that's not Cliff. I don't think that's Cliff.
It
Nah,
was
yeah,
Well,
so
but
another thing I wanted to get your opinion on. Have y'all seen the one where the family, they were homeless, they were living in a camper on public land, like in a national forest or something, in like the parking area, and they had ticketed them and cited them and this, that, and the other. So they were trying to get them for staying past their 14 days. So they came up with this little scheme to where three plain clothes in a pickup truck pulled up into the parking area, sat there for a few minutes, and then went and knocked on the door or whatever and asked for a jump. Said they were having battery trouble. And so the guy comes out to give them a jump, and they start putting him in handcuffs and he thinks he's getting robbed or jumped or whatever because they never identified themselves as cops. He starts yelling for his brother.
Oh, I seen that.
Brother, brother's in a wheelchair.
Oh wait, no, I didn't see that.
He comes rolling out, and he's got a handgun.
Oh shit.
They shoot the dude in the wheelchair.
What state was this? When was this?
This was not too long ago. I saw it like I think I saw it yesterday, and I can't remember whose channel it was on. Um,
I ain't seen nothing.
but the one dude's name that got shot, his name is like Trees or something like that, and he survived. But after the three cops start shooting, well, two of them or one of them, and they shot him so many times, he did survive. Then all the sirens and everything started coming. That's the first time they even knew that they were cops because the three cops, it was a female and two males. The female stayed in the truck, and the two males were, grabbing the first brother, and he starts yelling for his other brother, and the guy comes out in the damn wheelchair. He's got a handgun, and he didn't shoot anybody. He just pointed the gun at him and yelled, and they just opened fire. Never once said that they were cops.
That's
So
And
crazy.
there's a whole big,
and they probably could have just been in uniform and knocked on the door and said, "Hey, look, you guys got to leave." Instead of doing all that extra, all that extra shit, getting
yeah,
sending an undercover and all that. Come on, yo.
setting them up for the okey doke by asking them for a damn jump. They had this little scheme all
Mm.
planned out in plain clothes and shit, trying to fool the people just to arrest them. I mean, come on. Like you said, knock on the fucking door.
Listen, they got me back in like 2001. I was working in a corner store bodega, and they sent the undercover in the store, which looked like a crackhead. And he said, "Yo, you want to buy a car in the Newports?" I said, "Yeah, how much?" He said, 25. I said, "All right." I had 23 in my pocket. I told my boss who was at the register, "Give me two singles." He gave me $2. I bought the cigarettes from the guy. As soon as he walked out, 20 cops ran in the store and arrested me for buying stolen cigarettes.
Right. That was all cops in the damn beginning.
I'm like, you sold me the stolen cigarettes.
Right. They
They
should they should be charged with the
Yeah. So y'all,
possession of stolen property
yes,
or
so y'all
mm,
stole them. Who did y'all steal it from?
right.
they
Right.
said they were stolen, untaxed cigarettes,
Mm.
then they put me through the system. I was in there for like 3 days until it went through court, and I got in the case. They dropped everything. It got dismissed.
It's the stupidest things. I mean,
They do the stupidest things. Their job is the same as a fire department or ambulance. You're supposed to sit your ass still until you get a call
Until
and you
they
respond.
call you.
yeah.
You
Or at
don't
You're
least
go
supposed
until
to
driving.
follow the law.
You don't
you,
go
you know.
driving around
I,
looking
I
for
don't
somebody.
look. I don't mind if cops drive around and just intervene when there's something violent going on. You know what I mean? Like if somebody's getting beat up, hop out on them and help the guy
Right.
out.
You
Stuff
know
like that.
that's what I meant to tell Mustafa too.
Mhm.
When he told GGA, oh, I had, people ask me, will the auditors go and record the drug dealers? That's not their job. That's the cop. Why the cops don't sit out there and record them, or just sit there and they won't chill there and sell drugs or anything in that
Mhm.
area if you know that's what they're doing there.
They surveillance them, I'm sure.
Look,
Not bullshit.
where,
Half of
where,
them's in on it.
Charlie, you live around the corner from me, Charlie. You
Yeah.
know my block right here, this Ave, in the daytime, in the weekends, it, it'd be a party out here.
Yeah, bro. Right by
Did
the
he?
hotel. Right by
No,
the
no, 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 not
hotel.
by the hotel. I'm talking about where I'm at, around the corner, where you met
By
me
the
at that
barber
day.
shop and all that, right? The tire shop,
When
barber
they when
shop.
they when they all out here chilling, drinking, cars,
Hmm.
systems, this, that, the cops drive past me, past my house, 1,000 times a day, and everybody's out here drinking, smoking, music blasted out the cars, liquor bottles everywhere, and they don't say not one thing. They just keep it moving. And this
Yeah,
is why
bro.
I say
My street is
they
like
don't
that too, in front of the
they don't
hotel.
they don't enforce the law unless they get a call.
Yeah, and that's probably how it should be. You know what I mean?
No,
Like
it shouldn't be like that. They need to
mm,
enforce the law because now you letting all this go down. But you know what? By the end of the night, you know how many fights and how much drama is going on over here?
yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. Like they should intervene, obviously, when when something goes down.
They let shit happen. They wait till it goes down. And like I said, when I was in the precinct that day I recorded the cop, there was a young lady in there from California. And she's like, "Yo, is there any other precincts in this neighborhood?" And I'm like, "Unfortunately, there's only one, like, I don't know how many blocks away, but they just as worse as this one." And she's like, "Oh, my child's father kidnapped my daughter, and they're telling me to go to his house and dial 911. I got to order protection against this dude. I'm scared for my life, and they're telling me to go to the house and dial. I don't even want him to know I'm in New York. I'm just here to pick up my daughter. I got papers from Cali saying he kidnapped her, this, that, and they want me to go to his house." I'm like, "Miss, call 911, give him the address to the chicken spot across the street from the precinct. When they come, you tell them, 'Hello, I'm right here.'" She was scared to go out the precinct door. She didn't want her baby daddy to see her in his neighborhood. And they were telling her to go to his house and dial 911 from the scene. And she was in tears. Like, I'm like, "Use this address right here. It's going to be right across from the precinct. When the cops come, you tell them you right here at the door of the precinct and you want to do your shit right here." They just wanted to be in the system as a call, so they have, I guess, a record of it. Because anything, you can't just stop them on the street. They want you to call 911.
Oh yeah, yeah, they don't want to.
Unless somebody got a weapon, you got to go to the scene and dial 911 to where it happened, to the crime scene, where it happened at, where anything. Unless something, a murder, a weapon, or they actually witness it.
I appreciate you guys for coming on. This is very
Yeah,
important.
appreciate you holding the panel.
Yeah, we
But
can't see nothing but your dome.
all this shit changed in the late 80s, early 90s, when they changed the standards for the cops. Back then you had to be a certain height, you had to be a certain fit,
mm,
you had to be able to pass these classes where you could jump these fitness, health classes and shit. These cops nowadays, between the females being fucking 4'5" and the males that are overweight, is just, it's crazy. Like,
you just
that
you just
that
gotta
that
know. You
you know,
just
it's
gotta
not
know.
it's not even nothing against the females. It's the
Mm,
fact of, what can a female 4'5" do to eight, 6
6
foot,
foot.
5'10", 6 foot male, twice her weight, twice her size. Like,
bro, you just have to know exactly what to say during the psych interview, and boom, you get hired. Have you ever done drugs? Have you ever tried any controlled substances? No.
but
Shit like that.
this is why I said, to any person who grows up wanting to be a cop, and then becomes the cop years later or whatever, knowing the reputation that they have and how corrupt they are, is just a person who's corrupt themselves.
I mean,
I know a family right now who, this dude's pushing his kids into the force. Like, yeah, go to the PALs, get cool with the cops,
Mm,
become cops, just so he can have family members in the system. So if anything goes down, he
He
got
got
some pull.
somebody to fall back on. Yeah.
Yeah, yes, it's
And a
crazy.
little,
Like
little power, little pull.
I'm like, yo, how is this guy's kids in the PAL? They want to become cops. And the dad's a drug dealer, crazy ass dude. Like, what?
Right.
It's not making sense. And in all reality, you can only think this dude's pushing his kids into it so he can have something to fall back. And if he gets, I know somebody who the dude's wife is a cop, and this dude's a crazy big time drug dealer. And I'm like, no wonder why he don't be getting caught or not. He gets away with everything. And then now they got so many, we call them rats, but they got so many confidential informants, and these confidential informants are the ones getting away and walking around the street and getting locked up 5, 10 times with guns and getting put back out on the street and not getting charged with anything because they're ratting on other people. So
Right.
it's okay if we let them do their little dirt as long as they help us out with information.
Right.
And
Well,
that's not
all
right.
police stations and stuff that I see, I'm in North Carolina,
Wow.
and a lot of places are begging for new hires, and they're giving them bonuses and this, that, and the other. I mean, there's so many places that need people to work. People don't want to fucking work no more. They want to do something else. They don't want to work.
No, it,
They don't.
They want to become TikTok stars.
There
it's
you go. There you
it,
Yeah,
go.
what you mean when you people are looking to hire what? All cops?
cops. Yeah,
Hell yeah.
No, nobody want to be a cop.
Right.
But it's not just because they want to be TikTok stars. It's just probably because of their it's sad to
Well,
say, and
no, I mean nobody wants to work. Period.
it's sad to say, and I said this before on somebody else's live. My daughter right now is 25. When she was 17, 18, she told me she wanted to be a cop. And I told her, if you become a cop, I will disown you. And
Oh,
everybody's like, what? What father tells their kid? And I'm like, listen, right now I'm at 25. My daughter thanks me and tells me that because she sees she thanks me that
right.
she's not in the NYPD or nothing like that. Because she knows, like, even my 12-year-old sees the corruptness going on and don't like the cops and has a disdain towards them because she sees what they did to me and what they do to me. Like she's witnessed it,
Right.
and it's sad. Like, if all the cops in you're in North Carolina, so it's different. But if every cop,
Not much.
if no, but I'm just saying, like, if every cop in the NYPD, and I mean like regular officers, detectives, not like the lieutenants and the chief and this and that.
Right.
Just
Right.
if all the cops come together and stick together, they can't retaliate against every officer. You understand? So supposedly these
Right.
officers are scared to come forward because they don't want to get retaliated against. But if you stick together as the people, not as a blue line bullshit, they can't, just they can't retaliate it against every officer. They can't fire every officer. They can't put every officer in a bad spot.
Well, in that one town they did, in
What
the
time
town
was
of
that?
that town of Coffee,
Oh
is
yeah, yeah, and yeah.
250 people had 50 cops, and they was running the damn cops was running the damn scam, and chief got fired, and they dismantled the whole damn works.
Yeah, I seen that today, but that wasn't because of the people. It was because of that one incident. They got caught up and got caught
yeah.
doing it, and
I
They
wonder
got
how does.
caught in their scam.
Yeah, I
yeah,
wonder. I wonder how does that like start, right? Like, is it in roll call when they're in roll call? Like, all right, listen up, guys. This is what we're gonna do today. We're gonna do some
Somebody
scam
figured it
shit.
out. Somebody figured it out, and I think it was the police chief because he was actually one of them that were going and working at a different place, and he was making bang more bucks.
And he was hiring cops who got fired from other
Dirty
precincts in
cops,
town.
yeah,
Yeah, dirty
yeah,
cops.
that couldn't hardly get a job
I
nowhere
watched that.
else.
I
He's a
watched that
dirty
today.
cop.
Yeah,
Yeah, I watched that Coffee Town video today from News Now.
yeah,
It's
it's everywhere. It's widespread.
but if they
It,
stick together, they cannot all get retaliated against. Like, and this is why I say they're all bad because look, when those cops call for backup, those 2, 3 cars that are coming in for backup, they're coming in crazy just because they think those 2 officers that call for backup were right. But they don't know what really happened, but they don't care
right.
because they going behind their blue line backup.
Yeah. Oh, we getting to fight now.
And this is
I,
why I
re-
Let's
said
go whoop some
yo,
ass.
I
they
remember
all
watching.
they
I,
all dirty.
I remember. I remember watching this video years ago. It went viral, and it was these two plainclothes officers. I think it was probably like around 2017. Um, but they were plainclothes officers. I think it happened in the Bronx, and they stopped this guy. Um, it was a black dude, and he was with like another. He was like with an African dude that was recording the whole thing. And anyway, they took his ID and they wouldn't give it back. And he's like, "Yo, man, just give me my ID back. What are y'all stopping me for? I gotta go upstairs and take my medicine." And they was trying to grab his arms to arrest him, and it was allegedly because they found a knife on him. It was like one of those Fourth Amendment violations, like stop and frisk. And I think they found like a knife. And he was just like pleading with them. He's like, "Yo, please don't do this to me. I got my daughter upstairs. I gotta go upstairs and take my medicine. Please don't do this to me." And they were just, adamant about arresting him. And the guy kept trying to grab his arm. And then at one point, the guy pulled his arm back. Like when the cop tried to grab his arm, he pulled his arm back. Yo, the cop squared up with the guy. Like he put his fist up, and they both, and then the guy had to defend himself, so he threw his fist up too, and they both just started throwing blows at each other. But it was the cop who started it first because he was the one who put his fist up, like, "What's up? Let's fight."
Right.
And then now the guy's like, suddenly, like, it was just a regular. They were just walking, you know what I mean? And then this whole thing just turned into suddenly him fighting a cop. And um and the female officer, she was kind of useless, because it's two big dudes fighting each other, fist fighting, and the female officer, she's like doing the bare minimum. So what she did was she called a 1013 on the radio, and
Yeah.
just the whole block just flooded with the army of NYPD. And you know how they do, like they hop out and there's like no questions asked. Like they don't even know if it's an unlawful stop. They just see that their officer is struggling with a guy, and they all gonna jump on the guy, obviously, and that's what they did. They jumped on the dude, and they pretty much fucked him up. Like they grabbed him, threw him on the. It was like 17 officers on top of this guy, and if I'm gonna try to YouTube it. I think you could just you could search it up like NYPD fist fight with a guy or something like that, and it'll pop up.
Did you guys?
Good guy, good guy. I don't know if you remember that video.
No. Did you guys hear about that guy that they arrested him over some domestic violence shit with his neighbor? Something really small about like his plants was going over to the neighbor's yard, and he was trying to, or their plants was coming onto his, and he was trying to like tell them about it, and they called the cops, and he had heart surgery, and he needed to take his medicine every day, or he could die, and they fucking arrested him, and he kept telling him, "I need to get my medicine from the house."
Yeah, he had a transplant.
Yeah, he had a heart transplant, and
Yeah.
he was telling him, "Go get my medicine out the house. I need my medicine," or they're like, "We're gonna get you to the hospital," but his medicine costs so much money that the hospital's not gonna have his medicine. You know what I
No,
mean?
no,
Like,
that they wouldn't have the medicine at the jail,
yeah, they wouldn't have the
and
medicine.
the hospital would be able to get the medicine because they would understand, but they wouldn't take him to the hospital either.
And he died.
Yeah, they killed him.
Yep.
Shit.
They kept him in jail for like 3 days, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, and he
Where was this at?
I
Oh
don't know.
no, no,
um
all right now I'm bugging. You say he had a heart transplant. I'm like, cause I know of some kid from my town out here who was on Rikers, and
My
this
my friend
was
died on Rikers.
huh?
My friend Elijah Muhammad, rest in peace. He just died on Rikers from overdose.
Well,
Overdose.
my friend died on Rikers about 2 months ago for not getting his proper medication from them. He was schizophrenic.
I mean
Wow.
they do that shit all the time. They say, okay, and you tell them, look, I have to have this specific medication. And oh, you'll get your medicine at the jail. You'll get your medicine at the jail because they don't want you to bring the medicine in.
Uh huh.
Or they don't want to be bothered with actually making sure you have your medication when you go, or letting somebody else bring it to the actual jail. And then the jail's not going to provide it because they don't have that kind of reach for some of these medications that people are on. And you talking about, having a transplant, that's medication that has to be taken on time. Doses can't be missed, or you go into rejection. And some, other diagnoses that people have that have to have certain types of medications, schizophrenia being one of them. And it's important to be balanced and not get out of control, because then that fucks you up big time. And the medical field is what I did for 30 years. And so many things that I saw people do, and I'm not one to keep my mouth shut. So,
What, in the
yeah.
hospitals?
Yeah, I worked in hospitals, but my main forte was
Yo,
home health.
Charlie, I'm not gonna hold you. Your voice, you sound just like J Fam, bro.
Who are you talking to?
I said Charlie, his voice reminds me of J Fam.
Of who?
J Family.
J Family. I don't know who that is. Unless you're talking about Joey Surreal.
No, J Fam, he's a mod that he's a mod. He's one of the mods that be on everybody's channel.
Oh, no, I don't know who that is.
Your voices sound just alike.
But yeah, so so y'all mentioned that y'all lost someone, a friend at Rikers Island, and so one
We
thing that I wanted to
we all trying to
point
get
out. I'm
down.
sorry.
Everybody in New York wants to get Rikers shut down.
Yeah, yeah, I heard. But so one thing that I wanted to bring up, and I brought this up in Eli's channel and in Brooklyn Orders channel. But something that a lot of people in New York are unaware of is that in New York has something called the wrongful death statute, and it was enacted in 1847. So that's the law that the courts use to determine basically your payout um, in a wrongful death lawsuit. And that's the courts use the formula in that law that's 170 years old to figure out how much the family will get. So according to that law, if the victim wasn't working and they weren't the breadwinner of the family, they pretty much don't get anything. So basically, if a poor person dies from a wrongful death, the family can't sue. I don't know if y'all heard that correctly, but poor people, if they get killed in the hospital, like medical malpractice, like let's say a surgeon, they go under the table, right? And the surgeon is doing the surgery and he cuts an artery and he kills your aunt or your mother,
Yeah.
and that person wasn't a breadwinner, your family cannot sue the hospital. You know what I'm saying? So it's a fucked up
Mhm.
shit how like our poor communities have these poor hospitals, And if these hospitals kill us, we can't sue them. You know what I mean? Like that's out of the table.
Well,
So the
that's uh,
yeah, yeah, go ahead.
no, I was gonna say that's the shit though. They know what they're doing, and they got
Mm,
these specific laws where they're made against us. They're made to go against us,
yeah, and this
and that
law. So we rely on this law that's 170 years old. They basically wrote this law when poor people didn't mean shit in America. You know what I mean? This was before the labor laws. This was when there was no child labor laws. Children were exploited in factories and worked 20 hours a day. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
it's crazy to think that we still rely on that law from 170 years ago to determine the value of someone's life in a wrongful death lawsuit today. And the New York legislator actually passed a law to replace that law called the Grieving Families Act. And it was passed in the legislature, but you know that once the law gets passed in the legislature, the governor has to sign it. Governor Hochul vetoed that shit. She said, "Nah,"
I'm
because
sure.
she said we can't have that law because if we pass that law, hospital premiums, their insurance premiums is gonna go up. So she's looking out for the insurance companies of the hospitals. She doesn't want
Oh yeah, she's looking out for corporate.
for corporate, yeah. And she was criticized for that. You know what I mean? And I wish, I hope that New Yorkers like realize how fucked up that is. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't know this. People think that it's easy to sue a hospital, but it's not. You know what I mean?
Right.
Especially
It's
when,
not. Trust
especially
me.
when you're poor. Yeah,
bro,
Trust me.
it's hard to sue anybody because you gotta find that lawyer first, and if it's not worthwhile to the lawyer, or if you're not finding anybody. Not only if it's not worthwhile, if it's against the NYPD or against the city, or they get scared and oh no, we don't want the case.
bro. I went to Sanford Rubenstein. Rubenstein. I don't know if y'all familiar with that name. But he's
Yeah,
the one that represented Eric Garner. He's always been around Al Sharpton. He always comes out on social media like, we need justice for the family of such and such. You know, like he's
Right.
supposedly
Right.
for the people. And I went to his office and I told him what happened with my mother. You know, my mother went into a hospital and she begged us to save her life. She said, "I'm dying, please, me estoy muriendo." And they said, "No, it's just anxiety." And long story short, you know, my mother had a stroke. And on the third day, when my mother was slipping into a full paralysis, that's when the hospital said, "Oh shit, it's a stroke." But by that time, it was too late.
Right.
So I'm trying to open a
I'm so
lawsuit,
sorry.
and I went to Sanford Rubenstein, and he pretty much kicked me out the office. He said, "I'm sorry, I can't help you. Go to another law firm."
you see.
And then I'm trying to like tell him like, "Yo, listen, but I looked through my mother's medical records and nothing makes sense. There's a lot of discrepancies." And yeah, and then he tried to like defend the hospital in a weird way because he was like, "Oh, okay, your mother died 2 months later, right? 2 months after she left the hospital." And I'm like, "Yeah, but it was as a result." So he's like, "So how is that the hospital's fault?" And I'm like, "Bro, why would you talk like that if you don't have the full details of the case? That's very irresponsible as a lawyer." But
Because
you
they're
know,
very rude and nasty. That's why.
yeah,
Right.
he's a
They don't.
fucking
You know why? Because you
he's
need them. They don't need you. They don't care, bro. They have no decency. These fucking lawyers these days are like
they're opportunists, bro. They're fucking ambulance chasers, and that's what I noticed.
it's
Well,
sick.
they,
It's
no,
sick.
they limelight chasers.
Hmm.
It's sick, man. It's
Yo,
sick.
and
But
when you go into this man's office, he has front page of like the daily news, like newspapers. He has a
Hmm.
wall full of them because you know he's so like reputable and he's
yeah,
always
yeah,
like in
yeah.
the
Million
news and shit
dollar
like
Yeah,
that.
and your
lawsuit.
your
This,
case is
that.
not going to put him on the face of a newspaper,
I mean, yeah, I guess,
you know,
yeah,
because it wasn't something to do with the cops. It wasn't something to do with, something going viral. So you can't bump his prestige.
yeah,
Look, I got into a car accident 2 years ago. And my car broke down. I pulled over on the side of the road, on the highway, on the shoulder, and a car came from behind me doing like 60 miles an hour, the highway speed, and just smashed me right in the back. And it wound up being an off-duty correctional officer from Rikers. He told me he just came off a double shift. He was tired. He didn't see me. To me, he fell
Right.
asleep. So 2 years now, I'm out of work. I've been going to therapy. The shit don't help. They want me to do surgery. I'm not that type of person. I'm not a test dummy. You're not going to do surgery, and I come out of surgery even worse. If you can't give me 100%, guarantee that I'm gonna be fixed, I'm not doing the surgery. They want to give me shots, this, that. I'm not taking none of that shit. I don't do that. I don't take pills. I don't take medication. I don't do none of that. So 2 years pass. My lawyer calls me up today, Friday actually, and says the insurance company offered me $300 for my injuries.
Oh, $300.
$300. I'm
Wait,
like, yo,
is that before or after their cut? Their 33.3%.
that's that's before 300. That's it, 300.
Oh nah. Do you
Nah,
know?
nah, man.
Yeah, you're not getting those 300.
And then he's like, I told them no, and then they came back with a second offer saying 700.
Hmm. They
He's
did
like, and
something
I
like
told
that too. To
he's
me
like I
too.
told he's like I told them no again. He's like, now they came back saying 1,400, third and final offer.
How much? 1,400.
Yeah, and I'm like, dude, I got a pinched nerve in my shoulder. I got six bulged and herniated disc in my back. I
You
got
went to physical therapy and all that?
for 2 years.
Oh, for 2 years? Damn, bro, you had a bullshit ass lawyer, bro. I'm sorry,
He
but
told me,
$1,400.
he said, yo, you either take the 1,400
Mm-hmm.
or I tell them that you don't want the money and you're gonna go find a new lawyer. I'm like, what do you mean find a new lawyer? I found you 2 years ago, bro.
Hmm.
What the fuck you talking about find a new lawyer? He's like, I'm telling you that you basically don't fall under the category of serious injuries, and if we take this to court, you're not gonna win.
Bullshit.
And I'm like, dude, I was in a disabled vehicle and I got rear-ended by somebody doing 60 miles an hour. Do you
Damn,
know what impact that is? I get headaches every day. My arm goes numb every night.
yo, I'm
I,
sorry to
I
hear
could
that, bro.
barely sleep because I
Did,
gotta
did,
wake up and shake my arm to wake my arm up.
bro, did you read the reviews for that lawyer?
I'm not gonna hold you. My arm go numb. My arm goes numb every night too.
It's probably from a pinched nerve or something from playing
Hmm.
football or some shit.
It's from beating off.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just fucking with you. Nah, but my body's fucked up from football too. Though I'm just happy that you alive though, cause
Yeah, we happy you still here.
Hmm.
Uh, my doctor almost killed me on the surgery table.
I'm
Oh
happy you're here
shit.
too.
Seriously, they had to stick their finger in my jugular
Oh my
Wow.
god.
and wait for a vascular surgeon to come and close the my jugular back up because they ripped the facial vein from my jugular when they were cutting through some scar tissue to do a um, second surgery on my neck. So yeah, surgery scary.
Hmm.
And
But you
if
see,
I had
what's scary about medical malpractice and medical negligence is that if a surgeon does something to you, due to him being negligent, you can't sue unless that causes something like serious. Like if there's serious or permanent damage, that's
right,
when you can sue.
Yo,
But
right,
if it's something like how you described and you just like it's just like a bad experience, but you made it out, even though he didn't do what he was supposed to. I mean, obviously I'm not a lawyer, but I've been doing a lot of research on this shit, and it's
Yeah.
pretty scary because a doctor can make a mistake on you and fuck you up. But if it's not something that's permanent and you're able to recover, a lot of times you don't have a lawsuit, which is
Right.
crazy, you know.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm a
I'm
done.
disabled from
Mm,
the actual surgery, not the jugular,
yeah.
but the surgery that he performed on me the first time. He put a disc replacement in my neck
Hmm.
that had only been used in the United States for 2 years.
Hmm.
And the studies had shown that they shouldn't be used in the neck, that
Hmm.
they should be used on different parts of the spine besides the neck.
Also, did you
And
consult a lawyer? Because you might have a case.
well, I've looked all over the place,
Hmm.
and nobody will take it.
Did you get your medical records?
Oh yeah, the whole
And did
hospital, all of my files from everything, because I had a lawyer with my Social Security disability
Hmm.
to be able to get that. So every record that they got, I got.
and this is why I tell my 12-year-old right now. You are gonna become a lawyer because these corrupt ass lawyers out here are no good.
A civil rights lawyer. They need to be a malpractice or civil rights lawyer. And every cop on the force should have to carry their own malpractice insurance, just like any professional does.
Mm,
You know, every um, business owner has to carry workman's comp for their workers, and they have to have so much insurance so that if they do something wrong in their business that wrongs somebody else, they have insurance to cover it.
Yeah.
That's what kind of insurance every cop should have to have.
I had to have a $500,000 insurance policy just to paint people's apartments in certain buildings in Manhattan.
mm.
There you go.
Just to
See,
paint. Because if you break something or something happens, you gotta be liable for it.
I used to drive a medical um transportation van where people in wheelchairs.
Yeah.
Our insurance policy was over
Millions
a million
probably.
over $1 million.
Yeah. But it's sad too. Like he said, if you don't have serious injury, like my that car accident lawyer that called me on Friday, he's like, listen, man, even if you would have lost an arm in that accident, I don't think you would have got any more than they're offering now. And
Oh
I'm
But
like,
bullshit.
excuse me?
Bullshit.
white
You
boy,
got
let
a
me
bullshit lawyer.
yeah, because white boy, let me tell you, I got rear-ended too. Like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, something like that. I got rear-ended, and it wasn't even that serious, to be honest. But I played the whole. Let me not say that because I don't know where this YouTube stream goes. But
You did what you supposed to do.
exactly, yes. And I went to my physical therapy, but I'm not gonna
There you
lie.
go.
The law firm that I hired, they were very like, they weren't keeping track of shit. And this
Oh,
was my first lawsuit. I didn't know what the fuck to do, so I would just go to my the physical therapy, and I went. I went like maybe for about 3 months, and then I'm like, yo, I'm calling them to see like, okay, what do I do? Should I keep going to physical therapy? And every time I would call the law firm, they would tell me, oh, because usually law firms they have like an answering system.
sections, yeah.
Yeah, like this law firm always had that fucking answering, system or whatever, and so it was never the office. It was just some people taking a message, and they're like, okay, well, yeah, we'll let your paralegal know to call you back.
Yeah,
And
because you had to check in with your for your appointments.
what was that?
You had to check in to make sure that you were going to your appointments. Like you had to go to your appointments for physical therapy, but then
Mhm.
you had to let your lawyer know for every um, physical therapy or whatever you had to go to.
Well, nah, what happened was like, they told me go to physical therapy, and then after, like, I just never heard back from them. They like just stopped following up. So I'm like, I don't know what to do from this point on. So I'm gonna stop going to therapy, and I would call the law firm to find out if I should keep going or if I should, you know, just chill out or whatever. Anyway, so I stopped going altogether, and I thought they abandoned the case, to be honest, because they never called me back. I was unable to get in touch with them, and then the lawyer finally called me. I think like in 2021, or 2022, I don't know. But the lawyer called me and he's like, "Hey, Charles, so uh, how many uh, how many physical therapies do you have?" And I'm like, "I honestly don't even know." He's like, and then he starts looking and he's like, "Oh man, well I see that you only have 40. You're supposed to have at least 60. What happened?" And I'm like, "What? I don't know, man. I thought I went a lot of, I thought I went at least 60 here that you only have about 40 visits. You had to have at least 60." And I'm like, "Well, what's going on? Can I go back then? Can I start going now?" And he's like, "No, because the physical therapy place, they already closed your case and they sent it over to me. Listen, let me call you back." So he called Geico or whatever, and then he called me back and he's like, "Look, they want to settle for $3,000. I'm like, "What?" Yo, I've been on and off with this shit for over a year, man. Going to physical therapies and all this. Nah, $3,000. That's too little. And he's like, "All right, well, let me call them. I'll call you back." So he calls me back like 10 minutes later, and he says, "All right, look, I was able to get 10,000 from them, but that's it. Take it or leave it." And I'm like, "Damn, 10,000?" He's like, "Look, that's all you're getting." So I'm like, "All right, fuck it. I'll take the 10,000." So whatever. I went to go pick that shit up. And when I went to go pick it up, I'm expecting, because I know that he was supposed to take his 33%. So I'm expecting at least like 7,000. When I picked up that check, that shit said 5,000. I'm like, "What the fuck? Where did the rest of the money go? Like, what's going on?" And the paralegal guy, he was breaking it down to me. And he's like, "Yeah, we take 33%, but we also take legal expenses. So the legal."
Yeah, filings and
Hmm. Yeah, all the discovery, the investigation, all of I thought it was all included in the 33%, but nah, that's separate. So I'm like, shit.
got to read that fine print.
Yeah,
They'll
but
get
I
they'll
also
get
had
you
a
any
quote to
way they
that.
can.
What happened?
You,
I said they'll get you any way they can.
you know what it
Yeah,
is too,
but
that I call like 7 lawyers. Anytime I get into something, I can never find a lawyer that want to take the case. Like
hmm
with it, I could never. So finally, I found this lawyer. He said he was gonna take the case, and he's like, "Oh, the driver has a bullshit insurance company," and I'm
hmm
like, "Okay, what that has to do with it?" He's like, "Look, man, the laws are made to go against us. I don't agree with them." He's like, "But that's the way they are." He's like, "This guy only has a $25,000 policy." He's like, "So even if you would have died, that's the maximum your family members could get, $25,000 policy."
wow.
He's like, that's why they're only offering the 1,400 and trying to. I'm like, bro, I'm not accepting $1,400. He's like, "So you're gonna have to go find another lawyer." I said, "All right, you know what? Give me like a week. I'll let you know next week." And I've been called. I got two appointments with two different lawyers, and they're like, I'm like, he's basically telling me I'm not hurt. And the two lawyers that basically made an appointment with me, they based it off of they were asking me questions, and they're like, "Did you miss work?" I'm like, "I'm still out of work. I'm a auto mechanic. I can't get under cars and deal with motors and engines and transmissions with my back. I had to get rid of my cars because I can't drive stick shift. Every time I press the clutch to change the gear, I feel it in my back. I can't. I had to stop driving stick shift cars." And he's like, "Did you get paid lost wages?" And I'm like, "Yeah, for like 8 months they pay me lost wages for being out of work." He says, "So right there it says you were injured. They had to pay you for 8 months being out of work." How he says you're not injured? He's like, "All right, bring me all your shit." So both of them want to see all this paperwork, and they said they usually don't take a case af because it actually just hit 2 years, August 21st.
Well, make sure you get all your imaging from any kind of MRIs or CTs or anything that you've had and take that with you.
That's what I don't have, and I don't think I'll be able to get it by Thursday. 'Cause both appointments is on Thursday.
You should
I'm gonna
be able to
try. I'm
get
gonna
it.
try though.
Yeah, because today's
Go to
Tuesday, bro. Just go straight to the radiology. Wherever
go
you got the.
medical records, medical records.
Yeah.
Go straight to medical records and they can print it off right there.
What was it? A hospital or was it a radiology clinic?
I don't even. One was some little bullshit, some little office. I don't know
Wherever
what it
they keep
was.
their
Yeah.
medical records, you'll be able to get it from medical records.
It's the same day. The same day they'll give it to you, bro.
I wouldn't be able to get it through my the chiropractor and shit. Like the doctor there, they're the ones that send me for that for the MRIs and
They
I mean,
probably have the images.
you can, but they're going to give you the runaround. The best advice that I can give you is wherever you had the imaging done, go to that place, call them up first, and speak to medical records and say, "Hey, I had imaging done this day at your facility, and I need a copy of the radiology report, and I need a CD of the actual images." The most important thing is the report read by the radiologist that's typed up in your file. They cannot destroy that.
I got the paper though that says like what actual T1, T2, all that.
From the
What?
radiologist,
Yeah, I don't have the disc, but I have like the actual paper where it's printed out. What?
what they found on the images.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
that
the
should be
most
good
important
enough.
piece.
Yeah, and then the guy in the doctor's office, he like they show a chart of the body with all the ligaments and this and that and the vertebrae, and he's like he highlighted half the chart, half the body, and he's like, "This is all fucked up on you," and I'm like, "What?"
Yeah, sounds like you
Because
got a really good case.
but this lawyer's telling me I'm not, and I'm like, wow. I had to wear. I wore a freaking ski hat. I wore a hat throughout half the summer just for compression on my skull, so I won't get migraines.
So did you have neck damage?
They said they don't see nothing in the neck or in the brain, but right, the guy hit like the car broke down. I was looking on my phone for a tow truck. My wife called me. I answered the call. As I was telling her that I'm broke down and I was looking for a tow truck, I look in my rearview mirror and I'm like, "Oh shit! Is this dude about to boom?" And he hit me.
Okay. So where are your injuries? In your T spine, your C spine,
My T spine.
Chuck Bronson, what up?
in your T spine?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
your thoracic.
I believe it's both actually.
If it's in your neck, that's why you're getting headaches.
Do you happen to know how to read MRI images?
I do.
Send her your MRI so she can read it.
Well, yeah. Well, I was actually gonna ask you if you could read my mother's MRIs of the brain.
Yeah,
You know,
you can put them in your if you have a computer, laptop, whatever, you can put them in there and you can scroll through it and look and then you get the report from the actual doctor, from the radiologist, and you go click by click down through that CD,
Hmm.
through the images, and you look and see exactly what he's talking about because everything is on the
The report.
radiologist has to has to read the images and find what's going on and he has to write it all down.
I'm trying to
And
I'm trying to figure out if they missed my mother's stroke on the CAT scan that they did on the original CAT scan.
right.
They did a
No.
CAT scan on September 3rd, and supposedly they didn't find anything on that. But I was watching a YouTube video of there was like a doctor basically teaching about posterior fossa strokes, which is what my mother had,
Mm-hmm.
and she was basically saying how it's very common for radiologists to miss that stroke.
Okay.
And she
So
was like, mhm,
what you need to do is you need to get the first report,
mhm.
and when was the next one done?
Well, the next one was an MRI
And when was that done?
that was done on September 5th, and that was when they found the occlusion in her artery, in her basilar artery.
In the back of the head.
Yeah.
Yes. So sometimes on CTs are not as good as MRIs.
Hmm.
CTs are limited in what they can see and whether they're done with contrast or not. And then the MRIs are more thorough and you can see a whole lot more. And if they didn't find anything on CT, I don't know why they didn't go ahead and do the MRI just to double check because of symptoms, you
Yeah.
know?
And on September 4th, I was reading on the medical records that one of the doctors suggested that they rule out a posterior fossa stroke. So
Right,
that indicates that he already had a suspicion that it could be a stroke. And
right,
they didn't do an MRI until 24 hours later, which was already too late. That was already when my mother was like slipping into a full paralysis, and that's when they found the stroke 24 hours later, and they found the exact stroke that the doctor had suggested, the posterior fossa stroke.
right, right.
So
Yeah,
I
but
think,
you know what kills me about the story with your mom is that you
mhm,
told me she called you know, it's sad to say that that's the worst hospital. Everybody knows.
yeah, St. John's.
Um, um,
She told the
he,
paramedics, "Don't take me there. They're gonna let me die there."
she
And they,
yeah he said she told the paramedics, "Don't take me there. They're gonna let me die there." And the paramedics flipped it around and told when they took her to the hospital, they told the hospital staff that she said she wanted to kill herself. So instead of really treating her medically, they put her in the psych side of the hospital.
yeah, my mother said, "I'm dying." In Spanish, she said, "Me estoy muriendo. I'm dying. I'm dying." And they wrote in the report that she said, "I want to die." And
Mm.
my mother never said that, and I think that's why they were so focused on giving her psychiatric treatment. You know,
So
and she was vomiting. She had a high blood pressure. Her pressure was, I think, 188/99, something like that.
Mm.
so
189 over
instead of
99.
treating her, you know, medically, they treated her mentally,
Yeah.
you know, or they treated as a mental
Okay, so
patient.
who did the interpretation?
I don't know.
It was
I
just
think
the ambulance, and the hospital staff,
the
right?
the paramedic spoke Spanish, so um, but I don't know exactly the nurse that wrote that my mother said I want to die. I don't know if she had an interpreter.
And you have that written document that the nurse said your mother wanted to die, and they put her in the psych side.
Yeah, well, yeah, I got it says it in the doctor's note. I mean, in the records in her chart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then the psychiatrist then later in another note he actually cleared it up and he said he basically said in an earlier note it was said that she said I want to die, but that's false. Um, she said that I am dying. So he actually cleared it up. You know what I mean? So it's on record that she never said that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you also told me
There's your case right there.
you also told me that they
Ooh.
drugged her up.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they sedated her. They gave her I forgot the name of the meds that they gave her. But then there's another discrepancy where one of the doctors wrote in the chart. He said, tried tried to get in touch with son for collateral information, unable to reach him at this time. And he put it in the note. He put in my phone number. That call doesn't exist in my call records. I went back and I looked through I went on T-Mobile.com and I looked up the call records. They never called me. I never received a call from the hospital during that
Right.
time that he wrote that chart. So that's
Right.
another discrepancy, you know.
That's
So,
another lie.
huh?
That's another lie.
Yeah, that's another lie. And even with all this like evidence that I have of her care being mismanaged, I'm still having trouble getting a lawyer. This is what's crazy about America. Is like we have a fucked up healthcare system, and then the legal system works in conjunction with allowing them to fuck you over.
Right.
You know, so what are we gonna do? Like, this is what I'm like. I started getting into this whole First Amendment auditing thing, and I love it because we're attacking an unjust police system. But yo, I'm gonna tell you right now, it's not just the police, it's not just the justice system that's fucking us over. It's the hospital systems as well. I had to watch my mother die. You know what I mean? I had to
So
watch my
crazy.
mother beg them that she's like, I'm dying, please. She told me, please, ask the doctor what's wrong with me. And I had to watch my mother basically slip away. On the third day that I went to go see her, she was in ICU and she was like slipping into this paralysis. And I couldn't talk to my mother anymore. My mother was just looking at me with her mouth wide open, and she was trying to talk to me. And I'm like, "Mommy, like I was just talking to her yesterday, and now I'm here. I went in around noon, and I see that my mother's laying in this hospital bed, and she's trying to talk to me, and she can't. And when I saw
Right.
that shit, yo, I still got PTSD till this day. I still got PTSD because my mother couldn't talk to me. She was trying to reach me, and she couldn't.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, yo, it's not just the police department, it's the hospitals that are fucking us over, and it's the justice system too that allows the hospitals to get away with this shit. I think the medical malpractice cases in America is something like 600,000. That's more than police shootings. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Yeah.
so I think we need to put the same pressure that we put on the police. We need to put it on hospitals too. Fuck it. I think doctors should wear body cams. You know what I'm saying? Why not,
Oh
right?
yeah. Some hospitals now don't even want you to record your child's birth
Yeah, you see, and that's
because so many things have been captured during births that shouldn't have happened.
and they love to throw the HIPAA in your face. But if you think
Oh my
about it,
God.
HIPAA is really to protect them. It's not really to protect you, because like, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck that I have diabetes? You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
okay.
I've
So
been trying to fight. I've been trying to fight the hospitals. I've been going all over.
Yeah, I know. I've seen you go to was it Harlem Hospital? I know Eli went to Harlem Hospital, and yo, and I think the hospital police was fucking with y'all. And they came out like full force talking about, oh, you can record here. Yeah, I seen them videos, yo.
Yeah,
Crazy.
yeah, HIPAA, and all HIPAA
HIPAA, HIPAA,
is
HIPAA.
Yeah.
right. I
Hip,
just
hip,
watched the
hip
police
hop,
video.
hooray.
I just listened to a recording from
So cute.
where the police tased a guy. He hit his head, and he ended up dying.
Mm,
And the nurse is standing at the nurse's station in ICU talking to the cops. They didn't have a warrant.
mm,
She was giving them all kinds of information. The only information that she would not give him was blood test results.
mm.
But she sit there and told them exactly what surgery he had, how they had to open his skull, had to take out a hematoma,
Hmm.
a blood clot out of his brain, and that his brain was so swollen that normally they want to see pressures around 20-25. His was 40 to 45, even with the piece of bone still not being attached to his skull. That's how high his pressure was in his brain. So she stood there and told him all of that, and that was recorded on their body cam.
Sorry.
She shouldn't have been telling them anything
Hmm.
without a warrant.
Yeah, I
She broke
remember.
HIPAA.
She's
I
a she's a hypocrite.
No,
She
but
is.
we
the
need
word
we
up.
need we need.
She's a hypocrite.
I say everybody should have a fucking body cam.
Hmm.
That was the funniest joke I ever told that nobody laughed at. I'm sorry.
Hypocrite.
We all got it.
Nah,
I
yo, the
say
next.
everybody needs a body cam
Hmm.
because without that, there's no accountability. You can't.
Yo,
There's
good
no
guy.
proof.
Yo, I
No
need a
proof.
camera on my body at all times.
Yo, bro. The next time you order the hospital, you gotta tell them when they bring up HIPAA, you gotta be like, nah, y'all some hypocrites.
You know what's funny? You
Hip
know
hip
what's
hop
funny?
hooray.
I'm
Good
from
job,
Castro.
Ooh.
hooray.
You want to hear a funny story, right? This is just funny. My brother, I'm from Castro. My brother used to take me to this hip center. It was like they used to be like these medical centers called the hip center, I
Oh
guess.
yeah, yeah, I remember HIP. HIP
And
turned into Emblem Health, I think.
I think it was part of Montefiore. I'm not sure. It could.
Mhm.
I don't
Because
know.
HIP was an insurance, and then I think they closed down or they switched over to Emblem Health.
Probably you're probably right.
Yeah,
Well,
because
my
I.
brother they used to have a playground in the back of the hip center or hospital or whatever. And my brother used to take me there to play when I was little. And then as I got a little bit older, I was like, "Yo, we gonna ride our bikes to the hip center and shit." And he used to be like, "The what? The hip? The hop? The hippie?" And he used to do that to me. And then I was like, "Fuck that! I don't want to hang out with you no more." But he used to do that to me. That's funny. He used to be like, "The hip, the hop, the hibbity." I used to be like, "Fuck you."
Papa, don't stop.
But
That's right.
there's some years between us, so I guess he got tired of like hanging out with his little tiny brother. You know what I mean? But it was funny. At least he
Go
made it.
to
He
the
tried to
hip
make a joke
center.
out of it. So
Meanwhile, he put you on to the hip center, but he tired of it now.
yeah, right. He's like, I can't be hanging out. I can't be hanging out with a little kid. But that's my
Mm-mm.
nigga though. That's my brother forever. I
Nah,
be
yeah, but I hope I hope something gets done about these signs in the police station.
yeah.
Between that, like I don't know who he is exactly, but I know he's somebody because he's the one who made the law. I think his name is either Jermaine or
Oh
Jamani
yeah, Jermaine Williams.
Williams,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
who made the law, who filed the lawsuit against NYPD and the
Yo, but
city.
you know what I don't like about Jermaine Williams or Jemani Williams?
Jumanji.
Man,
Yeah. Shabanti.
yo, he's an advocate to implement the congestion tolls in Manhattan, and I don't like that. You're gonna start charging people to drive into Manhattan?
Nah, yeah, no, that's
Trash. I mean, they already got that when you go from the Bronx
Hmm.
on that highway. If you take that thing to go into Manhattan, you gotta pay the toll.
From the Bronx, you're talking about the Triborough Bridge, right?
Is it? Yeah.
The
yeah,
Triborough,
but
yeah,
that's the bridge. Now they want to put
that's
it
the
down
bridge.
in like 50th Street, 50
It's
something
stupid
Street.
because if you take the Third Avenue bridge, you don't have to pay shit.
You don't gotta pay. Yeah, the Bronx has a lot of bridges that connect to like Upper Manhattan, where you don't gotta pay.
If
If
you
you
take
take
the
the
Third
tri,
Ave bridge, you hit
hmm
128th,
yeah,
and
the third
you get
eye.
FDR and shit.
Hmm.
You take the Triborough, you go to the same place. You go to
Hmm.
125th, but you gotta pay. That's stupid.
Yo, only real New Yorkers still call it the Triborough.
I don't even know what the fuck to call it. I just call it stupid.
Now that shit is called like shit. I don't even. Oh, the RFK bridge.
It is the RFK, right?
Yeah, the RFK. Yeah, I still call that shit Triborough though.
It should be the RFS. Really fucking stupid bridge.
Word. But yo, yeah, they trying to charge people like up to $20 to drive into Manhattan, and
This
that money's going to the MTA. And Jermaine Williams is an advocate for that shit.
fuck Jumanji. That nigga's a bitch.
White boy, you know what Jumanji is, right?
Yeah.
He's not.
Okay. You
He's
just
not
look
like,
confused right quick.
Nah, I'm just like, at least he's in for that, trying to get rid of that sign. You know.
yeah, fuck that
At
nigga.
least, but I'm not feeling that toll. That's that means that means you can drive into Manhattan if you can afford it. You could drive into. We only want you here if you have money.
Right.
Right.
So that's what
But
that means. The same thing as speeding, bro. All them speed cameras that's popping up. That basically means, yo, you can speed if you want, but you got to pay us. That's
Yeah,
really
money
what.
talks.
Yeah, that's really what that is, and we don't realize that shit.
I'd
They
rather
they they
public.
use crisis. They use the housing crisis. They use um the Vision Zero crisis. They use
they're
all of that to
making millions
capitalize
off the
and
cameras.
monetize it and make money off of it.
Fucking cameras everywhere.
Yeah, and that's why I support the First Amendment. You know what I mean? Putting cameras on the government. It's the same way when we speak.
Oh, they don't want to be on camera.
They even got cameras that go up your ass.
Yeah, yo, if you're on the bus lane, what they do? They send you the video of you doing something wrong and say, hey, you got to pay us. They send you the video of you on the bus lane.
Fucking assholes.
So the government could use cameras on us, but
Where's
the
that
minute
at?
the minute we use a camera on them, yo,
You
you
got
can't record in here.
you got that? You got that already?
Hmm?
You got one?
Who, me?
Yeah.
A bus lane ticket?
Yeah.
I think I got one before.
Where? The city?
I don't get tickets for.
They're not doing that out here yet.
I get arrested
Nah, out here, nah, not yet. But on Crossway Boulevard in Woodhaven, they got cameras there.
walking
At
down
So,
the
the
street.
bus?
I'm doing is filming. Cops put up on me. Start acting like they children.
Yeah, good guy. You get arrested all the damn time.
You want my ID? I want your baby moms that you beat.
when they be like, excuse me, when they be like, do me a favor. Nah, I don't do favors.
I don't do
Mm-mm.
those. We don't do those. You're.
All right, so here's the deal.
Here's the
I
deal.
was gonna say that. I was gonna say, well, here's the deal.
What are we
So
fuck?
here's the deal.
What are we?
Just fucking comply, okay?
Comply or die.
Exactly.
Crazy.
Yo,
Uh,
y'all remember this auditor? I used to watch him. His YouTube name was Constitution Cowboy.
my uncle Stanford Guardian went out with him before.
What happened to him though? I haven't seen him post in like a year.
I think he's up. He lives upstate and shit.
Yeah. So
Yeah, he
he just stopped doing it.
he got married to a horse or some shit.
What the
He married one of his horses. Something like that.
fuck?
There's
Also,
one. There's
also,
one guy.
Cause
oh,
he
Uh,
okay, because he's a cowboy.
Yo, what's Plaga's channel again? I forgot.
Au-
Constitutional.
audits,
Huh?
audits, audits, audits from America.
Audix from America. Yeah, yeah.
My boy right there. Fly guy.
Yo, but Constitutional Cowboy, yo, that dude used to fucking. That dude was just like mad old school ghetto. Nah, fuck out of here. I could be in here.
Shout out to Stanford Guardian. Stanford Guardian went out with him a couple times. Stanford Guardian went out with him and Professional Douche.
Oh, I never heard of him. Professional dudes.
What? Professional Douche is mad funny,
oh
bro.
my God, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta look at
He's
that.
he's funnier than Tua Pre. He's fucking Tua Pre before Tua even came out, bro.
Oh, now I gotta check him
But
out.
he's a little bit. He's more serious. I mean, he's more serious about the movement than Tuapri is.
Mhm.
He's just the biggest troll professional douche.
He is the most awkward looking dude I have ever seen in my life.
He's handsome. He should be a GQ model.
Who's this?
His name is Professional Douche.
What's his name? Let me look him up on YouTube real quick.
Professional Douche. He's the one that went to the Back to Blue rally dressed in a pig suit.
Right.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Professional
He don't
dude.
give. He don't give a fuck. Which he doesn't support either side. He
That's
trolls
the
both
one that
sides.
he also went to a Back to Blue uh rally saying we licked the whole boot.
Yeah, he's like, I'm with you guys. I'm with you
Yeah,
guys.
we licked the whole boot. We deep throat the whole boot.
We deep throat the whole boot. He goes to rallies. He'll go to a
He got
Trump.
arrested that day.
He went to a Trump rally and was like, "Yeah, Trump is something like some shit." And they're like, "Why are you saying that?" He's like, "Cause I support Trump." He was saying something about Trump, and they was like, "You're not. You're a plant. You're a troll." And he don't give a fuck. He'll tell you his real name too, Michael Picard. He was like, "Yep."
Mhm.
I'm like, he goes to fucking and he spends money. He travels to all these rallies and he trolls them. He like fucking plots it out. He plans it out. He's really
And
good at that.
his face, he just has the most plain
He
expression. He's
looks
got the best poker face.
he looks slow, but he's I don't he's
Oh
not
my god, yeah, he's very
Yeah, I
intelligent.
saw him. He's like a white boy. He's like a fat white boy, right?
Right.
Like a chubby white boy. Yeah.
he's not fat. He just has big bones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's he's a hop hooray.
He's a
Oh,
oh,
Hip hip
hey.
hop, hip hop pop pop.
Woo.
Remember the Big Daddy movie when
A
he was trying
hippo.
to just hip hop, hip hop.
he goes to rallies and he wears the American flag and drags it on the floor.
Yeah.
And they're like, pick that, don't let that flag touch the floor. And he's like,
He does everything. Oh my god.
they be wanting to beat his ass. He was like, yo, let's make the whole town gay. Let's make America gay. Remember? He went to like the LGBTQ shit.
Yeah.
And he
I like the one where he said we deep throat the whole boot.
I like when they be saying shit and he be like, yeah, anyone who disagrees with us is racist or some shit. He goes, um, nobody could talk, but we can't. Or nobody could talk except us. Anybody we disagree with is racist, some shit, is ignorant or something. Only he goes. Only we have free speech.
I
But
was
the
trying
thing,
to remember. There's one New York auditor that used to be really, really popular, and he had this saying or something, and he was always yelling at people, and he just fucking disappeared.
the thing about professional douche is that his videos are quality over quantity.
Yeah, he don't come out with that many.
He doesn't, but when he does, it's good quality. You know, because he puts so much
Yeah.
into his videos.
I
But
think I'll oh, yeah.
sometimes he'll make you wait for the video, but the video won't be that long. But it'll be good though. So it's like,
A lot of orders slowed down the last couple of weeks. That's
bro,
just
I fucking post every day, every other day.
no, yeah. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying other channels.
I slowed down a lot too, though. I'm not even gonna hold you. And I still got like fucking 25 videos on standby that that only my members could see.
I'm waiting. Everybody waiting.
Yeah, you know who I fuck with too? Joey Surreal.
Joey, it's my boy.
Joey.
I fuck with AFA. It's my dog.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
Yeah,
AFA too.
I made a complaint with IAB about the cops parking on the sidewalk at the 101 precinct over here. A week later, I get a call back from IAB. They said they're gonna look into it. I sent them pictures. I sent them video right
They don't
as I was
care
over
about.
there at the precinct recording. a little like I'm gonna say maybe 15, 16-year-old the most girl had to walk in the street about I don't know past like 12 not even cop cars, just off on duty cops personal cars, about 12 of them parked on the sidewalk. She had to walk in the street past all of them. I sent the video to her. I get a call last week from a Sergeant Solomon from the 101 precinct. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm calling you back about the complaint you made about the cars and the sidewalk." I'm like, "Yeah, my man, you know they can't be doing that." I'm like, "That's against the law. They can't. They're not above the law. They can't park their cars there like that." I'm like, "I send the video. You didn't see the little girl had to walk in the street, walking into oncoming traffic because you guys park on the sidewalk and leave no room behind the car because then you'll be in the street." And he's like, "Well, actually, I think if they're on duty, they can park their personal cars there." And I'm like, "Excuse me?" I'm like, "Wait, wait, wait, wait. You say you're a sergeant?" He's like, "Yes, sir." I'm like, "And you're telling me that from what you know, they can, if they're on duty, they can park their personal cars on the sidewalk like that?" He's like, "Yes." I'm like, "Oh, no, 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 no. You know what? I'm gonna have to go over there and pay these guys a visit." I went over there yesterday. I started recording them. They moved. They had the cops come out and move the personal cars,
Fucking
and I went back.
Oh shit.
I could. I'm 2 blocks. I could go right now. The cars is back over there.
fuck that.
Well, of course, unless you stay right there and hound the shit out of them, that's what they're gonna keep on doing.
Bro, I gave two cop cars a ticket on the 101 precinct. I got it on my TikTok.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
The 101 precinct.
at
uh,
over there at the precinct,
Yeah,
you got to give all the cars you see on the side of all the cars on the sidewalk. Those are all their cars, their personal
the
cars.
personal ones. Yeah, they
Well,
park right by the
make you up a cash app and make the ticket payable to that cash
cash
app.
app. Nah, because that would
My
be like
my
extortion, I think.
my boy's pops owns the property that they park on. Well, he don't own the sidewalk, of course, but he owns the store, the business that they park right on the side of. And he tried to get them to move the cars from there too, and they
Power
move them.
does what power wants.
They
he should
move
call,
them.
he should call the tow truck company.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
There you
They
go.
they moved.
Do
No,
that
the
shit.
the tow truck company can't take the car
Unless it has a ticket.
unless it
But
has a ticket.
yeah, but you see, what you gotta do is you gotta just
Can't they
take
take it if it's on
Is
your
it on private property?
private property?
nah, because it's on
Well,
a public highway.
my boy's pops owns the corner store. There's a big building on the corner, and they park on the sidewalk right on the side of his store.
Oh, so it's not his parking lot.
No, it's not a lot. It's just the sidewalk. It's the
Okay,
actual.
okay, okay.
Yeah, people
But
can't even walk on that shit.
their bumpers are literally backed up like an
To his
inch or
wall.
two from his wall of his building. So that's
Hmm.
what I said. You can't even walk behind the police cars. They don't
If
even
you,
leave a gap for people to walk behind. So you
if,
have to walk in the street.
if you guys go on Google Maps and you type in 101 precinct, NYPD 101 precinct, you'll see what he's talking about. It's right across
Mm.
the street from the Popeyes on the corner.
Fucking assholes.
Yeah, they are.
So I'm going back over there tomorrow in the daytime.
I hope all their fucking donuts are stale.
How about I saw the cops, they're not too far from where I live, and they come flying down through my road, which they think is the freeway.
Hmm.
And
I want to be
so
on
I
your road.
huh?
I want to be on your road.
Come on, baby. And mama take care of you. And so we get down there and I see all these the ambulance and the fire truck and all these damn cop cars. So I take my ass down there and I got my little camera and I'm filming him. This bitch pulls up and tries to block the view of me filming, recording.
What?
So you know what I do? I walk on further down. I said, honey, you're not gonna block nothing. I'm standing on the sidewalk. You're not gonna block nothing. She gave me this go to hell look, and she looked like she could be a damn linebacker.
And this was a cop, you said, that blocked your camera?
Yeah, she pulled the car behind the ambulance, and
Tell
they was getting it. They before
him my
the guy, they were putting the guy on a backboard, right?
Hmm.
Because he had wrecked on a moped and he was hurt up. So they was having to put him on a backboard and then lift him from the on the backboard up to the street because he was down this little embankment. And she pulled right up behind the ambulance so that when the ambulance was getting ready to leave, they couldn't even leave because she was in the fucking way. And she was just there blocking my view because
fucking
she had another whole street that she could pull down that nobody goes down and park on. So
bitch.
I just walked my happy ass on down the sidewalk and said out loud, "You're not gonna block me from taking no kind of pictures, because I'm just gonna stand right here on this public sidewalk. Nothing
Why,
you can do about it."
why would she even want to? That's the thing.
She was just being a bitch.
Oh,
That's all female cops are good at, as being bitches.
This is in South Carolina
Yeah, I'm in North Carolina.
or North Carolina.
oh, North Kakalaki.
Yeah, North Kakalaki. I'm at the foothills of the mountains.
Are you from North Carolina?
I am.
Are you from the North Carolina?
Yeah, I didn't know
I
what I took
am
it.
from the
I
North
thought I was about to
Carolina.
say. I thought I was about to say the Bronx. My
I'm,
bad. I forgot that it's just the Bronx that got the "the" in front of it.
I'm from the New York.
I'm from North
Oh,
Carolina. I'm from uh I don't know if y'all know anything about North Carolina, but Asheville.
I know what the capital is.
Okay, that's Raleigh.
Yeah,
Well, I'm like 5 hours from Raleigh,
I know.
headed
I
west.
know what the capital of South Carolina is too.
Well,
Col-
we don't want to go to South Carolina. They fucking dirty too.
I know what the capital of Georgia is. I know what the
They
capital of
all dirty.
Florida, Cali, Texas,
They all dirty.
Canada.
You know the capital of Canada?
I think I do.
Okay.
I want to say Ontario, but I could be wrong.
Why would that be important?
Toronto.
It's just geography.
There's
I
a
know.
lot of Guyanese people in Toronto and
And there's a lot
Trinidad.
of Chinese people in Jamaica.
What?
Chinese people in Jamaica.
Hell yeah, there is. It's true. I know. My brother's father is a Chinese Jamaican.
Oh, okay, that's what you said.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Are
Chinese.
you just really, really sleepy?
No, that's how I talk. I'm
No, no. I know how you talk.
I'm Barry White's brother. My name is Larry White.
You stupid.
Marcus,
I've heard.
Marias, my everything. Oh shit, my mic isn't muted. My bad.
No, we heard you
Yeah, it was okay,
trying to
Charlie.
serenade us and shit.
Charlie.
Charlie bit me.
I remember that.
Yo, yo,
Hi, Charlie.
people used to stay saying that to me in high school,
I
and at that
know.
time I didn't have internet because I was poor. What the fuck is everybody talking about? You never saw the video on YouTube? What the fuck
Oh
is
my god.
YouTube?
I didn't know what YouTube was either.
No, Charlie. Charlie,
Charlie,
you
Charlie,
bit me.
you bit me, Charlie.
It's
Yo,
so many.
where's the chocolate factory, bro?
Yo, there's actually a chocolate factory out here in Rockaway. You know
I,
what I'm talking about, right, boy? Right, white boy?
Bro,
The chocolate factory out here.
I worked in that. I worked in that shit for like for
I'm
like two
telling you.
years. You ready?
did you also live in a bed with three other old people?
No, but you ready to hear this?
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
I would never eat motherfucking chocolate again.
Oh
I hate
shit,
Oh
chocolate.
God.
damn.
Oh
Yo, all right,
no.
yo, all
After the
right. So
shit
you
I
know,
seen in there, please do not eat chocolate.
I
yo,
hate chocolate,
yeah,
bro.
yo, good guy. You know the chocolates that the fundraisers be selling, like the football teams
The
and all this
candy
shit,
bars.
the
Yeah.
candy bars. Yeah, those are made in that chocolate factory,
Oh, cool.
right, white
They
boy?
are?
The one in Rockaway.
I don't know.
That's the one that y'all be making there.
I never made those. I made all types of other shit, but not
Yo,
that.
can I ask you a question, Charlie?
What's up?
Is was there Oompa Loompas there?
A lot of them, a lot
Oompa
of them.
loompa doopity doo.
Yo, he killed those kids, bro. In real life, them kids was dead.
Come on, don't fuck up that movie.
He
There
got
was
one of them got stuck in a tube. The other one went down a garbage chute.
there was hundreds of oompas.
Yeah.
And the grandfather and the grandmother never got up from bed for like 30 years or some shit like that. Remember that shit?
Well,
Yeah,
first of all,
it
did
was
you
a
see?
fucked up movie.
Did you see Charlie's little shark teeth? That nigga did not need to be eating no candy, son.
Yeah.
This nigga had little gerbil teeth. Fuck out of here. Why is this little nigga eating candy anyways? This his fucking crackhead grandpa got out of bed and started doing backflips and shit.
My man was faking the biggest disability for the insurance company.
that nigga,
Imagine that shit 30 years just to get a fucking insurance check.
nigga, the dad was like, "You bum ass nigga, you could have been working to help provide."
You could have had a
Right.
pension.
Nigga,
Well, Charlie,
I would have dragged the rest of the grandparents out the bed, make sure they asses.
his ass can walk after being in the bed for 30 years. I know y'all can too. At least you can damn crawl.
You know he was clapping grandma every night. Fuck out of there.
Bro,
Do me something besides some cabbage soup.
they had one outfit each.
Yeah.
Crazy. He's like, I don't want to use your last quarter
I want to know where they pissed at.
in the bed.
Oh, Lord.
No, they had an outhouse.
They lived in the outhouse. You didn't see that little ass house?
That's what I'm saying. There was a little square closet there with just a fucking hole in the floor.
They just pissed in a bucket and threw it out the window.
We got on Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Come on now.
It's funny. Jumanji's a
Change your
fucked
name,
up.
Charlie.
Jumanji's a fucked up movie too.
You know, Jumanji scared the shit out of me the first time I watched it.
You know what movie fucked me up when I was little?
What?
Um, The Haunting.
Oh, thing.
You know when she was laying on the bed and like her headboard had like angel faces on it,
Oh, yeah.
and then the angel faces started talking. It was like, no, no, don't.
Some
Like,
people call that schizophrenia.
I was like, what the fuck? I almost said House on the Haunted Hill, but it's not a House on the Haunted Hill.
Yo, so right now I feel like yeah, the people is not together, man, because you know, right now with the migrant situation, you know, they try to bring all of mine, not all of them, but they try to bring migrants upstate, and the people upstate fought, and they stopped it from from them bringing migrants up there to these empty hotels they got up there and shit like that. So now they're bringing them not even fucking 10 miles away from me over in Brooklyn into this uh it's called Floyd Bennett Field. It to me,
I think I
years
played
ago,
football there before.
probably years ago, it used to be like a military field or some shit or whatever. But now it's just empty, and they built a big uh football field, soccer field, shit like that. There, they built a big indoor uh like trampoline thing. I think it's called like Area 51 or some shit. They got different things in there, laser tag, this, that for kids, and
That's
but
lit.
they're starting to build freaking things there to bring all the migrants. People fought, but they lost, and they're like, we're putting them here. That's it.
Damn. You're gonna have some new neighbors.
Yeah,
You should bring them like a cherry pie.
they're already here
Apple pie.
walking
It's the
around the
American
streets,
way.
bugging out.
Let's see. I was trying to think of the name of the movie. Is it apple pie? No, it's American pie.
American pie.
I was like, what flavor was that pie in the movie?
Yo, somebody in the comments said, "Where's Charlie from?" So I'll go ahead and give out my location from
You've
Far
been
Rockaway,
that's
Queens.
panel, bro.
Queens.
Nigga,
I
that
came
shit
to New York
mad
one time.
far.
I'm from the home of what's that guy's name?
Last stop on the A train.
Bro, y'all live mad far, bro. Y'all basically live upstate, bro.
Hey, I got a
Yo,
question for you.
the
Um,
shoemaker, Steve Madden. Steve, is it Steve Madden? The shoes,
Madden Steve.
Steve Madden.
No, it's Madden
Matt
Steve.
and Steve.
Nah, I think it's Steve Madden.
Steve Madden is a football player.
Oh shit! Hold on. What the fuck? What's the shoes, man? Come on, y'all, help me out.
Madden.
Let me read the comments because y'all not helpful right now. Hold
It's
on.
John Madden's.
Steve, is it Steve Madden?
No, John Madden, bro.
Um,
Yo, what's that name brand? The shoe name brand?
Oh my
Drop it in the
God.
Oh,
comments.
John Madden.
Yeah, let me Google it.
You being funny.
Yeah, I'm always being.
Hey, where is the
Yeah,
in I think
yeah.
it's in the Queens,
Steve
the
Madden,
big
football coach.
Steve
listen to
Madden.
me.
Steve Madden is a shoemaker, the shoe designer. He's from out here. He's from Far Rock.
I'm just fucking with you, Charlie.
Good guy.
What you said?
I'm asking a question about New York.
Okay, let me know.
Okay.
New York, big city of dreams. But every New York knows
Nightmares.
what it seems.
The city of
Woo.
rap.
Okay, I came up there one time
Hmm.
and we stayed with a friend, and she lived in damn projects.
She lived in the PJs and the Jacks.
we got PJs
She
out here.
said, she live in them projects. Like we know what projects. Like there's one
Where
project.
at in
Like,
Queens?
no, listen, listen, listen,
There's
listen.
only one
This
We
project.
got
was
like
like
we got like a
stories
project
and
project.
stories high.
Yeah, where?
I think it's called Queensbridge.
Oh yeah, yeah, Queensbridge. Yeah, that's. Oh man,
It's right
that's
over the bridge in Queens.
in Long Island City. Those are there's 96 buildings.
It was huge. And I was
Yeah,
like,
the
oh
biggest project.
my
Yep.
God.
Mm-hmm.
You said 96 buildings?
96 buildings in Queensbridge. Yeah.
Yeah. And I came up there and I picked up a child.
Oh, man.
Did he rob you?
I came up there to get somebody's child to let them come down here and get a better education.
Shit.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
saved
they
that.
lived
You
with
saved
me
that
for a
boy's life.
year.
Steve,
Yeah.
Steve Madden got them niggas rich. And, was it Wolf of Wall Street?
Yeah, the Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, I think he was in there.
Yeah, I was watching that shit.
Gotta let
But
my
yeah,
dogs back in.
that's where Nas is
Let the
from.
dogs out.
Yeah, I let my dogs out. Woo, woo, woo.
I'm saying who let the dogs out?
I did.
You know that song is about ugly women?
Well, it ain't about me. So how about that?
No,
Yo, the
it's
'90s didn't give a fuck.
he wrote that song. He wrote that song about.
Come on, Gay.
I don't think any woman is ugly. I think all women are beautiful.
Especially when you only look between her legs.
I don't know.
There you go.
I should get a Nobel Peace Prize for what I just said, though.
I didn't even hear what you said. What
I
you said,
love you.
GGA? Hold on. What
Good
you said?
God.
You say you think every woman what?
Every woman is
Beautiful.
not ugly.
I think all women are beautiful, and I think all women are crazy.
In a certain way. In a certain way.
They're crazy. So.
But
Yeah, we all crazy about y'all. How
they
about that?
listen.
I just hope their craziness doesn't outweigh their beauty.
Every woman is beautiful in a certain way, but they all are definitely fucking crazy. You're right about that.
They
It's
are
not.
crazy.
Yeah, because y'all make us crazy.
No,
No, no,
God
no,
made
no, no,
me
no.
crazy.
We meet y'all like that.
Yo,
Nah,
yo,
nah. Y'all make us like that.
hold on,
Somebody else
wanna
made you
hear,
like that.
y'all want to hear a joke?
Oh
Sure.
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, so on the Titanic, you know why they wanted the you know why they said that all the women and children need to get on the lifeboats first,
No, no. Why?
so that men could think straight to figure.
And sank the damn ship. How about that?
that
Yeah,
was
because
such
yeah, hey, listen.
that was such a wholesome joke, bro. Wholesome joke
I
is
feel
so
like I'm being
wrong.
beat up on here for the only woman.
Um,
Did you hear the joke about the two bulls?
No.
There was two bulls on top of the hill, an old bull and a young bull.
Hmm.
Bottom of the hill was a whole bunch of cows, and the young
Whole
bull,
bunch of heifers.
yeah, a bunch of heifers. And the young bull told the old bull, "Yo, let's run down there and fuck a cow." And the old bull said, "How about we walk down there and fuck them all?"
Oh, good gracious. Good gracious.
I told my friend that joke yesterday. He's like, "I don't get it." I was like, "You're too young."
You're right. Well, if I ever wanted to make somebody blush, because I used to piss a lot of people off because I don't take a whole lot of shit. But they say, Rhonda, you suck. You know what my comeback is?
Only on Wednesdays.
Mm-mm. Every chance I get, and I
Yo,
shut
you
them up
made
right
me.
quick.
Yo, you made me laugh like Winnie the Pooh. The fuck?
Like the Pillsbury Doughboy.
Sounded like fucking Tigger and shit. The fuck?
Come on, Gay.
yeah.
Uh,
Come on. Come on. Come on.
you know why? You know why? Women can never decide what they want to eat because
Why?
the last woman that decided what she wanted to eat was Eve, and she cast
Oh,
away.
Oh,
And
shit.
oh my gosh. Really?
that's what they say.
Okay. I'm going to tell you a true story. I
Eve.
worked on OBGYN floor, right?
Oh my god.
So, most embarrassed I ever seen a damn doctor.
What was the
He was,
smell like on the floor?
it was great.
Okay.
Babies and puss? Come on. You can't do no better than that.
It smells like
Anyway,
placentas.
so doctor was getting ready to deliver this baby. And he was like, I'm going to have to give you a episiotomy. And she's like, okay, okay, okay. Well, he's like, well, he's kind of embarrassed and he didn't want to ask because he was trying to make conversation. And she was like, Doc, just talk to me about something. And he's like, hey, I got a question for you. I've never met you, but I'm just curious. What are these tattoos for? And she said, oh, that's for my husband. And the husband was in the bathroom getting changed so he could be there for the delivery of the baby. And he's like, oh, how is that? She said, well, tell me what the two tattoos are. And he was like, well, there's a pilgrim and a Christmas tree. She said, "Yeah, that's a reminder that there's always something to good to eat between Thanksgiving and Christmas."
Oh shit. She's a G.
Come on.
She's clever.
Yes, clever. You know what ears are for?
Them shits is, you know why? Because them shits is leftovers.
You know what ears are for on a
Mm-mm.
man?
No.
Hold him in place.
Oh shit.
Oh, oh shit.
The only other, okay. There's two muffins in the oven, right?
Hmm.
And one muffin looks at the other muffin and says, "Man, it's hot in here." And the other muffin looks at him and goes, "Ah, a talking muffin."
Oh shit.
He said, "What?"
Wolf talking.
The other muffin said, "Ah, a talking muffin."
Okay, mine was better.
It's dad jokes. So like
Yeah.
I dad jokes.
Yo, where were y'all 9/11?
I was home. I didn't go to school that day because my birthday is
So,
10 days away.
so, so you want to know something that I know about 9/11 that I don't know if a lot of people know or if it's out or what, but
Come on, white boy, give it to us. Tell us.
okay, so
Gotta be careful you don't offend nobody.
no, no, I'm not gonna offend nobody, but
People always get offended when you talk about 9/11.
so you know the FBI and shit knew about
Yeah, they knew everything.
supposedly the Taliban wanted to attack us.
Yeah,
They intercepted calls and shit like that where they knew they were gonna do something, but they
those
just didn't know what day.
they've been knew what day. It's on a $20 bill.
Well, supposedly they didn't know exact what day, but let me tell you this: my childhood friend, which we call each other brothers, that's how close we are. All right, he's 100% Puerto Rican, but his dad raised him under the Jewish religion, and his dad's 100% Puerto Rican, but his dad followed the Jewish religion, and his dad raised him under the Jewish religion, and he was a elevator operator that day. Well, he was an elevator operator in the World Trade Center, okay, and the people that got him hired were the background of Jewish,
Okay.
and they called him the day before and told him to don't come in.
Hmm.
There was about 12 to 1500 Jewish workers who didn't go to work that day because it was a day where people were told not to go to work.
Wow.
Some insider information.
Yeah.
Nope.
And for the first time, I knew this like since day one, but for the first time, he posted something on his Instagram which confirms how he was blessed to have, you know, people tell him not
That,
to go to work.
that's deep.
Yeah, y'all want to hear something crazy about the war? Well, not
And
it's
then,
not it's not crazy, but it's just like I guess a coincidence. So you know that after 9/11, um it was called the invasion of Afghanistan. It was called Operation. Well, no, actually, the invasion of Iraq was called Operation Iraqi Freedom.
Hmm.
So the original name to that was actually going to be Operation Iraqi Liberation, but then they realized that the acronym was oil, and they said, "Oh hell no, we got to change that to something else." So they changed it to Operation. You see, it? Operation Iraqi Liberation is oil. So then they
Yeah,
changed it to Operation Iraqi Freedom, and that's why it's called that.
right.
That's crazy.
But
Yeah,
I
so
don't
it's all
believe
about the oil, baby.
I
Yeah,
don't
look it
believe
up.
I don't believe
Google Operation Iraqi Liberation when y'all get a chance.
Shout out to the 1,900 people in the building that's still with us
I
4 hours
don't believe
later.
I can't even see. I'm on StreamYard. I can't see the YouTube. I don't
Shout out
believe
Barbara.
I don't believe that shit was Taliban.
It was somebody.
Yeah, it was
Th-
somebody. I just heard
They'll flag this. They'll flag this video.
some recordings from people telling their family members bye.
This video was boom bombed anyway.
Hey, what's the temperature there in New York?
With me in the city, hot.
Yeah.
As long as I'm in the city, it's hot.
Nah, right now here probably like
60, 50.
what it says 62.
It's
Yeah,
53 here.
yeah. You're not too far from us. The same weather that we get, you get for the most part.
You like 10 hours, North Carolina?
11. Yeah. I went to Chicago one time and I went by myself. Stayed in Chinatown.
I'm gonna be in Philly this weekend again.
Philly.
I got a football game out there. I kind of don't want to go though. My birthday on Thursday.
Oh, we'll
Yeah,
have to sing you happy birthday.
I'll be 21 years old.
Okay.
I was gonna say yeah, Virgo, but I think that's already Libra, right?
No, it's the second to last day of Virgo.
Oh, Virgo. Yeah,
Virgo and
you just made it, bro. You just made it.
yeah, it ends
My
on
wife's a Virgo.
Virgo's the, like one of the best signs.
I'm an Aries.
Oh, you
Yeah,
are.
yeah, my birthday was September 6th.
Aries are very sensitive and emotional.
I'm a Scorpio.
I'm very strong.
Scorpios are fucking feisty.
Scorpio.
They're kind of like Leos. My daughter's a Scorpio. I got one Scorpio and two Gemini.
I got a Taurus and Scorpio.
Virgos get along with Tauruses. They're our most compatible sign. You know, supposedly they're loyal.
I remember a meme on Facebook that said, zodiac signs is just birthday racism.
Oh shit, that's funny.
And it's true if you think about it, because some people be like, yo, I hate Pisces. Like, damn, bro, that's racist.
I'm looking forward to fucking Loki season 2. You guys seen season 1?
What is that?
Um, Loki season 2.
No, I haven't seen that.
It hasn't come out yet. It's coming out on October 6th. It's gonna be fire. Did you know that they said I heard a conspiracy the other day that Walt Disney is frozen on ice? He's cryogenically frozen, and if you used to search it up, it would come up on the internet. And then they came out with the movie Disney's Frozen to um to mix up the algorithm of the internet so that when you search Walt Disney Frozen, the movie will come up instead of the conspiracies. Isn't that crazy?
Nuts.
He probably is. There's over 10,000 doctors in North Korea that all they do is look for ways to keep the dictator alive. For
Yeah,
real.
that reminds me, bro. Tua Pre, he's doing like these edits. I don't know if y'all seen his last few videos,
Yeah, it's like
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 the North
yeah,
Korea.
like AI.
Yeah, I guess it's like AI editing. So
Yeah.
when the cops are interacting with him and they're saying like some tyrannical shit, he edits them into like these North Korean. So
I didn't even put that together. I didn't even notice that.
yeah, like when he was filming the bank, and there
Yeah,
was
yeah.
a customer that walked up to the ATM, and then the cops was like, "Hey, man,
Oh
like,
yeah.
don't use the ATM. Go inside." He edits the cops like to look like North Korean soldiers.
Wow. That's
Because it's like these tyrannical cops telling people where the fuck they could use you know what I mean, like giving demands and shit.
the only one I don't like that he does is the emo one because it's kind of hard to hear what he's. It's kind of hard to understand what he's saying.
Oh, the emo one, yeah. Nah, that shit's
Yeah.
funny to me, bro.
The like I like the plot of it, but when he does that voice, sometimes I'll be like, "What? And how's the cops gonna?"
God.
Like it's like, bro, how are you fishing here, bro? There's no fish here.
I like the one he did from about Long Island audit. That
Oh
shit was
yeah.
funny.
That was
Yeah,
probably
that
the.
was hilarious.
All right, guys,
Fucking
here I am
hilarious.
with another video. Back at you again.
He's like, all right, guys. He said this shit like 100 times.
Yeah,
Officer,
and then Long
officer, I'm
Island
gonna
audit.
need you. Officer, I'm gonna need you to de-escalate.
And Long Island audit looked at the his video and then did a live. He
Yeah.
said, "I didn't know I really do. I sound like that? Do I say that so
Yeah.
many times?"
And then he ends it like mad fast, like peace.
Hey.
That shit
Boom,
was hilarious,
boom,
bro.
and then he does the fucking the outro song. Boom, 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 boom.
That's fuck.
It's
Yeah,
hilarious.
got arrested at Long Island Notice rally in Staten Island.
That precinct that locked up Long Island audits is the precinct where I was born and raised around for the
The one in
first
Staten Island or the East New York, the 75th?
In East New York
Mm.
in Brooklyn. Um, yo, they bad, man, bad, like crazy.
Yeah, I know that precinct got a documentary on uh,
Yeah, yeah. He
Yeah, I
shot
got
Michael
arrested.
Cobb.
Got arrested. Yo, I've been arrested in every fucking borough except for Staten Island.
That's the same precinct that locked up Brooklyn.
I'm gonna have to go to
Plymouth Live.
and get arrested so I could say I got locked up in all five boroughs.
yo,
Yeah,
good guy, but you don't be like suing.
and
No, I want to, but it is what it is.
any of them you went through actual bookings?
My last arrest at the 83rd, I went to the bookings,
Well, where's that in the Bronx?
and
Good as Brooklyn.
83rd.
Yeah, all the precincts that are 70 and 80s and 90s are Brooklyn.
yeah,
You get it to the hundreds is Queens, and then the 120s is Staten Island. The Bronx is like the low numbers, like 40s and I think 30s,
I ain't
and
never
then
heard.
Manhattan is
So where at in Brooklyn? What
um,
precinct? Where you was at that they got you? They locked you up.
the 83rd
that's
Where's
by
that at?
Bushwick, I think, right? Is that Bushwick?
or Flatbush, one of the two.
Oh,
I can't remember.
And that you got a video on that one? I don't know. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that shit went viral. In my eyes, it did. At least it went
You
viral.
said that was the most recent arrest?
That was my last arrest.
You got arrested back to back to back, didn't you?
I got arrested 6 times since January.
That's the one with the two cops, the two Spanish cops that basically pushed you out the precinct and locked you out on outside the precinct because you
No,
was extra for ID.
that was in Queens.
Oh, I'm trying to remember the one in Brooklyn you talking about.
Um, I don't know how to describe it. I went inside, recorded. They asked me to leave. I left. I was on the sidewalk, and the sergeant came out and arrested me.
I got
Just,
to go back.
just his feelings was hurt.
Yeah, you hurt his feelings. He was butt hurt bad.
Can somebody share the link in the chat? Do I have any mods here right now? I don't know. I really only see four people.
Nah, yeah, this shit is crazy, man. I can't even believe that. Every time I think about it, it gets me even more pissed off. I can't even believe that Eli's even going through this process over that bullshit. I
Please,
can't
right?
believe his first charge he even got sentenced to too. That shit is crazy, man.
This shit is fucking trash.
Wait, Eli got sentenced for what?
No, not yet.
No,
For
his
what?
last time he did 6 months
For what?
for recording,
Yo, that's crazy. What the fuck?
and they gave him a fucking blonde lawyer for a case that had to do with video evidence.
Been that.
A blind lawyer.
Yeah,
I think I'm gonna edit and I'm gonna crop and edit this video.
Mm.
This shit is fucking 5 hours long.
yeah. I'm about to actually call it a night.
Yeah.
Yo, good guy. What's the most important thing about your job?
Little Cass says that my catchphrase is "What's your name and your badge number?"
Yeah, I wish everybody was to just get a camera and record, bro. That's it. Like,
Yeah, I'm starting. I'm starting my shit soon. It's probably gonna be Far Rock audits.
Start your shit. I'll promote it.
Yo, thank you, bro. Thank you.
I
Yeah,
hope
bro.
you, I hope you do, bro,
You-
because
yeah, because Far Rock is one of those places where there's no activists out here, bro. Everything goes, like the cops just do whatever the fuck they want because nobody is like scrutinized in this area. Everybody's all, like,
You want to know why, nigga? Because that shit is mad far.
no.
bro, they know me already. I'll be outside the precinct recording them. I just don't be posting no
Yeah,
videos,
yeah.
but I'll be out there recording them every other day. And they be just coming out the precinct pointing and laughing, and I'm like, "Fuck you, dickhead!" they got me pissed, bro.
You guys should team up.
I had two cases open recently with them, and they wasn't trying to help me with, and
The channel
I
name,
had to get them
White
shits
Book Color.
transferred to auto crime, and I'm still going over there recording them, recording the same cars there every day.
The,
They
the, the,
leave,
the 101 precinct?
yeah, right here.
Mm.
I walk over there every day and record.
Always record the motherfuckers. Far Rock is far. Shit is deep.
It's the
And it's
last stop. It's the last stop on the A train, and then when you leave out of Fall Rock, you in Nassau County
just
going through
one
the
entrance and one exit.
The what?
huh?
Last time I went over there, I drove over a bridge.
Yeah,
Yeah. You
yeah.
gotta either
Across
come
there.
you come through Brooklyn is the Marine Bridge. That's right where that field is, Marine Floyd Bennett Field, where you say you play ball. There's a bridge right there,
Uh huh.
or the Cross Bay Bridge,
There's
which
only
is through Howard Beach.
yeah, this shit is deep, son. Your niggas live in Carajo land. When they say Bete pa Carajo, that's what they mean.
Nah, it's definitely. Yo, and you wanna know, son? Hold on, let me roll up my windows. This truck is.
Yeah,
Um,
that's where they bury the
yo,
body.
we got one hospital, two precincts, No malls, no movie theaters,
Category.
no malls, no movie theaters, no nothing. But we got one, two, three, four, five sets of projects.
How many,
Mm.
how many liquor stores and funeral homes you got?
Holy funeral homes is only one.
Mm, oh yeah, I think it's
Liquor stores, phew,
Every corner.
Is it Ortiz Funeral?
nah. It's black owned. It's black owned.
what the funeral
I forgot the name of it though, but it's black owned.
or the liquor store.
No, no, the funeral home.
You talking about the one on by McDonald's by the bridge? I think that was.
No, 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 no. Oh, all right. My bad. There's two of them. That's another one. Nah, but that's not Far Rock, man. That's the white area up there. What the fuck you talking about?
That's Rockaway Beach,
Yeah,
Uh,
that's called Rockaway
uh,
Park.
Rockaway Park.
We in the at the end, Far Rock, the last stop. This is the hood.
Y'all in far, far rock.
Yeah, up there is Rockaway. Those people up there, they don't want to be nowhere near brought up in a conversation with Far Rock. They from Rockaway Park.
Wow. Bougie.
Mm.
They so
and
fancy.
and 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 then you go further up, which we call uptown. Is like because we in from the beach one to beach. I'm gonna
Who
say
the
seven.
fuck would want to go to Far Rock Beach?
We on beach one to beach 70. I'm gonna say that's the hood. No,
70
actually no,
beaches?
no. Beach one to beach 86. That's the hood.
Yo, y'all
And
got
then from
86
from
beaches?
86 to like
Yeah,
120th is another hood. Well, not hood. It's the white area. That's Rockaway Park. And then after that, you got another richer, whiter area.
Bell Harbor. They
Oh,
got
you
Bell
got
Harbor. They got Breezy Point. But yeah, our streets we say beach in front of it. So if you're like on 42nd Street, you say Beach 42nd, Beach
why?
56. Huh?
Why?
Because we're on the beach. The beach is right here. So every
It's,
block is beach one, beach two, beach three, beach four.
it's like Manhattan. You see how Manhattan? You say I'm on East 32nd or whatever, or West 32nd. So yeah, so out here we got the beach, but there's a couple of blocks that are actually Bay. You
Yeah,
could like Bay 32nd.
damn, you grew up in Carajo land. Crazy.
Yo, y'all know a plane fell
Nah,
out.
I'm from Brooklyn though. I just came out here
I know, I heard you say that earlier.
in my
A
20s.
plane.
Yeah, a plane. Oh, look it
Oh
up.
yeah, on 9/11, the plane crashed out here in Far Rockaway in Rock. No, no. Let me rephrase that. In Rockaway Park, uptown.
The plane, the plane.
It was a plane going to DR
Yeah,
with mad passengers.
on November 12th, 2001.
Oh, it wasn't the same day as September 11th.
No, it was 2 months. 2 months after September 11th. Exactly 2 months. Well, exactly
Mm.
2 months and one day.
Yeah,
No,
Yeah,
it
September,
was a
October,
plane
November.
leaving
Yeah,
JFK going to DR.
it's like 587. It was carrying like 200 something people.
did anybody survive?
Nah, nobody.
Nah,
Everybody died.
They should start putting
Mm.
fucking parachutes on these shits.
that shit fell on a house. That
Fuck
ended.
that shit, bro. When that
They
shit
said
fell,
I think that shit blew up in the sky. Parts fell off all over the place.
yeah,
Parts fell on houses.
it started falling apart in the sky.
That's
Fucking
fuck.
plane engine fell on a house.
That's
A,
fuck.
a, a ninja fell on a gas station.
A ninja?
Not
An
ninja,
engine.
engine.
I was like, damn, they was carrying ninjas.
Engine
Yo, a
number
ninja.
9.
I said them niggas had ninjas on the plane.
Look, my wife don't watch the regular news. She watches this other shit. It's called News Max,
Oh,
and it's
that
like all these other people that go against the regular news, and
she
they show
takes
real
news
shit.
max.
Huh?
I said she takes news to the max.
Well, nah. To me, I seen this shit today for the first time, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like they talking some crazy. Like they going against the regular news. Like they talking some fact shit. And it's known people too, like that, who's doing these broadcasters.
She said, "Fuck that
Yeah, because mainstream media is corporations.
Yep.
corporation."
Yeah, y'all remember the tour pre-joint when they said, you have a press pass? He pulled out the fucking piece of paper, with a little piece of paper from the corner of the loose leaf that said press.
That's funny.
And the cop was that ass like unfolding the shit to read it. And he's like, okay, so I asked you for a press pass, and you gave
Has
me
he
this
ever
piece
been
of
arrested?
paper that says press.
Has Tuapre ever been arrested yet?
He
Yeah,
was
he got arrested in Staten Island.
he was arrested at Long Island's Valley in Staten Island.
Yeah.
Oh, he was.
Mhm.
That's before he started doing the First Amendment stuff. He was still a prank channel, but that was the first time he did First Amendment stuff, if I'm not mistaken.
And it's out there. The arrest is out there.
Yeah, it's on. I think it's on Long Island Artists Live.
It's on both of their channels.
Oh shit! I don't even know.
He was the only one that got arrested at that rally.
And I watched some of it, but I didn't get to watch the whole shit. I ended up ending it before it.
Muhammad was there too.
I was actually watching it when Muhammad was there, and then I ended up stop watching. I had to do some shit. I shut off the phone and.
Dude, Muhammad is crazy, bro. That nigga hacked my PayPal, took $100.
Mohammed?
Huh.
Who the fuck? Who's that? Okay.
He was like, "Yo, your phone is dying. You could plug it into my laptop." The very next day, my PayPal was hacked.
Oh Lord.
I said,
Yo,
"Where the
that was
fuck? Where the fuck is Pierogi when you need him? Scammer payback. Need that
that
nigga."
was crazy, bro. We met that dude through camera one day, and the same day he was gone. That shit was crazy.
That nigga got locked up and
They
was.
had to let him out the back door.
They had to, right? We was waiting.
I
Had
yeah,
to.
I felt it. I felt your anger, but I didn't feel like I thought Eli would get upset too when the parents said basically that they don't want their son around people like yeah.
Mm.
I try not to say stereotypical shit, especially because I'm in the public eye.
Nah, well, I would have flipped out. Like, what do you mean people like yeah? It's about my son's a good kid. Fuck.
Obviously, he's not a good kid. The nigga's in jail right now. Fuck you talking about? That nigga's in there with Billy Bob, Big Bill, Big Bob. Supposedly he was mad at Eli. He didn't even say nothing to him. He was grilling him.
But nobody made him do nothing. He did that on his own. He went in there on his own.
Yeah, he sure did.
He was with y'all on his own.
He was alone. He was just next to us by himself.
Well, what do you mean he was alone? I mean, to me, when what I saw was
He
Eli
was
met
with us.
him and brought
He
him
was
to the
with us, but he
precinct. No,
wasn't with us.
oh,
I'm just saying he was alone. He just happened to be in our vicinity. You know what I mean?
Who we talking about? Who y'all talking about?
We talking about the First Amendment Mo Muhammad
Oh, okay. All
Mo,
right.
Mo
yeah, that was crazy.
the hacker. He took
Mohammed.
Don't send nothing on PayPal.
he owes me
Send
$100.
it to Cash App.
My PayPal's secure now. I'm talking about my old one, the original one. The original good guy audits. Now my shit is good guy audits one. I had to put a one at the end now. Some bullshit.
There you go. And change your password.
It's a whole new account.
Okay.
And it has two-step verification, so you can't get into it. I hope. without verifying. And you need a code that changes every 30 seconds.
Well, young man, I've got to get off of here. I got to get up in a little while, get my granddaughter off to school.
Yeah, I gotta go.
So it's 3:44.
All right, you have a good night.
I appreciate
Y'all
you coming
have
on.
a great night. Had a great chat with y'all dudes.
Yes, yes, it was good.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Too
Nice to
bad it's
meet you,
gonna take
Charlie and White Boy.
more people. Yes, same here, same here.
Much love, everybody.
Much love.
Same here. Good night.
Later.
Follow the IG, Rebel of Hip Hop.
Rebel of Hip
Rebel
Hop.
of hip hop.
All
Yeah.
right.
Good night, Rob Wolf. Good night, Mark Fox. Good night, Barbara. Good night, Show Judges. And everybody else. Thank you to everybody that tuned in. Thank you to Bahir for coming on. And if you missed this, I don't know what to tell you. Love you guys. Peace.